Hello. All right. Yay. Hi. So I am jumping back into Virche Evermore. We are continuing where we left off. We are currently on our second route. We are on Lucas's route, and we are still in chapter 2, but I think we're near the end of chapter 2. I just had to stop streaming last time because I had plans. So it wasn't like a clean end. I try to make a clean end when I can, but I didn't get it for this one. Things we know about Lucas. His father started the corpse. His mother was a teacher. His sister, who is 12 years old, is in a hospital and is sick. And I'm still convinced he is the murderer known as Barreau, but we are going to find out more today. Everything's okay. I have a pop-up on here telling me that my thing's already running. I must have clicked it twice. Hopefully it doesn't crash it. Okay, good. We're fine. I was like, I have 2 pop-ups. All right, so yeah, we're gonna jump back into it and see how we go. It's gonna be an interesting one. I don't know if I'm gonna play too long tonight. I'm just seeing how I feel. It's an after work stream, so I'm already kind of tired as it is, but I'm really liking the story so far. It's been a lot of really fun and enjoyable stuff. Also, in case you're just tuning in, I have a fever blister. That's why my lip is red in the center. It is almost gone, but it's still there. And then this is in Lucas's point of view right now. That's what it just switched over to. After leaving my younger sister in her care, I was led to a room without any patients.
容体が悪化している。
Her condition is getting worse. I quickly stood up from the seat upon hearing his sudden words.
そんな
It can't
バ
be.
カな。ついさっきまでは彼女とあんなに楽しそうに話していたんですよ。
Just started. This is like the first dialogue, I swear. But she was just talking to Lee with so much spirit.
あくまで表面上はだろ。
On the surface, yes, but
ナディア君は団らんの時を壊さないよう苦しいのを必死に我慢していたのではないかね。
oh, it's more depressing. You must know that Nadia suppresses her pain when she is in your and your guest's presence. I was hoping you'd stream today. Yeah, I really am enjoying the story enough that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play. I work tomorrow morning, but I'm like, it's fine. I got off work. I can play for a few hours.
本来なら喋るだけで呼吸器がひどく傷んでいたはず
Plan
だ。
on streaming 5 days next week, only because I'm doing something new at work where I'm doing closing shifts more than opening shifts. So I'm going to be streaming in the mornings. And then obviously I'm off on Thanksgiving. Not everybody's off on Thanksgiving, but I am. So I'll be off on Thanksgiving Day so I can stream on Thanksgiving Day in the morning too, because we don't usually do too much on that day. So I'm going to have a 5-day stream so that we can hopefully end up at Eve's story by the end of the week. That's my whole goal. Which is another reason why I was like, if I play today, maybe, just maybe I'll get to the end of Lucas's story, and then that means we're going to start on Sheen's on Monday. Or Sunday, if I feel like it. I was going to actually make an actual schedule. It's like I'm hopeful. Even talking should cause severe pain to her throat and lungs. Oh my god. Sheen, my husband, I know. I'm really wanting to get to him because I want to do Ease's and oh my god, Adolf's story so that I can get to my husband. I assume he's the very last one.
君たち兄弟は本当にそっくりだよ。
Aww, the way she hides her suffering and doesn't complain is very much like you. Yeah, you jerks that hide your pain and act like you're fine. I could only stare quiet at the doctor's words. He was right that she was very strong and could bear any kind of treatment, even if it causes her pain.
だが痩せ我慢にも限界がある。このままでは内臓にまでひどい機能障害が起きてしまうだろう。
Oh. I guess because she acts so well, I didn't realize her condition was so bad. There's a limit to how much pain she can endure. At this rate, her organs are already beginning to fail.
それを未然に防ぐためには
In order to prevent that, I'm going to fill in the blank. You need to bring me all the hearts that you've been ripping out of people's chest.
わかっているね、リュカ君。
Oh no. Ooh. Capuchin is acting suspicious. You know what you must do, right, Lucas? He patted my shoulder and smiled gently. I knew more than anyone how trustworthy his eyes were.
はい。
Yes.
ああ、そうだ。何を焦る必要がある。
That's right. Why rush?
この程度の危機、今までだって乗り越えてきたじゃないか。
We've overcome danger like this many times before.
先生とあのお方さえいれば、
As long as we have the doctor and God.
どんな状況になってもナディアの体は持ち直すはず。
She's been sick her whole life. I don't think that's true. I'm sure Nadia will recover to full health no matter what the circumstances. If so,
兄としてできることを精一杯頑張ればいい。
I need to do what I can as her brother.
急がなければ。
I need to hurry and bring all those hearts to this hospital, I'm assuming. Since she has little freedom, I needed to give her as much happiness as possible. But in order to do that, she said if she had died, she would have never been able to help me again. I wasn't long for this world, but she's still worried about me. The face of my dear student came to mind. For some reason, my chest ached terribly. Is he like the purest person in the world? And I'm over here being like, you're a murderer. And he's just not. It's like, and all the murders? Well, I'll come and see you again tomorrow, Nadia.
夜にはまだ早いですが、おやすみなさい、ナディア。
I know it isn't night yet, but good night, Nadia. He bent down to give a gentle kiss to Nadia's forehead after she awoke from her nap.
おやすみなさい、兄様。
Yes, good night, brother. Oh, Nadia did her best to move her head so that she could kiss his forehead
あ
too.
なたもまた明日どうか気をつけてね。
Leah, I'll see you tomorrow. Please be careful. I will. Thank you. Please pray for everything to be resolved soon. After tucking her in again, we left the room together. Sometimes the background noises scare me because I think they're actually in my room. But that wasn't right. Oh no, we're gonna get her sad story now. Hit the wrong button. Oh, she's determined. Nadia watched from her bed as the two of them departed side by side like a married couple. Oh. She began to cough as soon as they left.
兄様、私の体調のこときっと気づいてたわよね。
My brother, he knew I was holding back my coughs. It was obvious since he decided to leave an hour earlier than usual.
でもそんな無茶をしてでも私は兄様や彼女とお話ししたかったのよ。
But it was still worth it. I was able to talk to both of them today. If pressed to make a choice, Nadia would easily choose spending time with them at the expense of her comfort. Yet her body didn't entirely agree. Even if she wanted them to stay longer, the oxygen she needed to stay alive was a source of suffering, triggering her coughs. A frail soul who wasn't allowed to be selfish. Oh no. Just as tears rose to her eyes from frustration about her circumstances.
ナディア、約束通り遊びに来ましたよ。
Hey, Nadia! I'm here for a visit just like I
ってどうして泣いてるんです？
Why are you crying?
もしかしてリライバーの僕と一緒にいるとこを誰かに見られて意地悪されちゃいました？
Could it be that someone was mean to you for talking to a reliver like me?
ダート君、違うの。
Oh, not at all. The young man she befriended only recently quickly handed her a handkerchief. He's not young. Nadia took the handkerchief, but she was in no state to dry her tears yet.
さっきまでね、兄様とお友達がお見舞いに来てくれてたの。
My brother and Leah came to see me just now.
兄様？ああ、ナディアってリュカさんの妹さんなんでしたっけ？あの二人、 今は一緒に働いてるんだとか。
Your brother. Oh, yeah. You're Lucas's younger sister. The two of them are working together, right? The Hot was amazed by how everyone was connected after first hearing how Leah and Nadia met. But why would she be crying about something as happy as family coming to visit her? Just as the Hot was about to ask that
兄
question,
様と彼女がね、
she and my brother. Yeah?
どんどん仲良くなってくれるのは嬉しいの。
It's nice to see them getting closer to each other.
あ、うん。
Oh. He didn't know what she was implying. He is also a young man in an old man's head. The Hot decided not to ask her his question and simply listen to her. Nadia continued to mumble in a quiet voice.
でも体が弱くてこの病院から離れられない私は
Them together honestly look like two entirely different video game characters. Like, he looks like he's in like a cyberpunk world. And she's a weak little Victorian child. But I'm so weak I can't even step outside the hospital.
二人の幸せそうな日常を日記や言葉越しでしか知れない。
I only know how happy they are in their daily lives through words or from the diary. Yeah. At this point, the deduced that she was trying to say. Tears continued to flow as Nadia continued.
できるなら私だってこんなベッドの上じゃなくて兄様たちのそばで
This kid, I feel so bad. If I had a choice, I'd be with them, not here on this bed all alone.
その幸せの中に溶け込みたい。寄り添い合う二人をこの目で見たい。
I want to be a part of their happiness. I want to see them together with my own eyes. Nadia rolled up her sleeves with shaking fingers. Tahat almost gasped when he saw how thin her arms were.
この細くてろくに動かない体。
See, my body's so weak that I can't move.
私は兄様たちと一緒にいるための努力治すために頑張ることもできないの。
He's being traumatized. I can't even do my best to regain my health so that I can be with them.
だって私生まれてからずっと生きてるのに死んでるから。
Ever since I was born to die.
変なの。今までは平気だったのに優しい姉様ができた途端に
I'm glad her delusions stay. Isn't it strange? It didn't bother me before, but the moment I got a kind sister-in-law, I just couldn't. The Hot was speechless. Hearing her earnest desires made it hard for him to say anything in response. From a researcher's standpoint, her body was too weak to bring her wish to fruition.
ハト君、私
The Hot even
せめて一度でいいから
even just once.
少しでも長く兄様たちのそばにいるために頑張ってみたい。
How does this affect him, right? Because he can't feel love in a sense. So, like, can he feel emotionally upset about this? I don't know. I want to do my best so that I can be next to them for as long as possible. As long as possible. The Hot finally knew what she meant by that, something even Leah didn't notice. Not a single word of consolation. Oh gosh, another word came to mind. Should he say that she'd get better one day, but if he lost to his emotions and consoled her with empty words, he'd probably kill himself for being so irresponsible. Well, I know I said it before, but thank you for taking me in.
はい、こちらこそ。
He's in
ベ
normal
ッドはぜ
clothes!
ひ君が使ってください。
I didn't even know he owned a t-shirt. Hang on. He's wearing a cardigan. Oh my goodness, he looks comfortable. No problem at all. Please feel free to use the bed.
生活する上で何か不便があればいつでもお申し付けを。
If there's anything you need, by all means, please let me know. Like, Trying to see all the different poses and what changes here. He's got exposed arms. He's just wearing a cardigan over top. His hair is so long. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to bother you like this, but let me repay you for letting me stay by handling the cooking and daily chores.
それは楽しみですね。君の手料理は絶品ですから。
I'm looking forward to it. Your cooking is exquisite.
あの温かな料理をしばらく食べられるという意味では不謹慎ですが、ブローに感謝。
Yeah, would you be, I don't know, thanking yourself? Just curious. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but I should thank Barreau for giving me the opportunity to enjoy your home cooking.
いえ、失言でした。やはり君を怖がらせてしまった罪の方がはるかに重い。
No, I shouldn't have said that. The sight you witnessed was too gruesome to make light of. Did he not change into this when they were all hanging out? Didn't they have casual clothes on during that? Heh. Seeing his concern made me feel relieved. Where's her casual? No, where's that? She wears PJs, doesn't she? After all, it didn't feel right for me to borrow the bed of the master of this house.
でしたら私と共に寝ますか？
What? Well, how about we sleep together then? I could only nod in response as his smile made it hard to determine whether he was joking or not. In any case, I prepared a simple soup and sandwich dinner for us. Yes, yes, yes. It's like she's shyer than that. After our meal, I helped him spread another set of bed sheets on the sofa he would be sleeping on before I headed to bed. This is an open room. Are they going to try to pretend that it has its own room again? Is someone going to have a nightmare? I can't sleep. It was past midnight now, nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't manage to sleep since my heart was racing anxiously. My body jolted from the rustle of the wind. No matter how many times I tried to go to sleep, images of the tragedy that occurred in the alley revived in my mind. Tragedy that was caused by the supposed dead Barreau. Fear struck me when I could feel his malice back then, and I still couldn't get that fear out of me. What should I do if Barreau becomes for me the moment I closed my eyes? What should I do if Lucas was caught in the middle and killed? I could only imagine the worst scenario. I turned over in bed without a sound so that I wouldn't wake Lucas, but the bed shook slightly. Curious, I raised my face from under the bed sheets. Lucas, who should have been asleep, had his back against the bed. Next to him were piles of papers, and in his hand was a fountain pen to write with.
眠れるようになるまでそばにいます。
He knows. I'll be with next to you until you fall asleep. Words sounding like a whisper to himself.
私がここにいる限り君は絶対に大丈夫です。
It is sad that his hand's always on his throat because I assume that's just the sign that he's dying. He's dying, and his throat's sore. As long as I'm here, you'll be safe, Leah. I promise. I could see now. I sniffed a bit. Like I said before, you don't need to spoil me so much, Lucas. But thank you very much.
何のことでしょう。目が冴えてしまったので課題の採点に取り組んでいるだけですよ。
What do you mean? I'm simply grading some homework since I can't sleep either. You got a lot of papers there. He said, that's how teachers work, man. There's so much homework. After more time passed, I finally fell asleep around 3 in the morning. She really is me. He actually stayed next to me until I fell asleep completely. A few days passed. We continued our visits with Nadia and held classes at the facilities, but nothing had changed. As for Barreau, he didn't cause any more deaths, nor had there been any additional sightings of him. Still, I couldn't shake off my fears and kept waking in the middle of the night. Each time Lucas would sit next to the bed until I could fall asleep. What a great guy that I keep accusing of being a murderer. Then one night, as Lucas and I were going through the homework together from the orphanage to be graded.
おや、
Oh. The transmitter we borrowed from the corpse to maintain communication rang softly.
はい、こちらリュカです。
Yes, Lucas speaking.
あ、先生、彼女もそばにいるのかな？
Ah, Lucas, is Leah there too?
俺たちからかけるのは初めてだな。元気にしてるか？
Oh, that's the closest I think they've shown Hugo's face. You can finally like really see that he has the same turquoise eyes in the middle. I can't think of the word suddenly. Oh my gosh, pupils? His pupils are turquoise. I think it's the first time we've called from our end. How are you two doing so far? Eves, Hugo! I heard kind, familiar voices from the
クロード家
device.
で何かありましたか？
Did something happen with the Clyde family?
はい。忙しいアドルフに代わって、俺たちから状況と情報の共有しますね。
That's why we called on Adolph's behalf to share some information.
まずマティスですが、あの日からずっと部屋の中にこもってます。というよりも、前より症状が悪化していて、
Reasonable. Mathis has been holed up in his room since we last saw him. I think he might be getting worse.
信頼するジャンの呼びかけさえ聞こえてない状態です。
Not even his trustworthy butler, Sheen, is able to get to him.
ありゃブローに怯えてるってより、奴との本当の実力差を思い知って絶望してるって感じだな。
From the looks of it, he isn't scared of Barreau, but more discouraged by how much stronger he is.
自分じゃどうあがいてもかなわねえってあの一件で悟っちまったんだろう。
I guess that scene was more than enough to make him realize he's no match. That's horrible, and just when he was finally able to leave his room.
こればかりはね。俺も手料理を差し入れたりしてみてるんだけど。
Not much to do about it, honestly speaking. I've been cooking up some dishes and serving to him, but
それにも限界がある。先生、事件が解決したら坊ちゃんに面談でも何でもしてやってくれ。俺たちとジャンジャン。
we can only do so much. Lucas, if we can get this situation resolved, you mind checking in on Mathis? We're all out of ideas.
もちろん私にできることでしたら。
Of course, I'd be more than happy to help.
ひとまず今は無理をさせず最低限の食事と睡眠をとってもらうことだけを
But
考えて
first,
あげてください。
oh, actually, wait, I just noticed something. Is the shirt he was wearing earlier, is it like under the black thing underneath his top? Is it that shirt exactly? Now he has to get casual clothes on again so I can be sure. First, please don't pressure him. Just try to have him sleep and eat as much as he can. I could tell Eves nodded beyond the transmitter in confirmation. They then continued talking about the reliver technology used to bring Barreau back to life. According to what Sheen said when they finally got in touch,
リライバーの生産技術はこの国立研究所が独占している。他に一切の例外はなく、俺が許さん。
no one else has access. I won't allow it.
だがブローがリライバーとして蘇ったと仮定すると、
Assuming he
この研
did,
究所に所属、あるいは過去にしていた何者かが
only possibility is someone who was formerly associated with the Institute. Like Mama? Was Mama formerly associated with the Institute? Because she is old and writes letters to Sheen all the time.
廃棄予定だった古い装置を盗み出し、どこ
may have
か
stole the
で悪用している
equipment
可能性が最も高い
and。is using it illegally. I'm not fast forwarding, but I'm not really reading the flashbacks. Those were his thoughts on the matter.
ならばブローに協力している者が国立研究所の中に。
If so, then perhaps there's someone in the Institute assisting Barreau.
断言はできないけど、ひとまず怪しそうな人物を一通り洗ってくれるそうです。
He mentioned it's unlikely, but he said that he'll check if anyone suspicious among his staff to make sure. He said he will check for anyone suspicious among his staff to make sure.
そのブローにあの晩殺された被害者の一人の身元も分かったんだが。
Oh yeah, and we also found out who one of Barreau's victims were that night, but Hugo stopped for a moment. I could tell he was gathering the strength to somehow force himself to continue his sentence.
リライバーの実業家だな。一人暮らしで配偶者はなし。
Oh, I thought he was building up to something. The person was a reliver and a businessman who lived alone and had no family.
いや、厳密には過去にいた。 前に施設へ乗り込んできたドニって子供の父親だ。
To be specific, he had a family before. It's the father who barged into the orphanage for his kid Dennis. What did you do? Huh? You're kidding. You mean him?
しっかり
Leah, hang on. Lucas quickly held my back up as I started to feel dizzy. I didn't know him well, but he was someone I once spoke to. Just the thought of someone I knew being killed made me want to vomit.
ごめん、こんな話。君を怖がらせるだけだよね。でも当事者である以上は伝えないわけにはいかなくて。
Ooh, I'm trying to think. There is well, technically, I just watched a movie. It has Nicolas Cage, and I can't think the other guy's name. He's from Warm Bodies. And he became a member of a support group because he was doing it specifically to find victims for Nicolas Cage's character who played Dracula. But like, I'm trying to think of another example that's similar to that. Because like, Lucas was there. Lucas goes to these facilities. I'm still not convinced Lucas isn't involved, even though he's beautiful and lovely and super sweet. Because like, he was there. He saw this guy act out. He saw him acting a fool. Did he get put on a target list for that? Are they killing relivers? They never said if it wasn't specifically relivers only, or if it was like people and relivers. Because if you're a reliver before you get cloned again, you can't become a reliver again. So some people were saying like I haven't been backed up yet. So if you're only specifically targeting relivers, then this is Utopia. Hear me out. I have a theory. I'm sorry, we know this would only scare you, but we couldn't hold this information back since you two did know him before.
まあさすがにこれはあんたが呼び寄せた不幸じゃねえだろ。単にあいつの運が悪かっただけだ。気にすんな。
Hugo, there is no coincidences in this game. Seriously doubt it has anything to do with your misfortune. It was probably just bad luck on his part, so don't worry.
それに悪い知らせの後はいい知らせが続くってのがお決まりだしな。
Besides, you know it's common to follow bad news with good news,
お
right?
や何か朗報が
What's the good news?
はい。今回の件を受け、シアンさんも最低限なら支援してくれると言ってくれて。
That doesn't mean much. After the incident, Sheen said he would support us at the very least.
万が一、ブローに襲われた時に備え。
So if Barrow strikes,
おとりとなっている2人と警護担当、それから接触が多い関係者に無償でリライバー化の権利を与えるそうだ。
anyone acting as bait or a guard or anyone else closely involved in the case will be allowed to become a reliver at no cost.
Huh?
Huh? Then that meant if someone dies, then he'll revive that person to a reliver?
バックアップを取るためにも、なるべく早く研究所に来いって。
Yeah, so he said that we should head to the Institute right away to get ourselves backed up. Lucas doesn't want that. Lucas wants to die in 9
周辺の夜
months.
景を担当してる団員とマティス、ジャンを連れて行きます。
We're gonna take our guys handling the night shift along with Mathis and Jean.
あんたらの場合、該当する関係者はシスターと
As for you guys, I know you've got the sister at the orphanage.
あとはあれだ。先生には毎日会ってる妹さんがいいんだっけか。せっかくタダなんだし、連れて行ったら。
And what was her name again? Your little sister too, Lucas. Might as well since it's gonna be free, so
結構です
it's fine. A cold voice stopped Hugo mid-sentence. Hearing their surprise on the other end, the teacher calmly continued.
私とあの子は使い捨ての命など望まない
My younger sister and I do not want life that is expendable.
リライバーになどならない
We will not become relivers. Before Eves and the other could say anything, he quickly turned off the transmitter. Excuse me, maybe I want to be a reliver.
リライバーにだけはならない
Never become relivers. Lucas? About what you just said, like 2 seconds ago? Did he say what I think he did?
騙すような真似をしてしまい、申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry to not have to disclose this to you sooner. With that, Lucas reached out to a locked bookshelf. He then took out a familiar book.
私とナディアは、たとえ短くとも、人として生き、人として死ぬことを望む
Nadia and I may not live long, but we seek to live as humans and die as humans.
反リライバー団体、エクソシスト教団の信徒の一人です。
He's a murderer. I'm a follower of the anti-reliver group, the Society of Exorcists. It's time to leave. We have to go now. We can't stay here. Again, he has 9 months to live. There's no life for us. Nadia and I were born to reliver parents who lived in Chadis. Okay, so relivers can have kids. One a former royal guard, the other a teacher. My parents acknowledged each of their strengths and as proof married in a way that made them like sworn friends. They weren't in love, but we were born, so I assumed they got along, and we too got along well as a family. When my younger sister, Nadia, who looked just like me, was born, I was so happy that I was about to cry. Part of me thinks it's weird that relivers can have kids. Just random thought. Because they're human, and relivers are clones, and there's a difference between the two. Back then, I didn't have any particular thoughts or prejudice about relivers. I simply assumed that one day we would be like our parents and continue to revive forever. But that thought changed when I became a witness to a certain incident in Chadis. It was at that time when Nadia, who was born weak, was admitted into a hospital yet again. I went to the marché nearby so that I could find a gift that I could take to her. It was then that I saw a friend who was known as a brother who pampered and loved his younger sister in the same way that I dote on Nadia. But one day, he became a reliver. And there I witnessed him brutally beating his beloved younger sister to death. I went pale, seeing not only the brutality, but also how he
違
changed.
う。あんなのは私の友ではない。
No, he's not my friend.
騙された。リライバーとは延命じゃなく、偽物にされることじゃないか。
We're being tricked. Turning into relivers doesn't extend our lifespans, it only turns us into fakes. That hatred and disgust I felt when was the source behind why I came to deny relivers. But unlike me, my parents had blind faith in reliver technology. Around 8 years ago, since Nadia was born weak, every doctor who examined her told us that she could die any moment and didn't even look into it further. My parents therefore opted to extend her life by turning her into a reliver. But Nadia, as young as she was, sensed what it meant to become a reliver. She vehemently refused my parents' proposal. I too prioritized her choice, and after extended arguments after argument, I ran from home with her on my back to find a way to cure her for good. I'm going to say this again. She was 4 years old in this scenario. And that's too young to know what's good for you. It's also too young to know what's bad for you. But the fact that you're going to tell me a 4-year-old was adamant that she didn't want to live is weird. Just a little weird. Just a little. Just a tiny amount. Also, I don't think she should be allowed to kidnap a 4-year-old.
数年後、
A few years later,
私はバックアップを取らないままに、両親が亡くなったことを
I heard from
風
word of
の噂
mouth
で
that my
知りまし
parents
た。
passed away without any backups.
悲しくなかったと言えば嘘になりますが、
It would be a lie to say I wasn't sad, but
リライバー、偽物となった彼らに会わずに済んだことは良かったと
I was slightly relieved that we
少し
didn't need to see them as relivers,
安堵しています。
as fakes. I took a sip of my warm milk Lucas made for me as we sat across each other. What he just told me was so shocking that I wasn't sure if I understood him correctly. But what I did know was, if If you have no plans on becoming a reliver, you're gonna be dead in 9 months, so we can't date. Doesn't that mean you have a year? No, maybe only a few months to live? Before you die? His days were numbered.
はい。死にます。
Yes, death is inevitable. He confirmed it in a calm voice.
残していくナディアのことはカプシーヌ先生にお任せしているので大丈夫だと。
I've already asked Dr. Capuchin to take care of Nadia once I'm gone, so I do think everything will be fine. I couldn't just shout why. The truth that he would die soon rang through my head like clinging metal. Not just him. If his parents wanted them to extend their lifespans by becoming relivers. Wait, Nadia too? His nod expressed his sorrow. Why hadn't I noticed? I never thought of what it meant that Nadia spent every day and night at that
あ
hospital.
の子が抱えるのは呪いとはまた別の名前もついていない不治の病。
In her case, it isn't the curse afflicting her, but rather an unknown terminal disease. He said that the symptoms were similar to those of the curse, but with a big difference. The disease prevented her muscles from developing, and she couldn't even stand. Her bones were rotting from the inside, and the organs required for breathing and eating were having functional problems. Complications also put her at risk of dying from even the common cold. The technology of this country was unable to cure her, and her speaking was already a miracle. So even if she continued to receive medical treatment, it wouldn't be for long. He ended his explanation by sadly saying she faced discrimination from the unusual nature of her illness being so unlike the curse. Horrible. I never knew she was fighting such a disease.
ですが何も兄弟ともども全てを諦めているわけではありません。
But it's not that we have to give it. Ooh, I can't speak suddenly. But it's not like we have given up hope just yet. It will be so sad if Lucas dies and then Nadia dies literally after his death. I kind of feel like that might happen. Because if the doctor's saying her stuff's getting worse and he's, again, got like 9 months to live, and they're both really good at hiding their pain. Oh, gosh. He said it as though to recenter himself.
少しでもあの子が長く生きられるようカプシーヌ先生と共に打てる手は全て打っていますから。
Also, what kind of life is that for her to be like stuck in a room? Like, she is already depressed from it. And if her brother dies, which is like her literal lifeline, I don't know, she'll be happy either way. I've already am working with Dr. Capuchin so that she can live for as long as possible.
仮にリライバー化でその病気が治るとしてもナディアは絶対に受け入れないでしょう。
Assuming becoming a reliver can cure her disease, I doubt Nadia would accept that as an option. I don't know. She's got a friend. His name's Dot. That was because that she would lose her feelings for her brothers. That's not entirely true, though.
私たちは互いへの親愛を忘れないため人として生きて死のうと誓い合いました。
We swore to each other that we would live as humans and die as humans so that we wouldn't forget our love as a family.
この国に生きる人々からしたら私たちの決断はさぞ愚かなのでしょう。
Feels like a lot of people choosing this. I'm just saying. Like the other story was the same. I can only assume that the people of this land see us as fools making such a decision.
ですが
But
失う痛みすら感じられなくなるよりもずっといい。
it is a better choice than ending up numb from the pain of losing something precious.
たとえ短くとも私たちは人として生きていたい。
Even if our lives are short, we want to live as humans. I'm sorry, if you want to live as a human and your life is short, you should have been hitting on this girl a while ago. Like 9 months to live, and you're like, by the way, I have feelings for you. I noticed that my vision was blurred. Before I knew it, tears fell from my eyes into my cup, sending a splash into the air. I was so stupid. I had brought misfortune to everyone and learned how precious life truly was. Yet I simply assumed that one could just back themselves up and become a reliver. I saw dear life that could be lost, but not life that could be revived. I assumed those who opted into it could greet a new day without question. Again, everyone's different. Hugo is a great example of someone who's still a cool guy. Your mom, so nice and loves you so much. I didn't know what went through the minds of those who treated every second as special. I took a deep breath. I somehow forced the words, "Please don't die," back into my throat and roughly wiped my tears away. So then we need to get everything resolved right away so that we can spend as much time with Nadia as possible. I spoke with a shaking voice. I had personally never seen relivers as fakes before, but I knew I couldn't convince them based on what he just told me. I was probably just trying to satisfy myself, but I wanted to say words that would uplift them, not words of grief of their coming deaths.
君はやっぱり優しい子ですね。
You really are a kind
あ
soul.
りがとう。私たちの気持ちを否定しないでくれて。
Thank you, Leah. Thank you for not denying our
どうか
feelings.
私が死んだ後もあの子と仲
Dang.
良くしてあげてください。
Thanks, Lucas. Not if I die first. I ask that you please be a good friend to her after I die.
そして君自身も後悔のない選択ができますように。
And to you, I ask that you make a choice that you won't regret.
私は一足先に行き、君の人生と選択を
Dang.
見守ることにします。
To be clear, I have the same book you do, but I was given it by a doctor who was all like, "Here, take this. These people suck, and I don't want them to harass you." That means he thinks Lucas sucks. I will depart this world before you, so I'll watch over your life and the choices you make. That's so unfair, Lucas. You said that with such a bright and happy smile. Now I can't try to convince you not to die. I hadn't done anything yet. He was patting my head gently like before. With each stroke, I forced myself to hold back the tears from flowing out of my eyes. The warmth from the palm of his hand was telling me kindly that I did my best. I knew that it was just his usual gesture, but somewhere inside me, I wanted that gesture to have a special meaning. Doesn't matter if it's special meaning. He's dead in 9 months, girl. You gotta get over this crush. I see. Telling him about my feelings would only burden him. The feelings I have must be love. I wouldn't argue they're not, but that's fine. You've been with him for 4 days. Calm down. Perhaps all the crying had taken its toll, or maybe it was the sleepless nights. After drinking the warm cup of milk, I felt sleepy, so I tucked myself into bed before I even changed my clothes. I just picture her trudging to bed in what literally looks like almost like an S&M costume.
起きろ
Up.
起きろ
Wake up. My mind quickly awoke from someone's vigorously shaking my shoulders. I smelled a thick odor of iron. Someone's bloody. In front of my open eyes was... My husband is bleeding real blood? I didn't think Anku could. I've been holding my cup for like way too long. I need... Okay, wait a sec.
よかったまだ無事だったか
Good, you're still safe. Anku! The watchman of death from Hades stood in front of me with deep wounds across his body. I assumed he forced his way inside. The broken door had large amounts of blood around the edges. What's the matter? Why are you wounded? No, wait, we need to stop your bleeding.
心配いらないこの程度ならしばらくすれば自然と治るはず
Throat's bleeding? Don't worry. Wounds of this nature will heal naturally in time.
それよりも今すぐこの場から離れろ。
Now quickly, you must escape. Huh?
あの男、君の選んだパートナーが。
Keep screenshotting him covered in blood. Anyways, that man, that partner you chose, is Dane Anku. I quickly held Anku from falling as his consciousness slipped away. Is he Bro? Did we do it? The partner I chose, did he mean Lucas? Come to think of it, despite all the commotion, it didn't seem like Lucas was awake. Huh? Lucas? I looked around the room and saw that he wasn't here. He gave you warm milk to put you to sleep. He gave you sleeping medicine. He put you to sleep. I'm just making this up now. That's why you went to bed with your clothes on.
それよりも今すぐ
Sorry, we don't need to flashback that
あの
quickly.
男、聞け。
Man, if Anku is telling you not to trust somebody, get the F out of here. You probably did. I mean, there's a chance. It couldn't be. Did something happen while I was sleeping? I mean, I've watched that movie, so maybe. I had been having a hard time sleeping, but I fell asleep tonight of all times. Adolph and the others immediately came to mind, but the transmitter that should be on the table was nowhere to be found. What should I do now? First off, your boy said run, so that should be an option. That's not an option. We're still in chapter 2. This is a long chapter. Like, this is all chapter, like, there's 4 choices in chapter 2. Okay. We're gonna go outside and check because that oh, I'm stuck. My button's not working. That was weird. My button wasn't working. We're gonna go outside. I knew I shouldn't move on my own, but sensing that something terrible might have happened to Lucas moved me to attention. Okay, we're gonna restart for 1 second because I want to see if the other thing gets the flower blooming because it's what I've been working on. It's the flower of death, mind you, but stay inside. Ooh, no. It's a glitch. Huh. I will at some point go through all the choices, but I was going to go outside anyways because it's the closest thing to what Anku told me to do. Also, is Anku laying here bloodied on the floor? I knew I shouldn't move on my own, but sensing that something terrible might happen to Lucas moved me to attention. I can't call for help since it looks like the transmitter is missing. Even if I couldn't do anything myself, I should at least go outside and ask for help from the corpse doing their night rounds. I quickly bandaged Anku. However, I could somehow manage to get him up on the bed. That's because he's the watchman of death, or the gatekeeper of death. He's just so light. Lucas, please stay safe. Don't leave Nadia behind. I ran out into the night to search Cohen for the person I finally realized I loved. I don't think you should. I get these games. I play them all the time, but like, you're so quick to be like, I'm in love with this guy. Feels very Romeo and Juliet. I kept running and running through the silence when I heard the lost transmitter bleeping coming from out of the alleys. I looked around for a moment to make sure there was no one around. Lucas? Burrow? Hoping that my love was still alive. Girl, you need to quit that. I felt myself drawn deeper into the alley.
先生、深夜に悪い。もし寝てるなら、朝起きてからこの記録を再生してくれ。
Can you leave messages to this transmitter? Lucas, Lee, sorry to bother you so late. If you're sleeping, reply to this when you wake up in the
シアンか
morning.
ら連絡が来た。先日ブローたちに殺された被害者の身元の特定が終わり、
I just received word from Sheen. He was able to confirm who Burrow killed that
今ま
night.
で不明だった共通点も見つかった。
それは
He also discovered a commonality among victims, which is I'm going to go with they're relivers who currently aren't backed up. That is my thought process because that would make the most sense, except for the suicide ones. I think the suicide ones are not relivers.
リライバ
They were all relivers.
ー。奴は研究所に多大な出資をしているリライバーを狙って観察している。
It looks like he's targeting relivers that are funding the institute. Something like, I don't know, someone that's part of the anti-relivers group might do.
マティスもお前も人間だからターゲットにはならねえだろうが。引き続き警戒を。
I doubt you or Mathis will be targeted since you two are still human, but keep your guard up. And I feel like that's a mistake. I think it's supposed to be y'all. An eerie red bloomed.
ああ、神よ。
Okay. Ah, God.
今宵もたくさんの悪魔を浄化し、御身のもとへと送りました。
Damn. Here we go for sure. I was able to once again purify these demons so that their souls can be sent to heaven.
どうか彼らが
I
今度
pray
こそ
for their souls.
道を違えぬ天使として生まれ変わることができますように。
That they will be reborn as angels and not make the same mistakes again.
Oh yeah.
Oh my. Oh my indeed. I knew that earring was evil.
こんな時間まで夜更かしするなんて。
To be out at such a late hour.
君はとっても悪い子ですね。
You really are a bad girl, aren't you? Oh my. Am I dead? Did I just die? Chapter 3. We did it.
その信託は導く者へと下る。
Well, that is definitely Lucas right there. A prophecy was issued to the torchbearer.
偽りの命を捨てよ。我が意向に悪魔を捧げよ。
Cast aside your false life, offer the demons to the divine light.
故に彼は部の契約を破棄し、刃を手に取った。
And so he broke his material contract and took a blade into his hand.
呪いからも見放されるほど、生きながら死ぬ儚い命を救うために。
He would evade the curse, all for the fragile lives that would eventually meet death. Now, like, imagine, though. Like, imagine, let's say, his sister becomes a reliver. The Prous family was given the rights to serve the royal guard due to unique circumstances. Our family was known for its strength, a bloodline gifted with extraordinary power. Each generation was blessed with muscles so superhuman that they could crush stone with their bare hands. One could easily see that was true just by looking at my father, who was as large as a bear. But I, Lucas Proust, took after my mother's feminine beauty, and yet...
また物を壊してしまった。
Not again, I can't control myself. Nearly everything I touched, including walls, could be damaged by just a light tap. He is a vampire! That's so vampire! I was blessed with abilities far exceeding anyone in the Proust family, strength that did not suit my outer appearance. Those born in my family had a difficult time controlling their strength, and many were unable to live a normal life. The Proust family's special training regimen was derived from a book purchased from the Drifter detailing the techniques of the unique martial arts from the Far East. Assassin and a vampire. Proven. So I was right about the book. So he also has a book. So that probably means that Eves also has one of the books, because this is very conveniently so. Interesting. Applying this training allowed us to properly control our strength, leading our family into employment as soldiers for the royal family. But my parents turned their back on our family's tradition for a particular reason.
リュカ、お前には私をも超える武の才能がある。
My stars, Lucas, you possess strength beyond my own.
だからお前は弱く良き者を守れる矛になりなさい。
Which is why you are to become a weapon to protect the innocent and the weak.
わかりました。この力、決して使い方を誤りはしません。
It's like a literal superhuman here. Understood. I promise I will not misuse my powers. Scout's honor. I was born in Chadis. Though we were not wealthy, I was moved to Cohen in order to protect the people and maintain public order. But I did not like to fight. It was painful to know that the training I underwent was transforming me into some inhuman beast. Furthermore, I resisted the idea of causing harm to others. I respected my mother, who educated children and wanted to walk the same path as she did. I went along with my father's orders and trained to become a soldier while waiting for the opportunity to go against his will. That opportunity arose 12 years ago, when I kidnapped my younger sister at the age of 4. A young life was born that day. A girl with hair, eyes, and facial features similar to mine. A normal girl who wasn't given our family's unusual physical strength.
この子は私の元へ降りてきてくれた天使だ。
She's an angel sent straight from heaven. Hear me out. Imagine this. Imagine he's not 22 years old and his sister isn't like a baby, but like not identical, but a twin. It'd be a little like ReZero, where like, look, there's 2 babies and one's super strong and the other one isn't. Like, he would feel more like I took her power and made her weak. I feel like if they had been like twins. Just a thought.
Nadia, 私の大事な妹。
It's more like your child. You've kidnapped this baby. Nadia, my dear younger
これ
sister.
から先、何があっても、兄様があなたを守ってあげますからね。
From now on, no matter what, your brother will protect you. From that day forward, Lucas Sprouts. He's a Sprout brother now. Lucas Proust was the brother of Nadia Proust. But my dear little
この子
sister.
生まれながらに死んでるよ。生かせば生かすほど金を消費するだけだ。
This child will not grow to adulthood. You'll only waste money trying to keep her alive.
どうしても死なせたくないなら、ある程度育った後に死なせて、リライバーとして蘇った方が安く済む。
If you really want to keep her, if you really want to keep her like she's a pet, you can raise her just long enough to begin the reliver process while she's still young. She was born with a body completely opposite that of the Proust family. As if scoffing at my promise to her, every single doctor I met would give the same diagnosis, that she was going to die. Speaking of ReZero, I think this character is from ReZero. Is he? Because that'd be funny. It's been a minute since I watched that movie. You know what? His outfit does kind of have like that main character's vibe, the girl. In an instant, her breathing would stop. The next, she would be breathing again, as if something was still bound to her, as if something still bound her to this world. Live, die, die, live. Dying and living again and again. She had more near-death experiences than life experience. Her disease only kept her alive to die again. She elicited pity and discomfort in others. if I should be worried. It sounds like someone's outside banging something. Kind of sounded like fireworks. I don't know. Grr. Hi to all the beautiful people watching. Aw, thank you, Sleazy. Her disease only kept her alive to die again. She elicited pity and discomfort in others. That was the life of Nadia Proust. But it started again. I'm a little uncomfortable.
私兄様に頭を撫でてもらうの大好き
I like when you pat my head.
私もあなたをこうして撫でてあげるのが大好きですよ
I like
Nadia.
patting your head too,
今
Nadia.
日も
And
生きていてくれて
murdering
ありが
people.
とう
Just a little bit.
お
Thank you
薬
for
を
being alive again
いっ
today.
ぱいいっぱい頑張って飲みましたね
You did a good job drinking all that
いつか
medicine.
きっと兄様と一緒にお外に遊びに行きましょう
Let's go outside and play one day when you're better, okay? Okay. I loved my sweet younger sister who lived her life without regret or despair. Still, how many years had passed since she lived with this unknown disease? It was around then that I realized that relivers were what relivers were really about. Of all people, my fake parents were tired of caring for her.
ナディアをリライバーにして救う
Were saving Nadia by making her a reliver. They sought to make her a reliver. They said that she would be rid of her disease and be healthy when she revived. The idea made me sick to my stomach. I can wave too. They were going to ignore all the suffering Nadia went through and turn her into a fake. How could they be so cruel to such a small, precious life, to their very own blood? I couldn't approve of their idea at all.
兄様が大好きな気持ちと
I love my big brother.
兄様に撫でてもらった髪なくしたく
Wait, she said God. I love when he pats my head. I don't want to forget. Nadia also refused our parents' idea. She muttered words of defiance, even while feverish, so I took her and ran away from home. I believe there must be someone in this country, anyone at all, who would fight to save her life. We moved from one place to another in an effort to escape our parents and look for the doctor who would be our savior. But her disease appeared more serious than the curse that shrouded this country. Just turn her into a reliver. That was the cold-hearted refrain I heard again and again in response to my plea. Not a single doctor even attempted to save Nadia. Worse, not one of them saw her as a form of life in the slightest. I felt that God had forsaken us. Just as I was about to break from the despair of life being seen as something trivial, there he is, I'm gonna assume.
ようやく見つけた。君がリュカ・プルースト君だね。
I finally found you, Lucas. Is it Proust? I am not, if it's very clear, good at French vocabulary. I have not been taught it. If their names were Japanese, I would be halfway there. But they're all French, and pronunciation and certain letters are pronounced differently, and I get confused. I found you. I presume.
もう大丈夫だよ。私たちと共においで。
Don't you worry. You can come with
きっ
us.
と我らが神がその子を救ってくださる。
I'm sure our God will save her life. Kami?
神
God? I encountered the previous minister of the Society of Exorcists. The one that actually cared about the society. He said he was a servant of God and told of a prophecy that Nadia must be saved. Seeing that Nadia was fighting to survive, he quickly led us to his new hospital. At first, I was wary of him and his followers, about whom I knew nothing, but a miracle occurred that blew away any suspicions I had against them. He approached a certain reliver who was captured as a criminal He then gouged his chest and killed him right beside Nadia, who was near unconscious. Suddenly, dude, I know I kept saying that he's killing people and ripping out their hearts and giving them to his sister. I was joking a little bit. After all the other doctors gave up on her, Nadia's condition finally started to stabilize. The minister smiled gently as I stood in shock at the sight occurring before my
いかが
eyes.
かなこれが信仰の力。神
See,
の御業だよ。
this is the power of faith, the divine work of God. Okay, new theory. I wasn't joking at all about that theory. I thought it was too extreme, honestly. I was like, he's just ripping out people's hearts and giving them to his sister. I assumed he was killing them for like the religious part, like they're unclean, they're dirty, whatever. I did not actually think, like, right next to her, next to his sister, they're tearing out a heart. Look, she's better. Here's another ad I want to put on this theory is perhaps they're keeping his sister sick intentionally because he's so strong. Like, he's such a hot, strong guy. They want him to keep ripping hearts out. So they're like, look, she's sick. You're gonna have to go get some more hearts. And then they make her a little bit better. And then they're like, oh no, you gotta go get some more hearts now. She's dying. I think that's it. I think he's also being used now. Ugh. I mean, that's not gonna make it better. He's still a murderer. But like, he's a cute murderer. Ugh. Okay, see, this is the power of faith, the divine work of God.
君の妹は我らが神に選ばれた尊き
Your
人間だ。
sister is a precious life chosen by God.
君が神を信じ、献身を捧げ続ければ、神はきっとナディアにも加護を降り注いでくださる。
Have faith and offer yourself to God. I am sure our God will bless Nadia with divine light. I expect some messed up stuff when I saw trigger warnings about this game. I was like, no other Atomi game got this many trigger warnings. I would argue Amnesia has some definite trigger warnings. Actually, if you've ever played Norn 9, I played that so long ago. It was way before I was streaming games. And I feel like all of the guys at some point in that story, there was like one choice you could make and they'd kill you. And I'm somehow supposed to be like, oh, that was just a bad route. Let's go a different route. Now I'm supposed to believe this guy ever could fall in love with me and we would be happy together. Dude, this is dark. This is a dark game. I like it. It's very dark. Oh gosh. Have faith and offer yourself to God. I am sure our God will bless Nadia with divine light. Offer myself. One guy that I hate so much of Amnesia, is it the blonde that locks you in a cage if you tell him you have amnesia because he's trying to protect you? If it's to save Nadia, I'll do anything. Yep. Yeah. He was the worst one. I didn't enjoy that story at all because of how many different routes he ended up hurting you on. The Joker, I could forgive the Joker because the Joker was being tormented as well. So his brain was broken and he can't help that sometimes he'd literally kill your character. He couldn't help it. His brain was broken. But that guy, murder, straight locked you in a cage. You're my pet now. I'm like, no, there is no happy ending if this is an option for this guy. Even if you give me a good ending, he's terrible and I hate it. See, I forgive the Joker because, like, he couldn't help it. Like, he was torn up about it even when he did it because he didn't want to die, but he knew him or her had to die in every route they came into each other because she died in his original life. And, like, that's just so sad. That was sad. That was romantic in a creepy way. The other guy, terrible. Hated him. I want to show my faith to your God. I sought salvation from the minister.
簡単なことだ。神にあだなす敵を撃て。
You hurt Anku though. It's quite simple. Smite God's enemies.
我らが神は人の魂を模倣した悪魔。
Demons that mimic the souls of humans. Dude, does that mean Mama's in danger around this guy?
歪んだ性に執着するリライバーの醜い魂が輪廻を繰り返すことで、その身を汚されてしまっている。
One other note about Amnesia, I never played the DLC, so I was thinking of playing Amnesia again from the beginning so I could get to the DLC. That way I could stream the whole thing, but part of me didn't want to because of how much I disliked that blonde guy. I don't remember his name. I think he was the Spade. I could be wrong. I know they were like all cards. Our God knows that those who seek salvation as relivers do so by clinging to their twisted lives and becoming more and more impure.
だから君には
I've
そ
seen
の汚
Sheen.
れの勉強、
I am
悪魔た
totes
ちを
with the
浄化し
relivers.
正した上で天に返す仕事をしてもらいたい。
I'm sure this has some deeper meaning into like actual philosophy and stuff because a lot of these games do, but like if you don't want to be a reliver, don't be a reliver. If you want to be a reliver, great. If you become a reliver and you commit crimes, not good. People say that Toma is better in later X crowd. No matter what, I still hate him. Exactly. Here's the thing. And I always kind of like keep track of how many times a character hurts me in a story, because if there's a chance that that character hurts me in any of the storylines, like no matter the deviation, I don't like that character. That's why in Paradigm Paradox, I didn't like the black-haired guy who had his sister who was being mean to me. Because he knows I'm a girl. He knows I'm just a gentle soul. And then he started trying to hurt me. The only person I excused on that was the pink-haired guy who's... I'm bad with names. You might be able to tell. And that's because when he attempted to hurt her, it was in a defensive moment. He was realigning himself. Like he was like, this is over. This isn't going to work. And he was seeing her as an enemy, like in battle, not as like a person. Was it? But he still hurt her, so it still counts against him. So we'll see. I'm really curious how this one's gonna go. When you want to fight the source of evil, purge the land of demons and return them sinless back to the heavens.
リュカ・プルースト君、我が国の武を司る一門の子よ。
Lucas Proust, child of our country's family of strength.
どうか我らのために、そして君の妹のためにも、その力を振るってはくれないだろうか。
We ask for our sake and your younger sisters that you use your powers for the greater good. There was only one answer to his request. If it meant saving my dear younger sister,
我らが神の望むままに。
the world is glitching now. Oh goodness. Understood. In the name of God's will, I would embrace any chance of a miracle. After proof of my servitude, I was to offer the hearts of the demons to the heavens and strike them with a dagger as punishment. A ritual of purification to show my faith in God. Looking away a second, not the glitches. Yeah, they're coming back. I'm not sure how his glitches work because the other ones were because the kid was an AI, basically. A ritual conducted by Barreau. They've admitted it. He's Barreau. The process involves Barreau offering the hearts of demons to the heavens and stabbing the victims in the chest with a dagger to signify punishment for their sins. Since then, if Nadia's symptoms worsened, I would follow the minister's instructions and purify the demons again and again. Each time, Nadia would recover and remain in this world. My deeds were all to my beloved sister, so my beloved sister could live as a human as long as possible. And for that, I would overcome any trial with the strength of my soul. I give him props. He's a murderer, but he has a cool sister, and I get that. Is he telling me this? Where am I?
私が浄化さえ続けていれば、ナディアは神が奇跡によって助けてくださる。
a cool looking room. What is that? Is that like a pod over there? It's so dark on my screen. Let me get real close. What is this? It almost like a boat. What is that? I like the oh, is this a church? Oh, this is the church. Now I'm kind of scared of him. Nah, he would never hurt me. He's in love with me. I'm in love with him. He's ripping out the hearts of people to save his sister. It's just a love story. As long as I continue to purify, God will save Nadia through another miracle.
力ばかりを持て余すこの忌まわしい体に
His little bloody
こん
hands.
な使い
His
道
little
があったと
fang.
は
I never knew the strength of my cursed body would be used for such a purpose. He just dragged me here. Seeing him clasp his hands and offer a prayer to the heavens sent a chill down my spine. Just to be clear, Anku showed up bloody and was like, "Hey girl, GTFO." And I did not. After seeing him covered in blood from gouging out the hearts of a reliver, I lost consciousness and awoke in a dark place with my body restrained. From the look of it, it seemed my hands were tied behind the chair I was sitting on, and in front of me, my teacher was talking about his terrifying ritual while Dr. Capuchin stood behind him with an air I'd never seen before.
これでもう理解しただろ?
I'm sure you understand now. Capuchin, I knew you were evil when you glared. I swear, if Lucas says you're not scared of me, right? I'll literally say, yeah.
歴代教祖我らに神の声が起きる
It's funny that I would like crave the cliche. It's like he'll hurt anyone but me because he loves me. I'm trying to cross my legs. Hang on. I'm weak. Each time the presiding minister heard God's voice, he sent a messenger to those deemed evil to have their souls purified.
Bro, Lucas Proust.
Capuchin, I thought you were a chill dude. I mean, I kind of had a sense. They don't give you those squinty evil eyes for nothing. And you shit up on the beach when I was on the beach and didn't have a good excuse for it either. I remember. The one carrying out God's will is Prous, Lucas Proust. Executioner, indeed. Prous, number 3. The true identity of the criminal killing revivers was found out to be Lucas Proust. We've been saying that since day one. Lucas Proust, he works as Prous and a member of the Society of Exorcists, which sees relivers as demons. As ordered by his minister, he acts as an agent of divine punishment to purify these demons. Dr. Capuchin chuckled. As his shoulders shook with glee, I could hardly see him as a doctor anymore. In his hands was the heart that Lucas gouged out. Wait, is it? No, his hands are clean. Of that reliver back in the alley. My head ached and my ears rang. I didn't know it was Lucas. You really didn't think it was Lucas? We were joking about it since day one. We did the side-by-side comparison. As if denying the sight before my eyes. Wait. I somehow forced myself to speak, hoping that what happened was a lie. So what about when Prous was fighting Lucas and when he died from the acid?
あれらは教団が用意した偽物です。マティス君と君が浄化を目撃し、
He looks
ている間に
lovely with those
入れ
gloves
替わ
on.
りました。
And I quite do enjoy the blood on his wrist. It's very cute. It's a very becoming look for him. Those were fakes prepared by the society. We switched places after you and Mathis witnessed the purification.
彼らの素性や素顔は私も知りませんが、なかなかの逸材でしょう。
It was obvious. It was, yeah. Well, because he also mentioned during the second fight before the acid that the person fighting them wasn't acting as, oh gosh, what's the word? His movement wasn't as good as Lucas's had been, and that they injured him for the first time ever. So that's like, that was like your clues, I guess, that it wasn't the actual guy. I don't know who they were, but they did it pretty well, didn't they?
私が死んだ後はぜひ彼らにこの使命を継いでもらいたいものですね。
Once I die, it'd be great if others like them could carry on the mission.
検討しておこ
I'll consider it. Everything I was hearing now, the horrors were slowly destroying the hope and trust I had built in them over time.
う。それにしても、よりにもよって彼女に浄化の瞬間を目撃されてしまうとは。不注意ではないかね。
I must say, I can't believe she also told him about Anku. You went to this guy and said, I met the gatekeeper of death, and this guy is the bad guy the whole time. I must say, I cannot believe she saw you conducting the purification. You need to be more careful, Lucas.
申し訳ありません。
I'm truly sorry.
睡眠薬を飲んでいただいたので、しばらくは起きないと思っていたのですが。
I had to drink some medicine to sleep, so I thought she wouldn't wake up. But it seemed she awoke by an unexpected visitor. Things began to make sense. I was so frightened by Prous from the first night that I stayed with Lucas, which meant my existence must have been a nuisance to him when he wanted to leave to kill the relivers. So in order to make things happen, he stayed by my side if it's to protect me. That warm milk and his gentle reassurance was only an act. I could feel nothing now, not even anger.
ああ、君の周囲を嗅ぎ回っていたという不死の青年か。
I wish we listened to Anku. I know! Listen, there's a reason he's voiced by one of the sexiest men alive, okay? It's because he knows things. I actually don't know what he looks like in real life, but I'm sure he's gorgeous. You mean the undying man who stalked you?
しかし、にわかには信じがたいな。私は最後、君が処分する瞬間しか見ていないのだが。
I find it hard to believe. Is that really the same man I've seen you dispose of?
信じられないでしょうが、事実です。
It's hard to believe, but it's the truth.
私が銅をなぎ払ったそばから肉体を再生し肉薄してきましたから。
That's because you can't kill the undying. I cleaved his body in half, but he kept regenerating over and over again. My body shook at the words undying. Dispose? What did you do to Anku?
アンク？ああ、なるほど。彼が君の語っていた冥界の番人とやら。
Just trying to think how these guys have a good ending. Anku. I see. He must be that watchman of death you mentioned before.
怖がることはありませんよ。
There's no need to be afraid now.
君と私を執拗に追ってきた死に抗う。
That terrifying, immortal monster who relentlessly pursued us is gone now.
私が100に切り刻み、とある場所に
I sliced him into pieces and buried his remains. I somehow held back from screaming. What probably happened was, after I woke up and sought help, Anku must have chased after me into the alley, but he probably didn't stand a chance against Lucas's powers. No need to be afraid, sir. Did you look at a mirror? It was then that he died a horrible death. I don't think Anku's dead, girl. You can't kill that guy. He literally, like, evaporates in front of you, and his blood tastes like honey. So, he's fine. For my sake, it was my fault. So you're going to kill me in the same way now that I know your identity? In response to my despair.
まさか私の大事な天使である君を浄化するはずがありません。
Oh, he called me an angel. I'm an angel. Of course not. I would never purify my beloved angel. He denied it with such innocence. Huh?
私はよほどの悪い子でなければ
Don't want to be
人間
around
を浄
him.
化しません。
So things like, I want a bad guy. And then you're like, Maybe like not that bad. I will not purify a human unless they are a bad person.
現にイブ君たちと戦った時は傷を負わせるだけに
Don't you remember that I only
とどめ
tried
てい
to
たでしょ
injure Eves and the others before?
君をこの本部へと連れてきたのは我々の真の目的を教え
God, you gotta kill me. You can't let me out of here. I won't be on your side. You murdered Anku. You murdered my kitten. How could you? The only reason I brought you to our headquarters is because I wanted you to learn and understand our true objective. True objective? Capuchin spread his arms wide.
では改めて紹介するとしよ
Lucas, just kill me. Just impel me, please. Now then, an
う。
introduction.
ようこそ我らエクソシスト教団の本部へ。
Welcome to the headquarters of the Society of Exorcists. I knew that name literally meant, killing. I knew it. The area suddenly lit up. Oh, someone's here. A shriek cut through the darkness. Help!
もうれた。俺の体、これ以上持たない。
This sounds like gurgly, bloody voice. Like, that's intense. No more. My body, I can't keep. At the center of a large amount of equipment were followers of the Society of Exorcists wearing clothes just like Capuchin. They forcibly pushed one of the men into a large device. They observed him screaming in agony as though they were looking at some object. I felt like something was strangling me. My scream let out the fear I had been suppressing deep down.
ここは数代前の教祖が病院のはるか地下深くに作り上げた施設でね。
This facility was built under the hospital by one of the previous ministers.
忌まわしき国立研究所で行っている死の呪いに耐えうるリライバーの生産とはまた別に。
Why that abominable institute seeks to produce relivers in order to defy the curse of death.
今ある肉体を強化することで延命する方法を探し、日々こうして研究に励んでいるのだ。
I love assassins, but Lucas, something about him, I'm scared. I think it's the concept of how he's decided to be a murderer that probably is eerie. Because it's one thing to be like, I want to protect my sister. And this is the only way I can protect my sister. And like, it's murder. It's murder. But like, it's justifiable murder in his mind because he would rather have his sister than these people he doesn't know. But that's not what he's doing. He's killing people because he thinks they're less than human for being relivers. And I think because of that, it's like treating people like they're not human makes him inhuman himself. I think that's why it's creepier. At least that's how it feels to me. Because it'd be one thing to be like, this is the only way I can save her, I gotta save her. But that's not it. We instead have been tirelessly researching ways to extend our lives by strengthening our current bodies.
とはいえ純粋な人間にご協力いただくわけにもいかないので
Is that me? That said, we can't have those who are pure of heart assist us with our research.
私が奪ってきた心臓から血液を抽出しそこからやむなく悪魔を複製して
Which is
実験に利
why
用しているわけですが
we're improvising, using the hearts and blood I've extracted to clone those hideous demons to use as specimens.
その副産物の一つがあの病院で受けられる優れた治療。
The byproduct of our experiments led to advanced medical treatments at the hospital. Okay, there is a short film I love. I sometimes I forget the name of it and then I have to go and Google it. And it's a bunny with, I remember the artist was really popular for this. She had the creepiest face ever on this bunny's face. And I think it was called creator, something like that. And it's a story about this bunny who's sitting here making another bunny. And at the very, very end, the other bunny becomes sentient and the creator disintegrates into like nothing. And all that is left is the instructions on how to make another bunny. And so that's how it ends. It's beautiful. It's stop motion. And I would imagine with their way of doing things here where they want to live a normal life, so they all die at 23, that's kind of how they are, because they have to recruit young. If you die at 23, they're probably recruiting 16, 17-year-olds to learn and do this stuff. And I'm going to go down with Lucas is like the leader of that, because he's a teacher, but he is slowly convincing all these kids that they want to die at 23. Because I kind of got that vibe the last couple times he was having conversations about being a reliver versus being a pure soul. He had 3 kids literally say, you know what? I'm going to die a normal life. The byproduct of our experiments led to advanced medical treatments at the hospital. So they were fighting the curse of this land and exterminating the so-called demons, the true objective of the Society of Exorcists and their way of salvation for the people. Ahem. Society of Exorcists, Excerpt 2. A group seeking to fight the curse by strangling the human body to last beyond its limited lifespan. In order to conduct their experiments, they had been creating test subjects using the hearts of relivers, whom they see as demons. And by taking their hearts, they're not able to be relived, because you can't relive if you're missing any body parts, which is kind of messed up. Oh, he's blushing. Look, Capuchin's so happy right now. Look at that guy. See, a wonderful plan that seeks possibilities within real humans. Cloning demons. Their words were pure madness. I slowly looked at the sea of blood being used for their experiments. I then noticed a certain reliver screaming in agony. Isn't that Dennis's father? He should have been dead, but he was revived and screaming in agony in a mutilated body. Despite hating relivers, they were creating them simply as expendable for their experiments. Anger and disgust rose inside me. That's horrible. How are you able to do such cruel things so easily?
ひどいこと？何がでしょうか?
Horrible? What do you mean? Lucas didn't seem to understand why I was angry with what they were doing. No matter how loud Dennis's father screamed, Lucas's voice and eyes showed neither guilt nor joy from the reliver's agony. I would have denounced him without hesitation if this had been done out of sadism. If this was done out of sadism, can't have. Doctor, I thought was cool, especially 2 certain characters trying to escape. Now you blushin', please get some help. But could it be that he didn't see relivers as living beings? But he preached to me and the children about the sanctity of life. This is so wrong. He's gone insane.
では、先生？いえ、教祖様。予定通り彼女の身は私が預かって構わないでしょうか。
Doctor? No, minister. May I take care of her as we discussed?
ああ、君の寿命もいよいよ残りわずか。最後に悔いが残らないよ
う。I'm concerned by this statement. Your life is about to burn out, so may as well live the rest of it without regrets.
使命はしっかりとこなしつつ、彼女と穏やかな時を過ごすといい。
You are free to be with her as you please as long as you keep your mission.
ただし、万が一にも彼女が我々の志に賛同せず、君の正体やこの活動について外部へ漏らすことがあれば。
But if she doesn't agree with our mission and tries to disclose your identity or our activities to others,
心得ています。もっとも、彼女がそんな愚かな罪を
Lucas, I
犯
don't
す
like
と
you.
は思えませんが。
I understand. Of course, I doubt she would commit such a sinful act. His footsteps came nearer. Lucas was smiling brightly when crouched down to my eye level. He cradled my cheek with a blood-stained hand as I trembled with fear.
神が与えた試練に打ち勝ち続ける私の大事な愛しい天使よ
Now would be a great time for my curse to eradicate some things. I'm just saying. Lee, my dear angel who continues to overcome the trials given to you by God.
どうかこの命が尽きるその刹那まで
Please,
私とナディアのそばに
I wish this was the bloody hand, honestly. Please, until the very moment my life ends, I ask that you stay beside me and Nadia.
君はとてもいい子ですから
You're a good girl. You'll listen
先
to your
生の言う
teacher's
こと
wishes,
を
won't
聞い
you?
てくれますよね
Do I have a choice? Is this a bad ending? Is this already over? Is this shorter than I thought? Does he only have 3 chapters? We just talked about how much we didn't like being put in cages. I could hear the relivers screaming as the experiments continued. Remember how annoyed I was Jean? Now I'm annoyed with Lucas. I'm done. It's like, they're so pretty, but they're so evil. I was unable to do anything about it and ended up back at Lucas's house. Anku, who had been sleeping here, was no longer around. All that remained were bloodstains that I could only assume belonged to him. I was gently pushed by the shoulder into a space large enough for several people. There in the middle of the room was a large iron bird cage.
私の不在時や就寝時だけはこの中で過ごしてもらいます
My trauma with the cage's back. I don't think they actually showed her inside the cage in Amnesia. It was just, there was a cage. I will have you spend some time inside here while I'm gone and when we go to sleep.
逆に私がそばにさえいれば自由に過ごしていただいて構いませんので
As long as I'm around, you're free to do whatever you like. And that's because he's so strong and fast that he knows he can stop me from doing anything. Despite the unsettling words he spoke, Lucas looked as happy as usual. In fact, I almost felt like nothing had changed, that we were back to our peaceful daily life still. He's already my least favorite that quickly. It's a shame because he's beautiful.
君が血迷った真似さえしなければ
I wish they would have put him just like a slight bit over so that his nose wasn't being obscured by the bar. I hope you will not abuse your freedom. His low tone brought back memories of when I saw him with the blood stains that changed my image of him. We're gonna do that because I think I need that save to go back to that scene quickly. Alright. I trusted you. I trusted you all this time.
申し訳ありません私自身君に嘘を重ねるのは心苦しかった
Please forgive me. It was difficult for me to continue lying to you. What about Nadia? Oh, hit the wrong button. Actually, I was gonna... My brain said load it up for the other option. Lucas, I trusted you. I knew you were a killer, but like, you put me in a cage. Like... Let's check the other one, just in case the flower blooms better on that one. We might not have any flowers at this point. You tricked me. You were tricking me all along. I never thought the culprit I was trying to find was you. It must have been funny seeing me cower from Barreau's shadows. I didn't hold back knowing I could be killed.
それは
Suddenly his expression clouded.
いいえ言い訳をしたところで無意味ですね
Making excuses at this point is useless.
私の不注意で一度ならず何度も君に汚れた光景を見せてしまっ
Got just
たのは
a cute little
事
sweat
実ですから
drop Because of my carelessness, I exposed you to such gruesome sights on more than one occasion.
本当にごめんなさい。早く君の記憶からあの光景がきれいに消えればよいのですが。
I'm truly sorry. If only we could somehow wipe those images from your memory. I didn't want his apology. Why do you feel guilt over that? Don't you feel anything about taking the lives away from the relivers? He gave me Saint German vibes from Code Realize. I still like Saint, but Lucas, yeah, no. Actually, Code Realize I haven't played yet. That's another one on my list. I wanted to play it because they have a winter episode. For December, I was going to try and maybe do Winter's Wish because I think that one's Christmassy. We'll see. What about Nadia?
何も知りません。あの子はあくまでリライバー化を望まぬ意思表示のため教団に所属している。
I hope your sister becomes a reliver. I do. I just want her to become a reliver so that you have to think about your choices, my guy. She doesn't know anything. She's only associated with the society to show that she doesn't want to become a reliver.
ですからどうか君もご内密に。
So please keep it a secret from her.
あの子は優しい子ですから。相手が悪魔とはいえ、消滅させることに心を痛めてしまうでしょう。
They're not demons, Lucas. She's a very kind girl, so it would hurt her to know others were dying even if there were demons. Think about it, Lucas. Let's raise that mirror up. You're mad because sometimes relivers hurt people. You hurt people. I will tell your sister. I'm so good at tell your sister. I understood. I didn't want Nadia to know the truth either. Her kind and loving brother was actually a murderer who kills in order to save people. That's not saving people. That's that. The thought alone probably causes Nadia to collapse from shock. So I don't know. I don't know. He's stronger than Anku. Like, what? Before long, he apologized again as he closed the door of the cage with me inside. The sound of the lock clicking against the small prison rang coldly inside the room.
君に正体を知られてしまったことは予定外でしたが。
I didn't expect you to find out who I really was, but
人生最後の時を愛する者たちと共に過ごせるなんて、私はなんと
he's blushing again. How fortunate it is that I can now spend my final days with my beloved ones. I am so blessed.
これから私が死ぬまでずっと一緒ですよ。
We'll be together until my death, my very
私
own
の天使。
angel. Any love interest that locks MC in a cage or a room, instantly my least favorite. And physical abuse. But again, oh gosh, Mathis gets a pass on physical abuse because he's being manipulated with his brain. It's against his will. He smirked weakly as he looked through the bars of the cage. I'm going to sleep. Nothing I said would reach him. I sank down into the makeshift bed of blankets under me. My body and mind were tired and heavy. I just needed some rest.
はい。おやすみなさい。良い夢を。
Yes, good night. Sweet dreams. This is what you get for saying you love him. I mean, you run off into the street. Speaking of Mathis, how is he doing? I wonder. Apparently he's locked up in his room. Me and him have something in common. As he spoke, he lay beside the cage, covering himself with a thin bedsheet, unfit to stave off the cold. It seemed he had no intention of sleeping in the now empty bed. The wall clock ticked away in the silence. The place where I made such happy memories had become my prison. My heart ached with sorrow. I bit my lip in an effort to fight off the tears. The wonderful moments I shared with Lucas shattered loudly in my mind. All the kind things he said or did were lies to trick my foolish self. Lucas, he betrayed everyone who risked their lives to capture Barreau. He inflicted so much suffering. He killed Mathis's brother. He didn't do that, actually. I knew I didn't have the right to blame anyone, but I had to. I loved him too. A teardrop rolled down my cheek. I never thought I would learn such a harsh truth after realizing my feelings for him. But leaving Lucas like this will only create more victims. If his objective is to kill Relivers, then Mother, Hugo, Sheen, and the others are all potential targets. I also need to find out where Anku is buried. Gotta dig that guy up. Burns the pretty CGs. I need to kill my feelings. He wasn't my teacher anymore. The emotions I felt were simply an illusion. Oh, goodness. This poor girl. She has such a hard life. Speaking of brother, Camille, you still alive. Dang it. Ooh, it's so pretty. Around the same time, in one of the laboratories at the Institute on another sleepless night.
ついダメ元で彼女の髪の毛を数本もらってきちゃったけど
I got some of her hair just in case, but
やっぱり遺伝子疾患かこれじゃあ僕にはどうしようもないな
hers is a genetic disorder, which means my hands are tied. After analyzing a few strands of beautiful blonde hair, Dahat let out a huge sigh. Sheen, I need you, not you, Dahat. Dahat is so sweet though. He's got the weirdest, he doesn't belong in this game. He's the only one, I think, with like an odd colored hair. Like white to me isn't odd anymore. He looks like a sprite. He's a little fairy.
ほう、お前にしては珍しい研究テーマだな。
Oh, now that's an unusual topic for you to research. Suddenly, Sheen appeared and snatched the analyst. Oh my gosh. Annihilus. Oh, I can do this. I can say this word. This is my dyslexia and my brain just not wanting to say annihilus. Oh my gosh. Results from Nanalysis. I can't do it today. It's probably just too late for me.
何するんですかシアンさん返してくださいよ
Hey, what the heck are you doing? Sheen, give it back. Oh, I just thought of something. Is he the voice? Oh god. From Paradigm Paradox, is he the voice of the little loud blonde? The little angry blonde? That actually sounds like him. I can't think of his name. He's one of the bad guys.
ブローの捜査に関わってるんでしょ僕の個人的な研究に首突っ込んでる暇なんてあるんです
I got a speech problem, so understand. Thank you. It gives me anxiety because I will mispronounce things. I can sit here and stare at a word and know exactly what the word is. I could give you the definition and I can't say it out loud for some reason. I don't know why. I thought you were checking on Barreau. You don't have time to be bothered by my personal research, right?
廃棄機材の検索待ちだ。俺自ら動くことなどほとんどない。
I'm waiting for a report on lost devices, so there isn't anything for me to do now. I also love that this is how Sheen dresses every day. His buttons aren't buttoned right, so he always has like a permanent, I'm showing my pecs to people. His jacket isn't on all the way. Like, what is this guy? Sheen sipped on some coffee as he read the papers he just took.
で、これが前にお前が治療方法を聞いてきた患者の遺伝子が。
See, so this is the genetic data of that patient you were talking about
主
before.
な症状は筋力の激しい低下。いや、筋肉組織そのものが脆く、再生もされにくいのか。
Substantial decrease in muscle mass, or is the muscle tissue itself too fragile to regenerate?
なかなか悲惨な状態だな。これではあらゆる器官も派生でやられているだろ
Oh, he's back to posing. He's just here posing now. A pretty miserable state of affairs from the looks of it. I assume the patient's organs are simply affected.
シアンさんもそう思います。ちなみに治療方法に心当たりとか。
You think so too, Sheen? You wouldn't happen to know a possible cure, would you?
そんな都合よくあると思うか？やめておけ。
Oh
お前には
man.
無理だ。
Annihilate? Oh, can't do it. I'm still trying to say it in my head. If only life works that way, you can't do anything, so just forget it. As Dahat frowned at Sheen's response, one of the researchers who overheard their conversation raised his hand.
所長、副所長、遺伝子疾患とは何ですか？
Excuse me,
自分は初めて耳にしたのですが。
Director, Deputy Director, what is a genetic disorder? I've never heard of it before.
ああ、皆さんにはあまり馴染みがないかもしれませんね。
I don't blame anyone for not knowing much about it.
これもいい機会ですし、簡単にお勉強会しましょうか。
Since we have the opportunity, why don't we have a short lesson?
まず、遺伝子とは、生物の肉体を構成
This
す
is
る
the
最
X
小単位の物質
chromosome.
細胞の各内部に存在する
First of all, genes are the smallest units of hereditary that exist in the nucleus of each cell composing the body of life forms.
染色体という紐状の構造体に刻まれた生命の設計図にして遺伝情報
Do
とい
we?
うのは皆さんご存知ですよね。
You all know that chromosomes are thread-like structures that act as blueprints and contain a vast array of genetic information. Dahat used this system to specifically point out the helixes of the 23 pairs of chromosomes.
つまり僕らの髪色、顔立ち、体質などの情報はこの中にまるっと入ってるわけです。
In other words, the color of our hair, our face, our bodies, and all information can be found inside these chromosomes.
この情報がしっかり揃っていないと僕たちは人間として最低限の姿や健康を保つことができないわ
I
け
looked
で
up
す
the
ね。
voice actors for some reviews. Adolf has the same voice actor as Tokyo. Tokyo? Hang on, I have it right here. Let me find it. Is that the cute blonde? Oh no. Does it say their names? Of course she wouldn't put their names on here. Tokyo was the main guy, wasn't he? From the back. Oh, this one. That's Tokyo, right? First one. The dark-haired one. This has cards in it. That's a lot of work. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, he was one of my favorite ones from that story. That's neat. But he sounds like him specifically. The one, the cat. I don't know. He's kind of like the cat boy. I didn't like him because he was mean to my character a couple times. He hurt her intentionally because he didn't know how to play nice. And I just don't like that. It's not good. Without this genetic information, we wouldn't be able to maintain a normal, healthy state as humans.
で、遺伝子疾患とはその大事な染色体や遺伝子の異常、
Oh no, I need like a middle. Is that right? Is that about
病
right?
気の
Okay.
総称
Now, a genetic disorder is a general term for abnormalities and mutation in those very important chromosomes and genes. Let's open our glossary. A mutation in chromosomes and DNA sequences.
生命の設計図に生まれつきあるいは何らかのトラブルによって問題が生じてしまったといえばわかりますか？
I suppose another way of putting it is that someone is born with a defect in their blueprint of life. Like if a part of your helix was missing or broken. Hearing that, the researchers went pale.
それはかなり危険な病なのでは？
Wouldn't that be a deadly disorder?
ええ。だからこそシアンさんですら治療を無理だと言い切ったんです。
Which is why Sheen said that trying to cure it was impossible.
症状や病名はまちまち軽症で済むものもあれば
Some minor genetic disorders have been identified, but
生命活動に支障が出て様々な合併症を引き起こしかねない 重症化の例もあります。
In some severe cases, complications arise that significantly impair the quality of a person's life. As Sheen finished reading Dahat's analysis results, he spoke up.
この病があまり知られていないのは、大抵がそれを明らかにする前に国の呪いと混同されて死亡するか。
The reason it remains relatively unknown is that those who die are often assumed to have died from the country's curse of death.
重症化する前に気づかずリライバー化を行っているからだ。
Other times they become relivers before symptoms of their disorders surface in their original forms.
僕やシアンさんぐらいの研究者が見れば、かろうじてわかるんですけど、一般の研究者には発見しづらい病ですよね。
This makes sense in a way that if you only live to 23 and you get like a genetic disorder, unless it's a very severe one that like will kill you as a kid, a lot of the times people aren't diagnosed until like they're in their 20s with disorders and diseases like this. And sometimes it can take years just to get the correct diagnosis. And in this world, it's probably just not something they've really cared too much about. Researchers like Sheen and I are able to find them, but most others have a hard time discovering them in the first place.
で、この遺伝子疾患、何が怖いかというと、遺伝子そのものが病にかかっているので。
Now, what's scary about genetic disorders is that the genes themselves are affected.
傷やちょっとした病とは違い、リライバーになっても治らないんですよ。
Unlike physical wounds or diseases, genetic disorders can't be fixed by becoming a reliver.
全く同じ性質がクローン体にも引き継がれちゃうんです。
What happens is that person clones inherits the same genetic disorder.
ならば治療方法は
Should still be dying? What the heck? There's no cure?
少なくともこの国にはない。できるのはせいぜい対症療法程度。
Not in this country. At least the best we can do is slow the process. Sheen shot down the idea before Dahat could say that he was looking for a cure. Dahat knew Sheen's answer was better than acting on false hope. But the researchers decided to press on, wanting to know more.
社長、副社長、本当に治療は不可能なのですか？
Director, Deputy Director, are you sure there's no cure?
他の国ならばいざ知らず、我が国には遺伝子を自由に操れるリライバー技術があるでしょう。
We're not allowed to manipulate the genes. We're not allowed to play God like that. I can't speak for outside countries, but we have reliver technology. Doesn't that allow us to manipulate genes?
生命の設計図に問題があるのならば、クローンを作る過程でその遺伝子自体を作り直してやれば。
I picture like as a blood transfusion or like a bone marrow transplant. Can't something like that be done in the process? I'm just saying. My favorite side character is still gonna die. Nadia, my favorite character. I know. Actually, Mama's my favorite character because I would like to date her, but that's not an option. Is there a problem with the blueprint of life? Couldn't we simply modify the genes during the clone production process?
例え
And
ば、どうやってです？
how might we do that?
直接遺伝子を手術する。あるいは健康な他人の遺伝子を
Forgot
データに
Mama?
組み込
You
む
can't forget Mama. We could operate on the genes directly, or maybe we could incorporate genetic data from a healthy
ほ
body.
ら、よく所長も腕を4本に増やしてやると副所長を脅してらっしゃるじゃないですか。
I mean, doesn't the director sometimes threaten you when he's mad, saying he'll give you 4 arms?
あれはシアンさんなりの面白くない冗談ですってば。
That's just Sheen's sick sense of humor,
他
but
人の遺伝子や特殊な薬品を使えば編集自体は可能だ。だが
can be modified using someone else's gene and a mix of special chemicals.
適合しない他人の遺伝子を組み込んだところで支障をきたすだけ。
But it's pointless since genes are unique and incompatible and will only complicate matters. When the last two we saw Mother, probably chapter 2. Oh gosh, when was the last time they showed Mother? I don't even know if they showed Actually, maybe they did at one point. I miss
現
her.
にそんな愚行を犯した輩が過去極刑に処されているしな。
In fact, some idiot once tried something similar and ended up on death row.
昔いたんです。あなたと似たような考えで、呪いに耐えられる新しい人類を作ってやるとか言いながら。
Long ago, there was someone who thought, like you, he said he was going to recreate humankind to withstand the cure.
貧民街の子供をさらっては、秘密裏に悪趣味な実験を行っていた人。
He abducted children from the slums and performed disgusting experiments in secrecy.
は
What?
それを暴いたのは確かお前だったな。
Mother, Nadia, and Hugo, top 3 favorite side characters so far. Honestly, I thought Hugo was a dateable person when they first showed him. Because I was like, oh, he'll be the first person I go for. He's kind of bland. And then he wasn't dateable. And then I was offended. I was like, how dare you? You were the one who discovered his crimes, right?
はい。偶然深夜に出かけるのを見つけちゃって。シアンさんをやたらと敵視してた派手な髪色のオーティさんでしたっけ？
Yes, I just happened upon him late one night. Wasn't that guy who kept fighting you, the flashy-haired guy? Orty? Oti? Ritai? Was it?
秘密の研究所を見つけた後は三日三晩うなされたな。正直思い出したくなかったです。
You forgot the name of the guy you literally captured. Just say. I couldn't sleep for 3 nights straight after I found his secret lab. Honestly, I'd rather not remember any of it.
奴が作った人間もどきが所狭しと並んでいる光景はなかなか圧巻だった。
It was quite a scene for those half-human creations of his.
人間もどきとは
Half-human creations?
多分おってなっちゃうので詳しく聞かない方がいいですよ。
You'd probably puke if I told you, so let's just drop it. The Hot continued by asking Sheen what happened to that mad
国に引
scientist.
き渡した後のことは知らん。
Who knows, I handed him to the authorities.
だがと間違ってもこの遺伝子疾患を
You
自力で
never
治そうなどと思うな。
introduce something to the narrative without it having a reason. So there's definitely a reason they're talking about this guy. The Hot, don't even think of trying to cure that patient on your
俺
own.
たち科学者は命は消費物という意識が強い。
We scientists trivialize life by sacrificing living creatures.
傲慢なる人でなしだ。
We're selfish and cruel,
他人を救うことに己が才能を注ぐことはできない。
and we do not form attachments to saving individuals
無駄だ
because
からだ。
it's pointless.
シアンさんが言うと
It
すごい
sure
説得
sounds
力ですね。
convincing coming from you, Sheen. Oh no. Save her. I want her to live. Morning arrived after a sleepless night. I managed to pull up my heavy body.
おはようございます。少し早いですが、今日は私が朝食の用意をしてみましたよ。
Good morning, Leah. I know it's a bit early, but I prepared breakfast today.
君の作った料理に比べれば見劣りするでしょうが、そこは
You said I could
目をつ
wander
むっても
around
らえ
when
る
we're
と
here together.
助
Let
かり
me
ます。
out of the cage, my guy. It pales in comparison to the food you prepare, but I hope you can allow me some grace. The first thing that my eyes beheld upon waking was his smile behind the iron bars. I prayed and prayed last night for this to be a nightmare. Good morning. The sight of the iron bars proved to be the futility of the wish. I shook my head to come to my senses and accept reality. It seemed he really didn't intend on locking me in a cage except at bedtime or when he was away. He naturally unlocked the door and let me out. On the table was a breakfast that he prepared. I don't want to eat it. I don't want to eat his food. But I feel like if I don't eat it, I won't get the flour. I feel like I have to eat his stupid food. Eat cautiously. The dishes looked a bit disorderly, with the ingredients cut unevenly, which was interesting in its own way. I eat cautiously? Nope, didn't do it. Okay, I'm gonna reload and do it the other way. I'm not eating anything. Just kill me. Just end this. This is torture. She was technically tortured in the other one too. Don't eat. He likes it. Or the death flower likes it. I quietly looked at the food in front of me, unable to bring myself to try it. Not only do I have no appetite, but the bigger reason was that there was no assurance that the meal was safe.
失礼。
Pardon me. I braced myself for something to strike me. He simply took a scoop of my meal with his spoon and carried it to his mouth.
ほら、大丈夫でしょ。君の食事に毒など仕込んでいませんから、安心して。
See, it's safe. I didn't poison your food, so please don't worry. I felt a bead of cold sweat roll down my back at the fact that he knew I suspected him, but it seemed he had no intention of reprimanding me for my suspicion. He made an effort to show that the food was safe. If I refused now, there was no telling what he would do next. Don't eat the food! Why did I have a choice if you're going to eat it anyways? All right, then. I slowly began to eat my breakfast. I chewed on the food much more slowly than usual, washing it down with some black tea. I could hardly taste a thing. He's in his casual clothes, by the way, which I like, but I'm mad at him. He suddenly smiled happily instead of getting angry over how glum I looked while eating. Is there a problem?
食事を懸命に頬張る姿が小動物のようで愛らしいなと。
I was just thinking how cute you are doing your best to eat.
ほら、口元にソースがついていますよ。
Ah, look, you have some sauce on your mouth. Do not touch me. He reached out the same hand that he used to gouge out the reliver's heart to my lip. Fear forced my body to jerk back. Seeing my reaction, Lucas stared at me in surprise. My heart nearly stopped with fear. I can wipe it off myself.
そうですね。さすがに子供扱いが過ぎました。
Literally shaking my head. I can't stand him.
申し訳ありません。
He's a complicated individual. I give him that. Of course you can. I suppose I'm treating you like a child. I apologize. Fearing that his surprise would transition to rage, I hurriedly told him the reason. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment and...
そうだ。今日は完全なお休みにして散歩にでも行きましょう。
It's just that you're a murderer and that's your murdering hand. Is that what she said? Like she said she told him the reason. I know. Why don't we take the day off and go for a walk? I can go outside.
ええ。国から下されたおとりの任務はまだ解けていませんから。むしろ可能な限りいつも通りの日常を過ごす必要がある。
This effing guy. What? The royal decree is still in effect, so we must spend our day behaving as normal as possible for you to act as bait. Boy, you're the
どこ
trap.
か希望する場所はありますか？
Is there any place you would like to go? Yeah, where did you bury Anku? I'd like to dig him up and put all his pieces back together. I love that man. I understood that he meant I could go and see anyone, but needed to hide my captivity. Still, most people held captive aren't given the option to go anywhere they want. Wasn't he thinking that there was still a possibility that I might try to get help? But if he really wasn't thinking about that, I might be able to use that to my advantage. The longer I took, the more lives might be lost to the person in front of me. Ooh, go to see Adolphe or go to see Mother? If you don't mind, let's go see Mama. Should I not go see Mama? Should I protect Mom from this guy? Oh god, I don't know. First, we contacted Adolphe and Yves and apologized for disconnecting during the transmission yesterday. We told them we wanted to hold off on the reliver process due to the risk of becoming the next target. Is that the wrong choice? It didn't give me an option. Should I see if it does anything different if I choose Adolphe? Let's see. I want to go see Mama. We're going to go back to Mom instead. I miss her beautiful face. Okay. It doesn't affect either way. I don't know. After that, I asked her to return to the orphanage and report to Mother that I was safe. Mother is better. I miss her. I miss her too. There she is.
変わりないみたいでよかったわ。
Lee, I'm so glad to see you're okay. I'm glad you're okay too, Mother. I heard Barreau was targeting relivers. Has anyone strange appeared around
今
you?
のところは大丈夫よ。
Like
自
that
警団の
guy?
皆さんもこまめに巡回してくださってるし。
Dude, if you kill my mom, I will never forgive you. That's what she should say. Things have been fine so far. The Corpse Patrol unit have been very diligent in keeping watch over this area.
リュカ先生、この子がお世話になっています。ご迷惑はおかけしていませんか？
Lucas, thank you very much for looking out for her. I do hope she's not causing you any trouble.
いいえ、まさか。むしろ、美味しい料理を振る舞ってくれるので、
How dear.
食生活が充実したぐらいですよ。
How dare you? Of course not. On the contrary, my life has gotten better with her delicious cooking. If he kills her, I'll hate her forever. Yeah, you can't hurt Mama.
ならよかった。そうだ、せっかく戻ってきたんだもの。
That's
お
good
茶
to
の一
hear.
杯でもご馳走させてちょうだい。
Let me serve you two some tea since you came all the way here. Write a letter to Milo. Milo, save the day. Mother merrily went to the kitchen to boil some water. Lucas responded with a smile, but deep down, maybe he really saw Mother as a demon to be killed. I shook my head to wipe the image from my mind, then thought about a way to talk to Mother privately when... Why is Dennis here? This isn't his house. Hey, it's Monsieur Proust. Hello there. The young boy from the other orphanage came out, dashing in with a book in his
お
hand.
や、
Oh my. Dennis, what are you doing
この
here?
間、広場で仲良くなったお友達が遊びに来てって招待してくれたんだ。
A few days ago, I made friends with someone who lives here and he invited me to come. Is his name Milo?
それより聞いて聞いて。
Oh, but listen to
僕ね、
this.
この
Oh
後エク
no.
ソシスト教団に入ったの。
Yep, he's
リ
recruiting
ュカ
people.
先生に相談して決めたんだ。
I joined the Society of Exorcists. Monsieur Proust helped me join. I looked at the book Dennis had in his hand and noticed that it was the Bible that the Society hands out to their followers.
すごいんだよ、この本。なんでリライバーが間違ってるのか、僕にもわかりやすいよう書いてあるんだ。
This book is great. It has everything about how come relivers are
先
bad.
生たちもリライバーになるのが嫌になったらいつでも言ってね。
Let me
僕
know
が
if you
この本貸
don't
してあ
want
げ
to
る。
become relivers. I'll let you borrow my book. Okay. He must have been proud of having the book because he didn't know the truth behind their cult. He quietly ran off towards the main room to show off his book to the other children.
本当に、ドニ君はいい子ですね。自らの意志で悪魔になる道と決別できたのですから。
Dennis really is a good boy. He made that decision on his own to part ways from the path of demons. A chill ran down my spine at his words. Come to think of it, when he taught about relivers during class, he would always talk to the children about the pros and cons of becoming a reliver. At this time, I had seen it as a method he employed to have the children learn to think and make their own decisions, but wait. Were you purposely leading the children to have doubts towards the relivers?
それはさすがに心外です。いつから君はそんな意地悪を言う子になってしまったんですか？
Okay. What? That is an outrageous accusation. Whenever did you become so mean-spirited? I don't know. Maybe it's the day I caught you ripping someone's heart out with your bare hands. You monster. He responded with a saddened tone, but his sadness didn't last very long.
まあ、強引にでも同志にしたいという気持ちがないと言えば嘘になりますが。
Then again, I'll be lying if I said I didn't want to force them to join our group.
仮にも教職の身ですから、市場で公平性を欠くような授業はしませんよ。
I don't effing believe you anymore, sir. But I'm a teacher, so I will continue to conduct classes fairly and without bias.
だからこそ、
Oh my gosh, there's like something in my eye. I do apologize. I'm gonna keep rubbing my eye until it goes away.
欠点も利点も
It hurts.
等しく解いていただ
I think
け
I got
で
it.
す。
That is why I teach the children not to have blind faith in the reliver technology, to consider its advantages and disadvantages. I feel like once I go to sleep, I'll go to sleep mad because of Lucas. I think I literally had a dream in this world last night, and that's why I was like, I probably should play. I really wanna. Like, oh my god. It's so weird. Like, this one at least fits the prologue, you know, as Anku says, this is just the prologue. Like, we knew about Barreau. We knew he was a murderer. We knew it was Lucas because he had the exact same poses as Lucas. That made it really easy to tell that it was him. But dang, the gaslighting. Like, I don't know, because I wanted to believe Lucas is just a kind-hearted person who happened to murder people. But, like, he's definitely snake-like now. Snakes aren't that cute. I like them in real life, but in, like, characters, it's not that best. I teach children not to have blind faith in the reliable technology, to consider its advantages and disadvantages. I guess suppose you're right to say it's fair. I was a bit flustered, as his explanation was difficult to refute. Mama, save me. 10 minutes later, Dennis came and dragged Lucas out to explain the Society of Exorcists to the others. It led to an opportunity to speak the truth.
リュカ先生はどの施設でも子供たちに慕われているわね。
Lucas is very loved by children at all the orphanages. Yeah, Mom, that's not the thing. He sure is. His departure left me with Mother, who was sipping her tea. Let's tell her. We're gonna tell her. We're gonna play this out. Oh, it glitched. After making sure no one was around, I quickly set my teacup down onto the table and leaned forward. Mother, there's something I need to tell you. I know one snake from a visual novel, and I love him so much. I'm so obsessed with him. Which visual novel is that one? Lucas is Barreau? I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Could you please report this to Adolphe and everyone else?
わかったわ。遅くても今夜には伝えておく。
Understood. I'll let everyone know by tonight.
あなたは救出の準備が整うまで自分の命を最優先に。
You just stay put and prioritize your safety. Do not go against him no matter what. Aren't Kingdom Raiden? I love him so much. Ooh, let me take a photo of that because I'm going to forget. I'm short-term memory. I'm special like that. I'll look it up. If it's something I can stream, maybe I can stream it later. Do you know how long the full visual novel is? It's got 2 routes. You just stay put and prioritize your safety. Do not go against him no matter what. Okay. Thank goodness. We did have a glitch when we did this, so there could be something that happens. Night arrived. A lump of flesh from the person I saw as Mother rolled in front of me.
いけませんね。先生の大事な秘密を勝手に。それも悪魔へ教えるなんて。
He killed my mama.
どうやら君は私とナディアの幸福を邪魔する悪い子だったようです。
I see now you were a bad girl who was trying to get in the way of me and Nadia's happiness.
ではこちらのお嬢さんは私の方で利用していいかね
So I can use this young girl however I please.
ええ、構いません。こんな悪い子に恋をしていたなんて、私は自分が恥ずかしい。
Yes, absolutely. I'm ashamed that I was actually in love with such a bad
どう
girl.
ぞ好きなだけ研究の礎になさってください。
Lucas, I'm done with you. Please do what you want. I hope she can assist with your research. No! His smile was the last I would see of him. Do I get a cutscene picture now? I, with the mother who raised me, were repeatedly revived in different forms, all to be specimens in this endless experiments of death to save human lives. Alright, we're gonna check the flowchart. We're gonna check this out. I knew that had an error in it because it showed it. So let's see. Alright. Does it show me any deviations that I can make? I have choices up there I didn't make. This has choices. I'm so sad. My picture where it's at is covering all this. So there's choices I haven't made here. Choices I haven't made here. More choices. Let's see where it actually deviates. What's this one? Bad girl. Bad girl. Foster brother. Mother. Mother and daughter. Morning with the killer. I see. Okay. Oh. Is Eunice watching? I don't know. Sometimes she puts it on just to have background noises. Okay. Let's go back to Mama. Actually, no, wait. Let's go back to our save with Mom. That'd be easier. And not tell her and see what happens. He killed my mother. It's better. I'd better keep quiet. This couldn't be resolved so simply. I need to prepare things ahead of time if I plan to disclose the truth. Despite my predicament, seeing Mother's face eased the tension that had been pent up inside my heart. Mother?
何かしら
Yes. The tea you brew is so good as ever. I appreciate it even more since it's been a while since I last had it.
あら、急に褒めたりなんかして。どうしたのかしら、この子ったら。
Oh my, what a pleasant surprise to be praised so suddenly. I just wanted to say what I was thinking. We continued our casual conversation. I later left the orphanage after Lucas's return. And I guess Lucas didn't murder my mom and kill me. I quietly sighed on the way back. The person next to me was a normal criminal. All I needed to do was call out for help. But the person next to me was a mass murderer with superhuman qualities that not even the soldiers could stand against. So the idea of sharing the truth about him without a plan was frightening. We headed to the marché to purchase the newspaper for today, which was filled with articles about what Prous had done. But last night, the person next to me actually went out and committed his so-called purification. Obviously, the corps and the Royal Guard had strengthened their units to defend against the horrible murders, which could explain why the marché was a lot busier now, where the sun was still up. I literally lost my train of thought. I was about to say something about Ernest's kingdom, but Lucas killed Mother. I'm not okay. He hurt my mama. I don't like him anymore.
歩き疲れてはいませんか？必要ならすぐそこのベンチで休憩を取れますが。
You look so sweet and innocent, you murderer. Are you feeling tired? If you like, we can rest for a moment on that bench over there. I'm fine. His smile really was beautiful and gentle. I doubted that anyone walking past us would ever expect him to be the very killer that terrorized them. I couldn't blame anyone for not suspecting him either, since I didn't doubt him once until I saw him at the crime scene. Thinking about it again, he was able to carry all those ingredients back then by himself. If those fake Prous didn't exist, someone might have cast a doubt on him for matching the description of Prous. He had the strength to swing that huge halberd. He learned the art of battle from his father. Adolphe knew how strong he was, so maybe he might have suspected him. But Adolphe didn't doubt him at all, likely because he trusted Lucas as a teacher. I have 72 followers and I hope you become affiliated soon. So recently, speaking of that, I like it. The only reason I want is because I want emoticons. I just want emoticons, guys. I just want cute emoticons. When I made this account, I thought you could have emoticons just from having one, and I couldn't. That's the only reason I want to be affiliated, is so I can have emoticons. We did actually hit a milestone last week because it wanted me to have 5 people chatting at once. And on, I think, the second stream or third stream of this, we did that. We did have 5 people chatting at once. So I'm on the next page. it keeps going. Every single time I'm like, oh, we did it. There's another one. So the new one is it wants me to consecutively have 3 people watching on average. And I love having someone to talk to. I really appreciate Asia and Sleazy always hanging out with me and chatting. I don't have that many people chatting in here, so I don't know when I'll hit that milestone, but we have hit milestones on here and it really makes me happy. So thank you all for watching and for commenting. It really does make me feel really good. But I don't know if I'll ever have emoticons. That's really what I wanted. Like, I have some cute ones just like for things like the cute ones you used just now. I want them. That's all I want. I just thought it was sad because when I made the channel, that was like one of the first things my artist made them for me. You get excited for my streams? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like, it makes me really nervous. I started this because I wanted to be more confident, so that's why I started doing this. I also wanted to make myself play games because I felt like streaming would make me feel more obligated to complete my games because I always have so many games just waiting to be played. And so I appreciate it. I have a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining me. But yeah, my next milestone, it has to have 3 consecutive people on average watching at a time. We'll see if we get there or when we get there. I don't know how many more steps after that. I think there's like one more after that that I'd have to hit before I can do the affiliation. I don't know if it's affiliation, but I just want emoticons. This is my dream. I already have them made. They're super cute. In fact, when you subscribe, it pops up one of them because I just used it for that instead. So yeah, it is what it is, and I appreciate everyone joining and having fun with me. We passed through the bustling town and finally returned to his house. I mean, I feel like this should turn into Misery, where she tricks him and she's like acting like, we're having a great time, right? Let's just chill out. Let's just have fun. Let's enjoy our lives. Get him to trust her more, and then she can like stab him in the back, but not really because I doubt she could get that close. But maybe she could escape. Dinner tonight was pre-made meal that Lucas purchased on our way back. Without much discuss, we finished eating. I quickly went to get changed when...
よいしょ。
No, then... Oh! I do enjoy his casual clothes. He suddenly lifted me up and set me down onto the bed. Instead of the cage with restricted my freedom, now were thick shackles attached to the bedpost. I was frozen with fear. What the? Why are you...
毎日鉄格子の中では体が凝ってしまうと思い至りまして、一日おきにベッドで寝ていただこうかと。
Imagine if anyone walked into his house. They're like, why do you have a human-sized bird cage in here? You may need some space from that cramped cage, so I will have you sleep here every other night from now on. He gently rubbed my bound wrist.
本当なら、この手枷も外して差し上げたいのですが。
Truthfully, I would remove this if I could,
教祖
but...
様の命令がある以上、どうしても拘束だけは解けなくて。
Our minister has ordered your confinement, so that cannot be done. I understand what you're saying, but which emotion is that kindness coming from?
寂しさでしょうか。
Perhaps loneliness? Loneliness?
正体を明かしてから君は私に一度も微笑まなくなってしまったでしょ。
Cause you're a murderer, Lucas, who has no emotions or feelings towards the fact that you're killing people, my guy. You look at my mother as a monster. She raised me. She took me in when no one else wanted me, and she's gorgeous. You haven't smiled at me once. Not once. Not once since I disclosed my identity to you.
ならば、夢うつつでも構わないので、私に笑顔を見せてくれないか。
So lonely being a literal demon. I was hoping you would smile even if it wasn't real.
つい、そんな浅ましいことを。
It's a shameful thing to wish. He mumbled to me within a distance that our breath could touch each other. It was an unexpected response. I felt almost like I was in front of a child I just scolded. This is confusing. Lucas was kind and gentle, seeking to lead his students on the right path of life. Lucas was Barreau. He didn't see life in relivers and killed them mercilessly. Oh my gosh. Lucas Proust looked down on himself simply over making his younger sister pout. Lucas, you will never see me smile. Which one of him is the true self? Is the expression he's showing me an act 2? If so, then why? Questions kept coming to mind, but first, Lucas, do you really understand why I haven't smiled in front of you since then? It's because, like you, I'm lonely. And because I love you. You saved me countless times through your kindness and words. I was happy when you praised me for doing my best at whatever I did. Then I found out along with your identity that everything was fake. You can't imagine how sad I felt. So much that my sorrow overwrote my rage. Please tell me, Lucas, what went through your mind as you were deceiving me? It was no use. I was only trying to see what he was thinking. The emotion I tried to kill was raising inside of me and bringing tears to my eyes. I trusted you. I loved you. I tried my best to move a shackled arm to cover my pathetic
どうか
expression.
落ち着いてください。手枷をはめたままでは顔を傷つけてしまう。
Please calm down. You'll only hurt your face with that shackle. Don't touch me. I didn't have much freedom, but struggling somehow made my elbows hit something. My elbow struck Lucas on the temple. Before I could say anything, it was too late. I couldn't have injured him at all, but I quickly braced myself to defend from his incoming reaction. His transparent eyes suddenly melted with heat. What? No! That's not okay. I'm taking the screenshot because I have to. It's the law of this game. He quickly pushed me down as the bed creaked. I finally realized that he was kissing me when I saw his eyes in front of my face. What? Why? This was so sudden. I tried to fight him off, but there was no way I could overcome his strength. This is a nightmare. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. For a moment, my voice was blocked by his cold lips. His long hair slowly slid down his face as his feelings were finally released.
嬉しい。
What joy.
私
No.
も君のことがずっと前から愛おしくて仕方なかった。
Where's her you have me shackled to a bed, my guy. This was not consensual. I would love the CG if the situation was different. Yeah, this would be a great CG if this was like a different moment. I've also been in love with you for so long. Oh my god, this just reminded me of Lover Pretend. My least favorite character in Lover Pretend is the friend who acts like he deserves her, and I hate him. And they had one of the best CGs in all the game, and I was so mad about it. What? As I breathed to regain my calm, he confessed his love to
不安
me.
にさせてしまったのならごめんなさい。
I'm very sorry if I've made you anxious. My guy, you've done
で
more
す
than
が
that.
私は君に偽りの頑張りましたを送ったつもりは一
I
度と
have
して
never once given you false praise for the very best you've done.
君が好きだから
It's because I love you.
君を愛おしいと思っているから
I saw you as my love.
騙すためではなくその心を守り力になるために
I didn't say everything to trick you. I kept
紡ぎ続
telling
け
you
て
those
きたんです
words
よ。
because I wanted to protect you and be your strength. I didn't play his route yet. I'm so nervous to play his route after Cena. Cena was my favorite. And I didn't think I was going to love him so much. So I take the screenshots and then I upload them to my phone so I can send them in an email to myself. And Cena is like the one photo from there that I didn't delete afterwards because I love that man. Ugh. Love. If I didn't know his identity, I would have gladly accepted his love with joy. But now, could this have anything to do with the word angel you mentioned when you captured me? Nadia told me that you referred to me as an angel in your diary.
比喩などではありません。君は正真正銘。
There's no shackles on her in the CG, by the way, but like, whose hand is that on the other side? Like, is that his? It's not a metaphor. You truly are my angel. Run, girl, run.
覚えているでしょう。7年前、とある施設を焼き尽くした大火災。
Did his parents die in that fire? And he thinks I'm an angel because his parents died? Don't you remember that fire that engulfed the orphanage 7 years ago? You know, the one that ruined your literal life and like
誰もが生存者などい
scarred
るは
your
ずがない
friend?
と救出を諦めていた中、
Everyone gave up hope looking for survivors of that fire,
君
but
は無傷で生還してみせた。
I think she's trying to push him off, but he's too strong. That is definitely the most terrifying scenario they can put in this kind of game is like, here's a guy that's so strong, no one can defeat him, and then he's force kissing you. It's not consensual. You survived without a scratch. I survived without a scratch because I'm a
まさに
demon, my guy.
奇跡の体現。
Also, Ease saved my life. You are the embodiment of a miracle.
彼女もまた神に祝福された天使に違い
I'm
な
not
い。
blessed by God. I'm blessed by death, my guy. That's why I'm friends with Anku, who you murdered and cut into little pieces. I was certain that you were an angel blessed by God
一
himself.
目見た瞬間、私は君に心を奪われ、何があっても守ると誓ったのですよ。
I feel like this needs a second one where they're not kissing but looking at each other because this seems weird that he's talking and this is the CG we get. You captured my heart the moment I laid eyes on you. It was then that I vowed to protect you no matter what. I wasn't happy with this blind love. It would have been better if he had simply scoffed at me for my feelings. I gritted my teeth and took a deep breath. I wanted to dry my tears, but I couldn't bring my hands down to do so.
本来ならば、この思いは死ぬまで胸に留めておくつもりでした。
I think it would have been for the best, you monster. I'm also surprised that his cardigan can manage to stay on like this. Originally, I intended on keeping these feelings in my heart until my death.
ですが、困ったことに、
But the trouble with that was the murderer in front of me spoke.
顔を上げるようになった君は、私の想像とは全く異なり、
You
ただ
began
崇
to
められ
raise
る
your
だけの存
head.
在ではなく、
Unlike what I thought, you weren't simply one to be revered.
面倒見がよく、意外とおてんばで、何よりも
You were kind, surprisingly active, and childish,
誰
and
もが憐れむナディアを一度としてかわいそうと言わず、それどころか
instead of
素敵と言
pitying
ってくれ
Nadia,
た。
you saw her for who she was, even telling her that she was wonderful.
弱くも強い女性だった。
You are a weak yet strong girl. His despair and disappointment slowly changed into love, confusing even him. He looked at me with an expression that seemed to question what he was saying.
そんな君を見つめていたら、だんだんと殺すべきこの感情が
He's hurting me.
溢れて止まらなくなってしまって、
The more I looked at you, the more I felt the forbidden emotions overflowing from
君
inside.
に浄化を目撃されたのを理由に、この手の中に収められないかと
When you witnessed the purification
思
ritual, I
い至った。
wondered if this was my opportunity to keep you by my side. He forced another kiss on me.
愛しています。どうか私と
I love you.
結婚してください。
Please, will you marry me? My guy, you're gonna die in 9 months and you're a mass murderer.
命果てるまで寄り添う伴侶を選ぶのなら、 私は君がいい。
If I'm to choose a partner to stay with until the end, I want that person to be you. Why? Why did I fall in love with such an innocent and cruel person like him? Ooh, I wouldn't use innocent. Even worse was somewhere deep down I was looking for a reason. A good reason as to why he loved me. Our lips came together over and over again. Lucas fell asleep ahead of me, and before long, it was a cough that counted down the time he had left. I understood that this person in front of me was ruthless. At the same time, I feared that the flame of his life would go out. Lucas, I couldn't even reach out to him. Are you telling me that I have to do my best again to bear that sorrow? I couldn't say that I wanted to believe him. He was a murderer, simple as that. A ruthless sinner that had taken the lives of many relivers. I would just say people. Don't call them relivers at that point. You were segregating them at that point. Still, I couldn't ignore my desires to believe him. Suddenly, looked like his eyelids twitched. His pained expression made me wonder what was happening.
どうか私を許さない。
Please, don't forgive me.
あなたたちが偽物ならば
If you are all fakes,
私は良心を失った正真正銘の
then I am a true monster that lost all sense of good.
殺してごめんなさい。
He's a faker, man. He's just pretending to be sad because he knows you don't like it. I'm sorry for killing you. A single tear rolled down his cheek.
私を
Please don't forgive me. His voice was weak, but revealed a part of his mind he must not be aware of. Nah, he's faking it. What was he saying? Was he dreaming about killing the demons, relivers, like he does in real life? Not gonna lie, if I was playing this route, I literally stopped, but lucky I only play in his route for Sheen. I always try to play all the routes. I am a completionist, so even when I don't like something, I'll keep playing. I can't remember which character it was. I disliked it so much that I muted his voice so I could just read faster. I was like, all right, we're gonna turn him off. I'm done. Was he dreaming about killing the demons, relivers like he does in real life? Something wasn't right. He's sorry for killing them. I almost fell for it, his stupid tears. I thought Lucas didn't see relivers as living beings. Once I sensed something was wrong, my mind was flooded with all sorts of doubt. Just because Nadia's condition was able to improve again and again, was that sole reason that he believed an unknown existence like God wanted him to become a murderer? Knowing how much he loved his sister, he must have researched what kind of cult he was asking for help and what they actually did to cure their patients. What's even stranger is that he doesn't seem to question it at all. I wonder why that is. Could he tell us what the suicides are about? He should know. Both sides were the same Lucas, but his natural personality and his inner madness were too contradictory. Could it be? Was there another Lucas Proust I didn't know about? I mean, he could have so many personalities. Monster, monster. A young boy was crouching in a sea of red. What's the matter? Unable to turn a blind eye, I reached out to the young boy only to be greeted by silence. No, my voice melted into the dark before reaching the young boy. Spread across the alley was gruesome corpses with their chests lashed and their hearts gouged out. The young boy somehow suppressed his nausea and dragged himself to one of the bodies. He pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the gaping hole where the heart once rested.
浄化完了。この後は天に 祈りを。
Purification complete, I need to offer a prayer too. Unable to bear that feeling of rendering flesh, the young boy put his hand over his mouth and groaned. I see how disappointing. Upon closer look, the corpse spread out before me belonged to what were once demons. I was sure this young boy had purified all the demons. A wonderful demonstration of his faith. I was sure God was pleased. But the young boy didn't look happy at all. He simply cowered on the ground with tears flowing from his eyes.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
この罪への裁きはいずれ必ず死神にこの魂
Well,
を
you
導
hurt
かれた
Anku.
時に
I will pay for my sins one day when my soul is reaped by death.
だからどうか私を
So please don't forgive me.
あなたたちが偽物ならば
If you are all fake,
私は良心を失った
then I am a
正
true
真正銘の
monster that has
化け
lost
物
all
だ
sense of good. I don't care that you were sad when you first became a murderer. You're still a murderer, my guy. It's like that character in Demon Slayer that's all like, everyone bullies me. I'm like, yeah, because you're terrible. The next day, our child rejoiced their short time of peace, knowing that none of their were killed in the night. After reporting back to Adolf, things were safe. We headed down a different path to arrive at the hospital where Nadia was undergoing treatment. Memories of those horrible experiments made me dizzy for a moment, but I somehow steadied myself and headed to the entrance of the hospital with Lucas holding my hand in place of a shackle. His eyes wandered about, and I could feel his hands shaking through mine. The reason for his state was this morning. Last night, this man who confessed his warped sense of love. I don't need the flashback of him telling me to marry him. Please no.
いくら思いが通じたとはいえ
No matter how much I love you.
教職の身でありながら熱に浮かされ教え子に何ということを
Oh, he's apologizing for taking advantage of me? Okay. I can't help that I did such a thing to a student of mine in the heat of the moment. You need to stop saying student. She's 18 and you're 23. That's a 5-year age gap, which is a lot, but actually it's a 4-year. He's 22. I lied. He started to go nervous immediately after waking up in the morning over what he did. It seems as if he was intending to confess his love but never thought of kissing me. He kept apologizing to me while on the bed over and over again. Should have put me in the cage, my guy. I wasn't sure how to respond to his confession either, so here I was now, simply following his lead. But compared to the first day of detainment, I wasn't as scared of each movement or word from him now. I still don't forgive him. I don't either. Like, she's literally... This is Beauty and the Beast, but the Beast is a real beast. Suddenly, the entrance to the hospital opened, revealing a small figure.
そこにいるのは
The hot! How could it be?
やっぱりお嬢さんにリュカさんじゃないですか。
I knew it! If it isn't Leah and
お久
Lucas.
しぶりです。あの時はシアンさんが大変本当申し訳ないくらいお世話になりました。
It's been a while. I've been meaning to apologize for everything Sheen did back then.
なんだか怖い事件に巻き込まれちゃったみたいですね。
But it looks like you've been dragged into another scary situation once again. Yes, well, I was sure he knew what was going on from Sheen. He tried to avoid the subject while showing concern for my
どう
well-being.
してあなたがこの病院のこちらの病室に
May I ask what you're doing around here?
最近この病院でできた友達のお見舞いです。
I was visiting a friend I made at this
ナディア・
hospital.
プルーストさん。ご存知というか、リュカさんの妹ですよね。
It's Nadia Proust. I'm sure you know. She is your younger sister, isn't she? Friend? Wait a minute. So the new friend Nadia told us about was you, Dahat?
大正解です。偶然出会った時に意気投合しちゃって。
Ahem. That's correct. We hit it off when we met the other day by
彼
chance.
女がリュカさんの妹だと聞いたときは、世間は狭いなーってびっくりしました。
I was surprised to learn that she was Lucas's sister. Small world, right?
いいなー。優しいお兄さんに可愛い妹。僕、一人っ子だから憧れちゃいます。
A kind brother and a cute younger sister. I'm an only child, so I envy you. Dahat spoke as he put on the lab coat he had been carrying on his arm. Then suddenly, from Lucas's face to his shoes, despite his short height, Dahat inspected him without an expression on his face.
どうしました？私に何か言いたいことでも？
Is there a problem? Or is there something you want to say to me?
あるといえばありますね。ちょうどその件で、お家をお尋ねしようかと思っていたんです。
I suppose yes would be the answer. I was actually thinking of heading over to your house to talk. To Lucas's house.
もしや、ナディアに関することですか？
Is this concerning Nadia?
はい。リュウカさん、突然ですがあなたは、
Yes. Lucas, I know this is sudden, but
ナディアを蝕む病が遺伝子疾患と呼ばれるものであることをご存知ですか？
are you aware that Nadia is suffering from something called a genetic disorder?
え？
Huh?
その様子を見る限り、ご存知なかったみたいですね。教えに来てよかった。
Wait, he didn't know it was a genetic disorder? She's been sick forever and you don't know that it's that's not even, that's a general phrase too. From the looks of it, I guess you didn't know. Glad I got here
遺伝
then.
子疾患？
A genetic disorder? I thought it was some unknown disease.
未知にして不治という点においては間違ってません。
Well, you are correct in that what she has is technically unknown.
僕たちが研究所で話した会話ログをお見せするので、軽く目を通してもらえます？
But first, I have a log with me of what we all chatted about back at the Institute. Do you mind checking it out? With that, Dahat took out a small device that looks similar to a transmitter, then started it up.
所長、副社長、遺伝子疾患とは何ですか？
Oh, is this a flashback? We're not doing the flashback. What's a genetic disorder? I don't blame you for not knowing. Let's have a lesson. We watched as they discussed a diagram on the blueprint of life that constructed humans and defects that might occur.
つまりナディアは筋肉が極端に脆い遺伝子で生まれてしまったわけですね。
So what's happening is Nadia was born with genes that weaken her muscles to extreme fragility.
余計なお世話かなとは思ったんですが、ご家族の耳には入れておいた方がいいかなって。
I know I'm being a busybody, but I figured it'd be best to let her family know the gist of the situation.
遺伝でリュカさんも同じ病気を発症していないかも心配だったので。
After all, I was worried that something similar might happen to you too because of your genes, Lucas.
なるほど。
I see.
遺伝子そのものが病にかかっているのなら、いくら検査しても根本的な原
It's
因が見つから
impossible
ない
to
わけ
see
です
him
ね。
as his normal self now. If her genes were the cause of her state, there's no wonder none of the doctors could find the reason for her ailment. Who would have thought we'd learn the reason behind it in this way?
なんかごめんなさい。肝心の治療方法は何も判明してないし。
Well, I'm sorry.
余計なお世話
It's
でし
not
た。
like I know the cure yet, so I guess I really am being a busybody here.
いえ、病名がはっきりしただけでも良好ですよ。
No, just knowing the reason is a great advancement.
折を見てナディアにも伝えておきましょう。
I will
情報
let
提供
Nadia know when the
心から
opportunity
感
permits.
謝いたします。
Thank you for sharing this valuable information.
いえいえ。大事なお友達のためにしたことですから。
No worries. I only did it because she's a good friend. I'm like 50 years old and she's like 12, so
プ
we're
ロ
great
の
friends.
件もありますし、万が一にもこの病院を巻き込まないよう、僕はしばらくお見舞いを控えておこうかと思います。
We do still have Barreau to worry about, so I'm thinking of staying away from the hospital for a while just in
お
case.
二人もどうかお気をつけて。
That's right. You're a reliver. You should definitely avoid the hospital where the cult lives. You both should be careful too. The hot finished by asking us to say hello to Nadia before skipping off.
よりにもよって悪魔を生み出す拠点の者がナディアの友人だとは。
Of all people, someone working to create those demons is Nadia's friend. This is it. This is the part I don't like because it's gross. Because he acts like he's friendly and nice, but underneath he's
あ
not.
の子の交流関係を私が制限するのも
No, but that doesn't mean I have the right to limit her friendships with others. So you don't like the people who work at the Institute after all? Do you feel the same about Sheen too?
悪魔を生み出した元凶。この世で最も忌まわしい存在です。
He's the source of demons in this world and the one I detest most.
せっかく接触する機会を得たというのに、なぜ我らが神は奴らを浄化する啓示を示してくださらないのか。
I was finally able to come into contact with him, so I'm surprised God hasn't called for his purification. I never knew he thought that way ever since we befriended Sheen. Lucas, if you touch Sheen, what was in his eyes back then? We lived together under the same roof? Just the thought sent a chill down my
病
spine.
の正体が分かったのなら、神の御業と合わせて完治が可能かもしれない。
If we know what's ailing her, then perhaps God's work can completely cure her.
不本意ではありますが、浄化の啓示が降りるよりも先に彼に恩を
It is quite
返さなければ
frustrating,
なりませんね。
but I should repay him for providing information before I receive word to purify his existence. He had in his hand a small ray of hope. He didn't send Dahat off with cold eyes as I thought he would. Girl, the moment Dahat turned his back, he called him a demon. Like, seeing that there wasn't much to worry about now, Lucas and I went inside to visit Nadia, who seemed to be in good health. I throw him button.
まさか二人がダハト君と知り合いだなんて。私から紹介したかったのに。
So sweet of you. I never knew you two were friends with Dahat, and I was looking forward to introducing him too.
ダハト君はクッキーを焼くのが得意なんですって。彼女とどっちが料理上手なのかしら。
The thought said he's good at baking cookies. Makes me wonder who's the better cook between Leah and Dahat.
それはもちろん、私の教え子の方が長けているに決まっているではありませんか。
Isn't it obvious my former student would be much better than him? Nadia, you're the only good thing in this route, unless she's eating the hearts. But I might forgive her. I got that way too close to my mouth. Oh my god, that scared me. I was trying to move it so I could drink because it was touching my mic. Isn't it obvious my former student would be the much better than him?
兄様ってば、ひいきしちゃって。
There's your favoritism again.
本当は私が食べ比べできればいいんだけど、私、病人食以外食べれないのよね。
That's interesting, since it sounds like she should be able to eat what she wants. I wish I could taste both and compare them, but we can't eat anything aside from what's served here.
あなたは、ダハト君の手作りお菓子、食べたことあるの？
Have you ever had Dahat's baked goods before? Yes! He made or I thought he brought pastries.
ねえ。
Leah? I'm sorry, I was daydreaming for a second. What were you saying about Dahat's baking? Noticing that something was wrong, Nadia stared intently at me. But the worry wasn't only directed to me. The moment she started talking to me, Lucas looked down and fiddled with his hands, clasping and releasing them repeatedly. His actions were more than enough to catch Nadia's attention.
ねえ、二人とも何か。
Did something happen between you? Yeah, I witnessed your brother ripping the heart out of a person and then gaslighting me. And now he keeps me in a cage and he force kissed me. Anyways.
空気が随分と乾燥していますし、気分転換に紅茶でも入れましょうか。
It looks like the air is rather dry in here, so why don't I brew some tea for us? He must have felt sure that I wouldn't do anything rash with Nadia around. Well, he was wrong. Will you kill your sister if I tell her the truth and she tells Dahat and everybody knows? Lucas quickly left the room without waiting for a response, as though he couldn't handle the mood inside the room anymore.
あんな兄様、初めて見た。
You don't know your brother that well. I've never seen my brother like this before.
兄様との間に何かあったのよね。
Leah, has something happened between you two? I didn't think saying no would work since she was already assuming I would admit it. But did that mean I couldn't actually tell her? I did not mean to hit skip. Actually tell her what's happening. After thinking about it for a moment, well, a lot of things happened in the past few days. I had the opportunity to learn more about Lucas, things I didn't know about him before. I guess I'm a bit confused because he seems like a completely different person. He also said something I didn't expect, so I'm really confused. I'm not really sure which side of Lucas I should be looking at now. I tried my best to keep my response vague so as not to reveal Lucas's
思いが
identity.
けない言葉。それってもしかして愛の告白だったりする？
He said something you didn't expect? Don't tell me, did he confess his love to you? He did, but that's not it. I think so.
そう。その顔を見る限り、私が夢見たような告白ではないみたいね。
I see, but from the looks of it, I guess it wasn't as dreamy as I thought it would be. I'm so sorry, Nadia. Nadia herself had wanted me to be in a romantic relationship with Lucas. But despite hearing what happened, she didn't seem
手
overjoyed.
をつないで病室に来てくれた時は、とうとう兄様が素直になったんだって嬉しかったけれど。
At first, I was happy to see the two of you holding hands, thinking that my brother was finally honest with himself, but
実際は違うのね。
I guess it's not what it seems. Dude, we're all depressed.
だって二人とも全然嬉しそうじゃないもの。むしろ他人同士に戻ったみたい。
Both of you don't look happy at all. It's almost like you two are strangers now. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you feel anxious.
いいのよ。本音を言うと、私も兄様が何を考えてるのかわからなくなる時があるもの。
It's okay. To be honest, I have a hard time guessing what my brother might be thinking sometimes.
でも、あなたが知った兄様の新しい秘密、一つだけなら予想できるわ。
Oh, but I think I can guess what the secret you learned after knowing him better.
兄様と私がエクソシスト教団の信徒でリライバーにならないことを知ってしまったんでしょ。
I mean, kinda. She's good at this game. I mean, I don't know if you'd guess your brother's a murderer, but, you know. I bet you found out that my brother and I are both followers of the society and have no intention of becoming relivers. Yes, I was surprised when I found out. And it was painful to think about how I won't be able to see you two again after you die.
私もせっかくお友達になれたのに寂しいわ。
Me too.
で
It's
も
sad.
二人で話し合って決めたことだから。
Especially since we became friends, but it's something we discussed and agreed on already.
兄様を先に失う未来を想像するのはすごく
Yeah, it's
怖いけれど。
so soon, my guy. It's really scary thinking about a future where my brother isn't alive anymore, but
この病院に助けてもらえなければ、私の方が先に死んで、兄様を悲しませていただろうから。
she's trying to live as long as him so that he doesn't have to see her die. If it weren't for this hospital, I would have died first. I don't want to sadden my brother with my death.
これ以上の贅沢は望まないわ。
So I can't ask for much more now.
ほら、それに私、こんな体だから、帰還しなくても、すぐに兄様の後を追えると思うのよ。
Dude, you are the saddest thing I've ever met with the cutest face I've ever seen. Just look at me. I'll probably go after my brother before I even have time to feel sad about losing him. I think Lucas will be very mad if he heard that.
あなたもちょっと怒ってるわよね。
You look a little mad too. Of course I am. She could have died first. Nadia, when you first came here, did Do you remember what Lucas was like back then?
覚えてないわ。
Not really. Oh, right. I mean, it was around 8 years ago, so I guess you wouldn't really remember.
違うわ。何も覚えていないのは私が小さかったからじゃなくて、
That's not it. The reason I don't remember much isn't because of my
こ
age.
の病院に運ばれてから数ヶ月以上ずっと眠っていたから。
It's because I was asleep for a few months after being admitted here.
だから入院を始めた頃のことはそもそも見ていないの。
That's why I don't know anything that happened back then. Huh? A few months. If I recalled correctly, Lucas mentioned that he brought Nadia here and that she recovered after he killed a reliver. Nadia, are you sure you're not mistaken, are you?
本当よ。目を覚ましたら季節が丸ごと変わっていたからびっくりしたわ。
I'm sure. When I woke up, it was a totally different season. I was so surprised. Nadia spoke confidently. What's going on? This feeling, my premonition, was so ominous that it felt like something disgusting had risen in my throat. The vision suddenly inversed. A shock ran through my body the moment I heard, and the shattered of porcelain. He had mounted himself on me with a hand wrapped around my neck. I couldn't speak. His superhuman strength was slowly pressing down on my throat when...
兄様、何してるの?
What are you doing? But her voice didn't reach him. He was breathing heavily and his eyes were devoid of any sanity. I struggled to try to break free, but the more I moved, the stronger his grip was around my neck. My mouth opened in pain, feeling that I would snap my neck before I suffocated. Even then, he still looked at me with the crazed eyes that he showed that night.
やめて。兄様がそれ以上力を込めたらその子が死んじゃう。
Didn't think he'd murder me in front of his sister. Stop, brother, you're going to kill Leah if you don't stop.
動いてよ。なんでベッドから落ちることもできないの?
Oh, come on, move. Why can't I get off this bed? Nadia's yelling must have been loud enough.
まったく騒がしい。
What in the world is going... Just before my consciousness faded, Capuchin and his staff came dashing into the room. His staff was confused by the situation, but Capuchin himself was calm as he gave his order. Several of his men forced Lucas to move off my body when the doctor crouched down to his eye level. Capuchin snapped his fingers in front of Lucas. His body trembled and jerked when the light returned to his once hollow eyes. Cough, cough. I couldn't even sit up as I swallowed gulps of air so quickly that I coughed again and again. But my teacher was, for some reason, confused as to why he was knelt down on the floor.
兄様。
Brother?
ナディア、そんなに震えてどうしました?
I was about to get something to drink. He appeared out of nowhere. Is he being... Aw, man, don't do this. Are they trying to say he's brainwashed? Because you're not going to win me over. Nadia, why are you so afraid?
それに、君もそんな場所に座り込んで。
You too, Leah. Why are you doing on the floor?
それを聞きたいのは
I have a
私の
question
方。
for you too.
兄様、どうして急に彼女を殺そうとしたの?
Brother, why? Why were you trying to kill her? Huh? Lucas, don't tell me you don't remember anything. His confused expression was all the answer I needed. I was more astonished than afraid. My voice wasn't shaking despite almost being killed. Furthermore, I'd already been prepared to die on some level after discovering he was Prous. Still, witnessing her one and only brother try to kill a girl in front of her presented a different image in her mind.
今日、二人の様子が違ったことに、何か関係があるのかしら?
Does this have something to do with how you two are acting so different today?
喧嘩でもしちゃったの? でも、どんな理由があったとしても、
You are so right, Nadia.
いけないと思うわ。
Did you get into a fight? No matter the reason, you shouldn't be violent against her. Screenshotting that one because it's true. I'm going to screenshot it twice. I'll have it in both formats.
特に兄様は力が人一倍強いんだから。
Especially with how strong you are.
ナディア、まずは状況を説明してください。私があなたの目の前で
Nadia, explain to me what
彼女
happened.
を殺そうとした。
Are you telling me I tried to kill her in front of you?
ありえない。第一、私はカプシーヌ先生と共に厨房で紅茶を入れていたはず。
That's impossible. I was just with Dr. Capuchin brewing some tea in the kitchen. As if seeking help, he looked up to Capuchin, but he was silent without a sign of emotion. But Nadia probably misinterpreted their exchange as if they were trying to change the subject.
兄様、
Brother?
私は喧嘩の相談もできないぐらい頼りない妹なの。
Do you think so little of me that you won't tell me the truth? Nadia's arms shook as she grabbed hold of her bed sheets with frustration. She continued in a shaking
こん
voice.
なろくに病院から出たこともない、いつ死ぬかもわからない妹に
Of course, I haven't left the hospital in ages and I might die at any moment.
相談できることなんて何もないわよね。
Why even bother discussing or telling me anything at
さ
all?
っきだって彼女を助けるどころか自力でベッドから降りることすらできなかったもの。
I wasn't able to help her either. I couldn't even get out of bed on my own. Nadia, you're not...
でも私だって兄様の心の支えにぐらいなりたいって。
This seems like, hey, I almost died. Maybe we should focus on that. But I want to be of some support to you, brother.
いつでもお話を聞けるよ。痛い治療も苦いお薬もたくさん我慢してきたのよ。
I've been bearing the pain and suffering from the treatments and medicine just so we can keep having our conversations.
でも兄様はいつもニコニコ笑うだけで口一つすらこぼしてくれない。
But you, all you do is smile. You never once complained in front of me.
たった一人の家族なのに。
I'm supposed to be your family too.
誤解です、ナディア。
You have it all wrong, Nadia.
私はあなたが幸せになってくれれば、
I'm
それ
a
で
mass murderer and I can't tell you that because it'd be incriminating and I might get arrested for that or have to kill people I don't want to. No. All I want is for you to be happy, nothing else. He reluctantly extended his hand to Nadia as tears continued to flow from his eyes. But before he could wipe away her tears, Nadia suddenly grabbed her chest, crying out in pain.
ナディア、
Nadia!
ナディア、ナディア、しっかり。
Dude, she dies right now? Nadia! Nadia, just hold on. Dude. He called her name with all his might, but she only responded with heavy panting. Her already pale face slowly turned blue, and her eyes widened to their limit.
どきたまえ。
Move aside. Capuchin quickly shoved Lucas out of the way and quickly assessed Nadia's
緊急処
condition.
置を行う。まずは安定剤の用意を。
We need to hurry. Get me a sedative. Sir! Seeing Capuchin give orders to his staff, Lucas and I finally snapped out of our stupor.
どういうことですか。
What is going on here, Mr.
先日
Minister?
浄化を行ったばかりだというのに、間を置かずに発作を起こすなんて。
I just did a purification yesterday, so why is she having a seizure already?
以前までは一度浄化するごとに最低でも数週間は保っていたはず。
She used to be stable for a few weeks after a single purification.
なら、君の祈りと信仰が足りなかったのではないかな。
Then perhaps it's your prayers that are
治
lacking.
療の邪魔だ。病室。あ、いや。この病院から速やかに出て行ってくれたまえ。
What if they are reviving her, but she doesn't have the reviver eyes? Maybe they have a way to do it where you don't get the turquoise eyes. And that's why it was like months had passed, but he didn't realize it had been months. You're in the way. I need you to leave the room. No, leave the hospital immediately. Lucas froze as he scratched at his scratching tone. The friendly relationship I witnessed at their hidden facility had disappeared. Just as I was about to come to my conclusion that this was their actual relationship,
教祖様
Minister? Capuchin's suddenly change of behavior had Lucas utterly confused. Please wait. Leave the room is fine, but there's no reason for us to leave the hospital. We won't get in the way of the treatment, so...
病室で堂々と人を殺そうとした殺人鬼を受け入れてやれるほど
I am
私の
not
懐は広くないのでね
so compassionate that I would forgive a murderer's attempt to kill someone at my hospital. Not here. Not on this ground. But he doesn't have any memory of what he did.
そうか理性を失った化け物ならばなおさら危険だな
Ooh, that means it's even more dangerous to have a mindless murderer in our midst. Monster? How dare you say that after abusing him?
おお怖い不満があるのならいつでも彼女と一緒に出て行ってくれて構わないが
Oh, the horror. If you don't like what I'm saying, you are free to leave with your younger sister. Huh?
おや何も聞いていなかったのか
Oh, you haven't
ナ
heard.
ディア君はねリュカ君が私が下す使命を果たすことを条件にこの病院へ入院させてあげているんだ
I admitted Nadia into this hospital under the condition that Lucas follows every order I give him. Which meant it's no different from holding her hostage. Unbelievable. It's your job as a doctor to save patients seeking help.
医者の献身や善意を無償だと勘違いする愚かな輩の多いことこれでも譲歩している方なのだよ
I hear that a lot from people who think that medical treatments incur no expenses. I am being quite lenient with them, you know.
我が病院は特殊な運営形態ゆえに入院費や治療費は膨大だ一回の教師がどれだけ働いたところで
Our
支
hospital
払い
has
き
a
れるわ
unique
けがない
management system, which is very costly, so no mere teacher could afford my services.
足りない分を補う機会を与えるだけ慈悲深いとは思わないかね
Aren't I compassionate in giving him the opportunity to work off the expense?
ほらリュカ君こんなところで突っ立っていないで
Come now,
君
Lucas.
には他にやるべきことがあるだろ
Don't just stand there. I'm sure you have better things to do. After shrugging, Capuchin tossed a notebook to the stunned Lucas.
これ
This is...
新たに神が示した浄化が必要な悪魔たちのリストだ
It's a list of demons that God has ordered to have
こ
purified.
こにいる全員を残らず浄化してきなさい
Your mission is to go and purify every last one of them.
それを果たすまでこの子との面会は禁止とする
You are hereby prohibited from meeting with her until you fulfill your missions. God.
面会の不許可そんなこと今まで一度も
I can't even see her, but that was never the case before. He quickly picked up the notebook with a list of names. I hurried to his side to see the names on the list. What the? There's at least 100 names here. Despite the situation we were in, the number of victims for Prous to claim was unusually high. Why would there be an increase like this? Lucas may be thinking the same thing as I reluctantly tried to ask a question when suddenly... Blood flowed out instead of words. The spotless hospital floor was painted red. Lucas! I don't know how I'm supposed to feel right now. The blood must be clogging his throat as his body convulsed with each cough of blood. Isn't this... It wasn't a disease. It was the rite of suffering that all adults in this country must face one day. Reaching the end of their lifespan, Lucas's face drained of color as he realized the curse had come to its worst possible time. Even in this situation, Capuchin chuckled quietly without offering any help.
ああちょうどいいじゃないか
Perfect timing.
死ぬ前に善行を積み重ねておけばきっと神は君の死後もナディアに加護をもたらしてくれるはずだ
I'm sure God will offer divine protection to Nadia if you can carry out his will before you perish.
そんな話が違う。
But this isn't what you've said before.
ナディアは私が死ぬ時見取りたいと希望してあなたも許可を
I don't know
出
if
したは
you
ず
should
だわ。
wish for your young sister who's sick and ill to be by your side when you're dying. You promised that when I die, you would let Nadia be there in my last moments. God.
汚らわしい。連れて行け。
Disgusting. Take him away. How old are you, Capuchin? In the doorway appeared a number of his followers who forcefully dragged me and Lucas out of the room. I don't forgive him, but I do feel bad for him. That's fair. You can feel bad for someone and not accept what they're doing, because what he's doing is terrible. He is being manipulated because he wants to protect his sister. But you're murdering people and calling them demons just because you're not, you know, oh gosh, I forgot his name. The guy from that one movie that can literally see demons. You're not that guy. Let me go. Nadia. He shouted her name as he winced from the symptoms of his eventual death. Brother. Leah. Nadia responded despite being unconscious, even extending her hand as if seeking help, but...
ナディア君、おとなしくしていなさい。
Nadia, you need to stay still. Capuchin gently wrapped his fingers in and slowly set her arm down on the bed. And with that, Lucas had lost his right to see his younger sister. He's a murderer.
ようやく死んでくれるか。まったく、しぶとい男だった。
He's finally going to die. He was a lot more resilient than I thought.
ああ、心配いらないよ、ナディア。
Don't worry, Nadia.
君の稀有な遺伝子は、あのような野蛮な殺人鬼ではなく、
Instead of that barbaric killer,
私が大事にしてあげる。
I will take very good care of you and your genes, okay? They're both psychotic. It's really... Oh. I mean, he has a ribbon. That's cute. My teacher, who had become Barreau, threw me into an iron cage without a word. He lightly struck a part of the floor with his giant halberd to reveal a hidden chamber. The Hot, can you help us? I would hope he shows up. Please show up.
ここで待機を。
I wish that bar was not in the middle of his face. Like, you could just move him slightly over. You wait here. I can't. You locked me in a cage. He stood prepared to fulfill his mission as Barreau, but... Don't do it, Lucas. You need to go to another hospital for treatment. What Capuchin said is completely wrong. There has to be something behind the idea of killing relivers that's keeping Nadia alive.
それでも殺さなければ。
Regardless, I need to kill. He saw relivers as demons.
リライバーを
I need to kill relivers.
殺さなければ。
Just one little note. He's been killing people for 3 years, and it took them to, like, yesterday to realize they were all relivers, which I think is really messed up. He wanted to kill them, not purify them.
ナディアがまた
Or Nadia
何度も
will be
殺され
killed
る。
again. Huh? His consciousness was like a hazy mist. The pain and sorrow could be seen on his face. They could be taking organs and putting them in her. He stood up and took a few breaths, then placed his hand on the entrance door.
行ってきます。どうかいい子にしていて
I'll be
く
going.
ださいね。
Please be a good girl for me, okay? like that. Don't call me that. Break out. This is your chance. He's gonna kill 100 people in one night. 2 men with reliver marks made their way home, unaware that their time was approaching.
そろそろ日が暮れるな。ブローが現れる前に家に戻らないと。
Looks like the sun's about to go down. We better head back before Barreau finds
リライ
us.
バーが狙われてるから警戒しろって言われても、この国の大半がリライバーだしな。
They said he's targeting us relivers, so we should keep an eye out, but aren't most people already relivers? Technically speaking, no, because the children are not relivers. So anyone who was born within the last 23 years is not a reliver unless they had a medical condition where they had permission to become a reliver at some point. So no, you were incorrect with this statement. And the exorcists have existed for a while, and there is literally a church dedicated to them. So, I don't know, pay attention to your surroundings. I was thinking, what if Sheen, Dahat, and Mother was on that list? I would love to know what's on the list. 100 names, though. That's a lot.
とっとと捕まえてくれないと。毎晩ろくに眠れやし。
Someone better catch him soon, or we won't be able to get any damn rest. As he was about to scratch his head, his right arm flew in front of him, covered in blood before it could even touch his hair. He froze in shock. He tried to scratch his head again, but his brain signals never reached his hand. He looked down at the base of his arm, from which blood poured profusely. The young man finally realized that he had lost his arm. The culprit descended in front of them, a cloaked shadow holding a huge halberd. Both expressions changed to despair, noticing that the shadow in front of them matched the description of the newspaper. He usually kills so fast they don't have a chance to scream. I thought you only appeared during the night. He's got a lot of work to do. Barreau pulled back his huge halberd as they ran for their lives. God. Their torsos split from the rest of their bodies. A total of 5 relivers were killed by Barreau that day from the evening's hours until midnight. The corpse in the Royal Guard that fought him only ended up with casualties. From the next day forward, the casualties started to increase whether the victims were indoors or outdoors. Apachel was now ruled by fear throughout the day, not just at night like before. A week passed. I had been living in captivity in this room under the surveillance of the society members who pretended to be Lucas's workmates. Unable to stay still much longer, I tried different means of escapes to get in touch with Adolphe and the others, but my every effort failed, and I was sometimes even forced back into the cage. There was a royal decree limiting the citizens' freedoms of movement, so I couldn't expect anyone to come here to help. But among those who did come, Mathis, the man who killed your brother, is alive. Your brother, yeah. Lucas visited every other day with his body covered in blood. He's still beautiful, even as a monster. No matter how much he did for Capuchin, he still wasn't allowed to see Nadia. What about me? As for today, Lucas returned and immediately fell to the floor from extreme strain and fatigue, splattering blood from his body. The blood spread across the floor must be that of those he killed, as well as the blood from his own mouth. Even so, I'm home. Welcome back. No matter how bad of a state he was in, he would never forget to greet me when he came home. After squinting his eyes a few times, he somehow dragged himself over to the cage. Lucas? I instinctively reached out between the bars and touched him as he fell against the cage. His body was so cold that he was no different from the dead.
教祖様からの連絡は
Any contact from the minister? I shook my head silently.
そうですか。
I see.
ですが、これほど浄化を
But I've
続
been
けているのです
purifying
から、
so many.
と今頃、ナディアは無事に回復。
I'm sure he's taking good care of Nadia. Despite how horribly he was treated, he still believed in Capuchin and his god. After a few coughs, he weakly closed his eyes. I could at least tend to him if I weren't in here. I tried to bend the bars a number of times, but they didn't budge at all. As I bit my lip with frustration over how useless I
自
felt,
らを軟禁する殺人鬼の命を案じるとは、
You're
風変わりなお嬢さんだ。
you're a strange girl to worry about a murderer who has kept you in captivity. From the door came the one who put Lucas in the situation, who was the source of all this evil. Capuchin, why are you here?
おやおや、随分な嫌われようだ。
See, at least his face is kind of better in this situation. I don't know, he might look straight on and mess it up. Oh my, you seem to hate me so.
私とそこにいる殺人鬼。犯した罪は大して変わらないというのに、この差は何なのだろうね。
I wonder why, as the sins I've committed are no different from those of the murderer lying by your side. I'll ask you again, why did you turn your back on Lucas?
突き放したつもりはないさ。
There we go, that's the bad
これも彼に与えられた神からの試練だよ。
I haven't turned my back on him. He is simply enduring God's trials.
だが死にかけの体で、その試練に挑めというのも酷な話だ。
Still, it's a terrible thing to have someone in a dying state go through this ordeal.
私はなけなしの慈悲で、苦しむ彼を救いに来たのだよ。
Which is why I came here to save him with the little compassion I have left. Save him? Capuchin stepped over the spot of blood on the floor and walked towards Lucas. He took a syringe from his bag and stabbed the unconscious Lucas in the neck before injecting some kind of drug. I could hear his pulse. The next moment, his eyes opened wide and his pupils began to quiver vigorously. He then held his hand over where the syringe left a mark as he went into a seizure.
よし、このぐらい打てば、死ぬまでの間、正気を飛ばせるだろう。
That should be enough to keep him mindless until he dies. Capuchin spoke calmly as he wiped away the liquid left on the needle. Capuchin, what did you do to him?
私なりの支援だよ。彼は昔からこの薬がお気に入りでね。投与するとたちまち動きが良くなる。
You're hoping that Anku would... I miss my beautiful death boy. I don't believe you can kill him by cutting him into pieces, though. I just don't think that's an option. In my way of showing support, he's always liked this drug. As soon as I administered it, his movement is greatly
そう
improved.
そう。初めて我が病院にナディアが運び込まれた時も。
Now that I remember when Nadia was first brought to the hospital. Flashback! But the good kind.
お願い。頼む。もう
Please.
やめてください。
Please, no more.
殺す。あなたの指示通り。
I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say.
どんなリライバーが相手でも、この手で殺してみせるから。
I will kill the relivers with my own hands, so please.
どうか。
Please, no more.
ナディアを生きたまま殺さないでくれ。
Don't kill Nadia. She still has time.
この薬を無限に投与されながら。
I kept injecting him with this drug.
心停止させては蘇生するナディアを救うために。
All in the name of saving Nadia, whose heart stopped and recovered repeatedly.
我らの洗脳が完了するまで泣きながらリライバーを殺していたっけか。
It took a while for me to brainwash him, but he did a good job at killing the relivers while crying like a baby. I was appalled that he could laugh. This was what made me feel uncomfortable that night. This was the truth behind faith gone mad. There was no such things as miracles. Instead, what brought danger to her life was sheer human malice. Capuchin inhumanely brainwashed Lucas, using his younger sister's life as a shield and taking him down a path of evil. Another character I just can't stand, just like Jean. I'm starting to think there's no good characters in this game. Like, Mathis only gets a pass because he was created, and he can't help it if he's a Frankenstein monster that has memories injected into him, changing his personality literally, but I mean, I'm still thinking Mother is involved some way. Like, I'm still not convinced Mother is a good person. I love her, and I'll die for her. But Capuchin's humanely brainwashed Lucas, using his younger sister's life as a shield. Just as my brain arrived at the truth, my vision went red with rage. Before I knew it, I was slamming against the iron bars with all my might. My skin peeled and blood was squishing out. But my wounds were nothing like the pain Lucas and Nadia sustained. Capuchin, you're the one who caused all of this. You made him into a serial killer. It was all his fault. What kind of doctor are you? You don't have the right to call yourself one.
その医者失格な人間がナディアをかろうじて延命させているのを忘れたかい？
I suppose you're forgetting that this doctor you're criticizing is the one keeping Nadia alive.
では、私はここで失礼するよ。
Now then, I need to get going.
より一層使命に励むよう、リュカ君に伝えておいてくれたまえ。
Please tell Lucas to keep up the good work on his mission, my lovely assistant. Lucas slowly woke up right after Capuchin left. His eyes were dull and unfocused. He struggled to breathe as his shoulders were moving up and down with each breath. Lucas? I grabbed his clothes, seeing him in pain, but he didn't stop. I'm already not trusting Dahat. I feel like he will cause issues in Shin's route, but who knows? I don't think Dahat will cause issues. I think Dahat's one of the only ones that's gonna be a good boy, but we're gonna find out. Relivers. Demons. I must kill them as commanded. Stop! You're already at your limit. 大丈夫。
やれる。
I'm fine.
私はまだ
Tashiwa, what's he?
頑張れる。
I can still do this.
悪魔を浄化し、ナディアを救って。
I need to purify the demons. I need to save Nadia.
会うことを許されたら
Once I'm allowed to see
犯し
her,
てしまったことを
I need to apologize for making her cry. He coughed out some blood.
でもどうすればいいのだろう。
What should I do?
今まで兄弟喧嘩など
We've never been in a fight before.
仲直りの方法なんて 知らない。誰も教えて
I've recently watched the FNAF movie, so this is kind of the same
く
vibe.
れなかった。
Whatever to get your sister back. I don't know how to make amends. No one taught me how.
教えてくれるはずの
My
父
mother
と
and father,
母も
they were relivers. They didn't have this kind of emotion.
よりにもよって
Of all things,
お前がこの国の平穏を荒らすか
how
愚か者め
dare you bring chaos to this country, you fool. He killed his parents.
刑事を受け殺してしまった。
Killed him as commanded. He was still trying to stand up. Even in his madness, he still cared for his younger sister, who he used as support. It was hard to look at him now. But at the same time, my love for him grew even stronger. You are dumb. Just as tears spilled from my eyes. Oh, look at his fang. Aw, he's got a fang. I'm hugging him through the cage because he's got his back to me somehow. When did that happen? You look wild. It's enough. It's enough already. You've already done your very best. I tried to embrace him through the bars. I spoke to him the same words that brought joy to my heart when he said them to me. His body shook as I pulled him back towards the bars. You don't need to be strong now. Imagine falling in love with a literal
ここで
murderer.
頑張るのは間違っていますよ。
This is not the time or place to be strong, Leah.
むしろ頑張ったら私は君が本音を語ってくれるまで
In fact, I may have to scold you until you're honest with me. I used what he said to me before to try and reach him. If you can't take it anymore, you can't say you want help. It's okay to voice your anger. You've saved me in the past by telling me I don't need to be strong at all. Oops. So it's my turn to save you. Please. Please. Please try to be strong. Please don't try to be strong anymore. I want you to be weaker than you are now. If not, you won't ever let yourself cry. He was in my arms in a daze over what was happening. But the moment my tears began to wet his back, in response, he slowly released his strength. I
一人で
I was alone.
一人で頑張るのが
It
辛い
hurt to do my best all alone. Honestly, this almost looks like he is a vampire more than any other time. He's got his little fang. Sure, it's his blood coming out of his mouth, but there is blood coming out of his mouth. It hurt to do my best all alone. He spoke in a sorrowful voice. Yes,
リライバーも本当は殺したくない
I don't want to kill relivers.
どれだけ剣をしていようと人と同じ姿をした命を
No matter how much I hate them, I would never want to take the life resembling a human.
思うものか
Yes. He had done what he could to protect his precious treasure, even to the point of insanity. But Capuchin's Selfish orders tore them apart. Lucas gasped as he took in some air.
もう嫌だ。
I want to quit.
どうして残りわずかな寿命の中で
I have so little time left to live.
私はあの子のそばに入れず
Why do I need to be separated from her like this? I think I like this route, but I still dislike him. IDK how I feel anymore at this point. I love the story. I'll keep it like that. Like, the story is very interesting. As far as people go, like, if this was a real situation, we would not end up together. There's just no way. He's too delusional. I can't fix him. He expressed a natural sentiment, one that all humans would understand. But Lucas wasn't allowed to scream his feelings even though his days were numbered.
どうして神は私とあの子にばかり
I played Collar X Malice, and one of my favorite side characters were the brother-sister duo who had their lives ruined. I wanted the best for them, but they were psychotic murderers, so... Why did God give us such hardship to me and my sister?
遺伝子疾患
Same, yeah. They were so cute and psychotic.
なんだそれは
Genetic disorder. Superhuman strength for what?
私たちは何も望んでいない
We didn't ask for
そんな特別
any of it. We didn't need to be special. Ooh, he's angry.
たとえ短くとも手をつなぎ同じ速度で
I wanted to hold hands and walk with her even for a short time.
ただの兄と妹として
Just walking as brother and sister.
大切な思い出や感情とともに普通に
We only wanted to live normal lives to cherish our
生きたかった
memories
だけなんだ
and emotions. But again, she's living in a room. And I know, like, this is kind of in a lot of fantasy stories. She's so trapped that she's not even, like, really getting a chance to live. Like, she's living for notes and messages and, like, a few hours a day where she can be with her brother. Like, she's in constant pain and just pretending that she's not. And that's just not living. That's the opposite. I feel the same way. I only wanted to be by your side and see the two of you live happily. I held him in my arms as he cried. I wanted to affirm all his wishes. If only they hadn't met the previous minister or a Capuchin. He would have just been a loving brother who was skeptical of relievers. Even if the sins is committed could never be forgiven, still, you can cry all you want. I'll stay by your side until the very end. I'll listen to everything you have to say. And we'll think together about how to make amends for Nadia. I've had my own shares of fights with Adolphe, like siblings do, so I'm pretty experienced in reconciling. His trembling began to subside. He laid his hand gently on my arm and that embraced me.
それは
Well,
実に頼もしい
you gotta stop calling me
ですね。
your student. It feels weird.
まさか教え子である君に教えを解かれる日が来るとは
That's good to know. I never thought I'd see the day that my student would become my teacher.
そうか誰かにすがることは
I wanna feel for you, but like,
こんなにも
A life sentence isn't even enough. You're gonna die.
安心できるも
Can
の
you tell me where you buried Anku? I
な
just...
んですね。
no reason. I see now. I didn't know how comforting it could be to accept help from someone else. I want to find my friend that you buried in the ground. Do you mind? Like, where is he? She gonna still be in a cage after this? Gonna let her out? I somehow had Lucas break the lock on the cage. I then went into storage to retrieve the nutritional drip he had and helped administer it to him. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to stop the curse. But Lucas had been doing his purification rituals for days without food or drink, so eating solids now might stress his body. How do you feel?
先ほどよりは断然良いかと。
At least you don't want to kill Sheen, mother, and Dahat. Keep in mind, in one version of this world, he did kill my mama, and then he put me and her through a horrible ritual together. So, much better than earlier.
水も多量に飲んだので、打たれた薬も少しだけ薄まったように感じます。
After drinking so much water, I feel that the drugs he injected had thinned out a bit. I forgot about that, but not completely.
長い間打たれ続けてきましたから。
I've been injected with this so frequently
簡単には消えないでしょ
that I'm sure it's built up in my system.
う。正直なところ、今も教祖様から植え付けられた
To be honest,
歪んだ教えが
I can't seem to forget the warped
頭
teaching
から
that the minister
離れな
implanted
く
in
て
my memory.
もうリライバーを殺したくないと
I don't want to
思
kill
ってい
any
る
more
はず
relivers,
なのに、
but
彼らの姿を思い出すだけで殺意や嫌悪感が
just thinking about them triggering me into feeling
止
hate
まらなくなる。
and disgust, then I guess we need to make sure you don't see them. What are you planning to do now, Lucas? Don't tell me you're going to continue following Capuchin's orders.
いえ、どうにか警備の目を盗み、ナディアに
I won't,
会いに行こうかと。
but I'm thinking about infiltrating the hospital so that I can see Nadia.
態度が一変した教祖様のそばに、あの子を置いておくのも、
Boy,
いささか不安なので。
you guys are both dark and monstrous. I think you knew from the start. After all, it's not very reassuring to have her be with the minister after seeing his pure, true personality. I see, I guess we'll need to talk a bit more about what to do. We should prioritize confirming Nadia's safety and find a way to make amends.
できるのでしょうか。
Is that even possible? I mean, they did it in Star Wars, so you seem very Kylo Ren right now. I'm sure it's possible. I bet Nadia's waiting for you. We can apologize to her together. You can tell her your complaints then and show her your weak side too. We've both hidden too many things despite being family.
ええ、君の言う通りです。生徒や妹には散々頼れと言ってお
I
き
do
な
like his
が
hair
ら、
more in a ponytail than the braid though, sadly.
私自身
Yes,
そ
you're
の
right.
教えを
I told her
実
and my
行
students
で
to
き
rely
て
on
いなかっ
others,
た。
yet I didn't follow my own teaching.
ですが、どうして君まで謝罪を。
But why do you need to
それに
apologize?
私たち
And you said that
とは
we're A family? Didn't he get it? You're accepting his proposal? My girl, he's a mass murderer.
愛しています。どうか私と命果てるまで寄り添う伴侶を選ぶのなら。
The memories from back then returned through this time. I felt no fear. He must have gone mad from the effects of brainwashing over a long period of time. Still, it didn't change the importance of his meaning. Maybe he doesn't remember proposing. He doesn't remember trying to kill you. He tried to kill you recently. That's a strange thing to say. You asked for my hand in marriage. So why don't you see me as part of your family? You made Prous, this man covered in blood, blush. Despite being covered in blood, Lucas tried to hide his blushing with his hands, but it was too late. Even his ears were flushed red. Oh my god. It had been a long time since I stepped outside at night. The first thing that had to be done was to confirm Nadia's condition and apologize. Lucas needed to disregard Capuchin's order and see Nadia before his life came to an end. Oh, this is a dark romance. That's right. He's gonna die anyways. We therefore decided to infiltrate the hospital in secret. The guards were patrolling the area, but they didn't mean a thing to Lucas. He carried me in his arms and jumped across the roof of the buildings in Cohen, landing in a secluded part of the garden because he's a vampire. We slowly moved near the window to the hallway. We broke through a part of the glass with a dagger to unlock the window from the inside. Breaking and entering, is that something a good boy would do?
君がそばにいてくれるなら
I think he should have
私はいくらでも
his black outfit on. It's
悪い
better
子
for
に
dark
なれ
times.
そうです。
I think with you by my side, I can be as bad as I want. You're a mass murderer. I took his hand and he lifted me inside the hospital. We made our way through in silence, but it didn't take us very long to arrive in front of our destination. Have you decided what to tell Nadia first?
もちろん。内容はぼかしつつ、カプシーヌの人使いの荒さを
Of course.
相談しようかと。
I'm going to explain that Capuchin has taken her hostage minus the horrific details. Sounds good. We both smiled at each other before slowly opening the door. Nadia would usually be sleeping at this hour, but...
兄様、それにあなたも。
Brother, and Leah.
よかった。最近全然来てくれないから、あの時のこと、怒ってるのかと。
Thank goodness. You haven't come to visit recently, so I thought you were angry about what happened. The resident of this room was awake and greeted us with a gentle smile. We both headed towards the bed where Nadia was sitting as usual.
ナディア、あの時、心配してくれるあなたに対し、不誠実な態度をとってしまって。
Nadia, I need to apologize to you for being so rude and dishonest back then despite your concerns.
彼女がそばにいてくれたおかげで、私もようやく目が覚めました。
It's just one of those things. It's the slightest misstep and I die, just saying. I finally awakened thanks to Lee staying by my side.
これからあなたに話したいことがたくさんあるんです。
There are so many things I need to talk to you about.
何日もかけるぐらい長くなるし、情けない姿も見せると思いますが、
It may even take a few
聞い
days.
てくれますか？
I'll probably show a pathetic side of me, but will you listen?
ええ、もちろん。私は全然怒ってないから気にしないで。
Yes, of course. I'm not angry, so please don't worry.
怒っていない？
Not angry? Not at all?
ええ。兄様にだって人に話せない秘密ぐらいあるでしょ。
Yeah, I'm sure you have a few secrets you can't tell me.
それをすねて聞き出そうとするなんて。
But I tried to get you to tell me anyway.
私ってば自分勝手だったわね。
I was really selfish, wasn't I? Nadia easily made peace with Lucas, who was anxious about their reconciliation. Ooh, gosh, don't put big words there. What a relief. The sins he committed, Capuchin, Nadia's curse, and more. Cure. The issues were far from being resolved, but at least this was one less thing for.
誰だ
Who are you? Huh?
兄様、何を言ってるの？
What are
私
you
はナディアよ。
saying? It's me, Nadia.
この世にただ一人しかいない。 あ
I'm
な
your
たの
one
大事な妹。
and only younger sister. Seeing him go pale, Nadia looked up with a bewildered expression.
違う
No,
私にはわかる
you're not her. Lucas quickly grabbed Nadia's arm and rolled up her sleeves. Wasn't that? Huh? There on her arm was a beautiful mark that resembled a blooming flower. The mark of a reliver. This doesn't make sense. Lucas, isn't Nadia human like you? His body began to shake. The door opened and came a doctor with a single document in hand.
リュカ・プルーストさんですね。
Are you Lucas Proust?
あなたの妹、ナディア・プルーストは、カプシーヌ院長を保証人とし、
Your younger sister Nadia has Dr. Chapucine as guardianator for her
人
pledge?
間としての延命を拒み、死亡後、誓約書に同意してリライバーとなりました。
She refused treatment to stay human, so upon her death, we revived her as a reliver.
は
What? The doctor forced the document into Lucas's hand as he stood there in
ここ
shock.
で余生を過ごす入院患者にも、途中で死ぬのを恐れ、リライバー化を希望する者が多いので、
Many of our patients change their mind and seek to become relivers to
いつ
avoid
でも
death.
それを実行できるよう、設備や誓約書を用意しているのです。
So we have the pledges and equipments ready to fulfill their wishes at any time. And the signature box with her name signed in an unusual fashion.
この誓約書をあの子が書いた
You're telling me she signed it? That's
そんなの
impossible.
嘘だ
You're lying.
信じない貴様本物のナディアをどこに連れて行った
Where did you take the real Nadia? He tried to grab the doctor, but Nadia tugged on his clothes from the bed.
兄様、私
Brother,
ならこ
I'm
こに
right
いるわよ。
here. Her calling him brother definitely didn't sound the way it once did. The girl in front of us sounded like she was simply reading a document that explained their relationship. A reliver who lost her love for her brother. His eyes went dull.
違うお前はナディアじゃない
No, you're not, Nadia. Prous shook off her small hand and drew his dagger. No, Lucas. Before I could stop
そ
him,
の顔でその声で私を呼ぶな
how dare you speak to me with that face and voice of yours? His purifying blade sliced the air.
"男は天使と悪魔をその身に飼っている。
That's wild. Oh my god. The man harbored both an angel and a demon inside his body.
神から試練ばかりが与えられる彼らに
God constantly sent him through trials to test his fate.
天使は憐れんだ。なんてかわいそうな人間なのだと。
The angel pitied him, saying he was a poor human.
悪魔は笑った。なんて滑稽な人間なのだ
The
と。
demon laughed at him, saying he was but a foolish human.
すると男は自らを憐れむ天使を殺し、
The man then
悪
killed the
魔だけを
angel
受け入れて
who pitied him and
こう言った。
accepted the demon, saying to him,
そう、私は滑稽な男なのだ。
Yes, I'm a foolish
ど
man.
うか忘れてくれるなよ。
Never forget that.
悪魔よ。お前は滑稽な私が犯した罪
Demon,
の証だよ。
you are the proof of the terrible sins this foolish soul has committed. Oh, my stars. That's a lot of blood, my guy. Lucas. Red tears flowed from the eyes of the doll Nadia always kept by her side. Lucas breathed heavily. On the bed was a victim who died in a manner far different from his purification rituals. An existence that may or may not be called Nadia lay on the bed covered in red. Blood dripped from her flesh and onto the floor. Suddenly, Lucas's dull eyes regained their light.
そんな私は
No, what have I... Support him? Are you crazy? How many choices did I have in chapter 3? I had four choices in chapter 3. This is my first choice in chapter 5. I don't know. I placed my hand on his arm as he looked on in horror. I'm mentally tired. I am too at this point. Again, we're trying to get that blooming flower. Let's see. It's not letting me go down. What the heck? Let me go down. There we go. Let's support this loser. I quickly held him up as he began to stumble. We need to pray for her now.
ええ。君の言う通りですね。
Yes, you're right. I don't have the right to grieve. He slowly lowered his arm with the dagger in hand. He shouted so much that he didn't want to kill anyone anymore, but regarding the reliver in front of him, the person who looked like his younger sister, he was distraught over killing her without any hesitation. I grabbed the collar of the doctor who showed us the pledge of Lucas's behalf. Where did you take Nadia?
ですから、同意のもとリライバーに。
Like I said, she became a reliver as the pledge. Liar. There's no way a person who kept true to her feelings would decide to become a reliver in such a short span of time. Even if she did, she would never have done it without contacting Lucas. I see this isn't enough to fool you two. The man had a small transmitter attached to his white coat, and what came through it was a familiar voice.
Capucine.
Capucine, we're on a different mission now. I was wondering how you were able to break through the brainwashing to infiltrate the hospital. The greatest power of all. Love. It must have been you, Leah. I must say the power of love is indeed terrible and fearsome. Things would have ended more satisfactory if you had died from the curse. His hateful words were being directed not at me but Lucas. Fine, I should reward you for your effort. I will allow you to see the real Nadia.
やはりナディアは生きているんですね。
I knew it. Nadia's alive. Of course she is. She's resting comfortably in my personal laboratory.
場所を案内するから、目の前の男から通信機を受け取り、誘導に従ってくれ。
I will invite you here, so take the transmitter from him and follow my instructions. The man emotionally handed the transmitter to Lucas. He took it and latched onto his clothes. It was risky to trust him like this, but we wouldn't know where he took Nadia unless we followed his instructions. Which meant we had no other choice.
君はここで。
Leah, you stay. I'm going to.
しかし。
But I appreciate your concern, but even if I don't go, I might be abducted by someone here since the hospital's managed by the society. More importantly, I came here to see Nadia. I have no intention of leaving until I can confirm she's safe. He must have known that I wouldn't bend, no matter what he said.
無茶だけはしないでください。
I am a cool, calm, and collected human being. I would never do anything rash, like fall in love with a murderer and accept his proposal. Promise me that you won't do anything rash.
いざという時は迷わず私を見捨てて逃げるように。
If push comes to shove, leave me behind and run. Anku told me to run, and I didn't even do that because it wasn't an option. He spoke sternly, and then...
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
君も遺伝子上は確かに私の妹なのに。
I'm so calm I won't do anything. You're genetically my younger sister, but still.
本当に私は薬一つにも打ち勝てない。
I really am a pathetic person, unable to fight the drug inside me. She should have had the eyes, though. Like, I don't care if they pretend they can't see the eyes. Like, in every single horror movie where red means dangerous, and people just ignore that when it happens. Like, he covered the body of the reliver Nadia with a bed sheet and offered a prayer of repentance. It's the Prestige! I didn't even think about this. This is the Prestige in, like, human form. Lucas then held my hand. We headed through the hospital with just our footsteps making any sound. Imagine being in an evil cult and not realizing that it's an evil cult. This was the second time I was at the Society's true base of operation, but what I saw was much different from what I could recall before. No one's here.
実験体として利用されていたリライバーまで
Even
姿
the
を消しています。
relivers used for his experiments are gone. I was unable to avoid seeing the horrors of the experiments, but the silence was very eerie.
そのまままっすぐ。そうだね。先日彼女を拘束していたあたりまで来てくれ。
Keep going straight. Go to where she was held captive that day.
すぐそばに他のものよりも光が弱い照明がある。その真横、右側の壁を3回ノックすると。
There's a light that's brighter than the others. Knock the wall to the right of the light 3 times. We followed the instructions given through the transmitter and Lucas knocked on the wall. Suddenly a rectangle outline appeared.
本部にこんな隠し通路が。
I never knew a hidden passage existed. Look at this blood-covered boy. He's even got it in his beautiful hair. It seemed even the closest to Capuchin were unaware of the hidden route leading deeper into the facility.
ここまで来れば案
I
内
wouldn't
は
call
不要
Lucas the
だろう。
closest.
ナディアも愛しいお兄様の到着を心待ちにしているよ。
I don't think you need my instructions any longer. Nadia is waiting to see her dear brother. The transmitter from Capuchin suddenly came to an end. It seemed like he had no intention of talking to us again until we arrived. I don't believe you. This is too easy. Beyond the door was a dark passage with no end in sight. Lucas walked through the passage ahead of me, and soon we ended up in front of an old door. Lucas took a breath, then put his hands against the door. He slowly opened it and stepped into the deepest part of Society's secret base. Wait, is Capuchin the person that was doing experiments on kids? Light shone into our visions. Inside was the well kept room where a number of medicines organized into multiple cabinets. My eyes caught sight of the Pell dolls that could be found everywhere I looked. They stared at us in silence. What is this place? What I saw at this facility was much worse, but the room was incredibly unsettling. I looked around to see why, but found nothing. The devices I saw here looked similar to what we used in the other facilities.
ようこそ私の自慢の研究室いや
Look, he's got a new
美術
outfit.
館へ
Welcome to my prize laboratory. No, my museum.
ここへ支援者以外の人間を招くのは初めてだ心から歓迎しよう
You're the only ones I've ever invited here apart from my supporters. I welcome you from the bottom of my heart. Lucas stepped forward with his guard up as blood dripped from his body.
カプシーヌ
Side characters are messed up in this game. That's why I don't trust Mother, even though I love her. Capuchin?
教祖様とはもう呼んでくれないのだね
So you're not gonna call me minister anymore?
残念だよ君のことはずっと昔から弟同然に思ってきたというのに
Too bad I've always seen you as a younger brother too.
私もあなたや先代教祖のことを兄のように信頼いえもう信じておりました
I trusted. No, I blindly trusted you and the previous minister like we were family.
ですがこれまであなたたちが私やナディアにしてきた仕打ちを
But now I know what you people have been
全て思い出した以
doing
上
to Nadia all this time. Wait, what have they been doing to Nadia?
もう献身を捧げることはできません
I can't offer my services to you any longer.
ナディアは
Now,
ど
where
こで
is
すか
Nadia?
答える気がないというのなら
If you don't answer me then. Lucas has clenched his fist with power and intimidated Capuchin with his words.
おお怖い怖い今砕かれるのはさすがに困る
Oh, how scary. It'd be really troublesome to be destroyed right now.
私の体は少々特殊でね新たなものを用意するにはそれなりの手間や時間がかかるんだ
You see, my body is rather unique. It takes some time and effort to create a new one. A new body? I wondered if that meant he created new bodies for himself in the past. It almost sounded as if... Capuchin? Don't tell me. You're the leader of the Society of Exorcists, but you're a reliver?
ああかれこれ40年以上は教祖を務めさせてもらっているかな
Yes, I've been working as the minister for roughly 40 years now. He nonchalantly answered my question that would shake the foundation of his teachings.
バカなありえない
Impossible. That can't be true.
教団の教祖は寿命を迎えるたびに指名制で完全なる別人に引き継がれていくはず
The minister of the society named someone to become the next minister before they die.
現に私を拾った先代とあなたの容姿は似ても似つかない
To add, you don't look any at all similar to the previous minister.
先代か彼は確かあ
Previous.
まあ
I believe he was ahem.
ようやく見つけた君がリュカ・プルースト君だね
It's 1:41 a.m. Yet this game's got me so many plot twists messing with my brain right now. It's almost midnight here. I told myself I could play until 2 a.m. So I got 2 more-ish hours that I'm willing to play. I finally found you, Lucas Proust. I presume.
もう大丈夫だよ。私たちと共においで。
Don't you worry, you can come with us.
こんな声色だったかな懐かしいねあの日はとても寒い夜で
I believe
君
that
の
was
風
his
邪を引きか
voice.
けていた
I feel like it was only yesterday when I found you. We were both about to catch a cold that night. What? Those Those words of salvations were spoken by the previous minister to bring Lucas to the society. But the current minister was saying it in the same voice as the previous minister. Lucas stared in shock. But I thought it was impossible to create relivers with different appearances.
厳密には不具合が生じるので作ることを禁止されている。だ。理論上だけで言えば可能なのだよ。
To be precise, creating relivers with different features is prohibited due to bugs. Technically, creating one is
無
possible.
論、カプシーヌという身分や名前もすべて偽り。
What that means is Dr. Capuchin, you know, is merely an alias.
我が名はオーティ。
I was right! My real name is Artie.
あの傲慢なる男に一度は底辺へと落とされた。
That arrogant man drove me to my
この
lowest
世で
point.
最も遺伝子という存在を愛する男だ。
I'm the only one in this world who loves and appreciates genes. At least he knows what he likes. We get to be Capuchin. Have we been Capuchin before? I can't remember. This is a story of a man so fascinated by the art found within the human body. I was born into a family of farmers in Coan with an appearance much different from now. When I was younger, my parents passed away from the curse at 23 because they didn't have the money to become relivers. Fortunately for me, I was much more intelligent than the other children at my age, so I was allowed to admission into a special school where children were trained to work one day as researchers at the institute. Orti, or whatever your name is, I'm gonna hurt you. Everyone has an alias name. Have we noticed that yet? Like the last game, it was Jean, but it was actually Camille. And this one, it's... Oh gosh, I just forgot Lucas's name for a second. Lucas, but it's actually Barreau. It's Capuchin, but it's actually... Or whatever. Like, everyone has a different name. One just like rips off a mask and go, actually, I'm the bad guy. I was allowed admission into a special school where the children were trained to work one day as researchers at the institute. Researchers were given special treatment in this country, given priority to the process of becoming relivers. I majored in genetics, the most difficult and important subject to earn the money and status to gain the right to become a reliver. I studied day after day, staring at the phantasmal gene depicted in my textbook. My efforts were rewarded. I was invited to join the institute and given the means to escape from the curse of death through reliver technology. Since then, I plan to achieve enough results there for me to live decent life as a reliver, but it was then I saw for the first time real genes that weren't just diagrams in textbooks. The double helix containing a wealth of information to create life that was so beautiful.
なんて素晴らしい。
Truly amazing. I trembled before it, moved to tears. Yes, it was that very moment. I was completely captivated by the mysterious and majesty of human genes. From then on, my life changed. My partial soul was finally nourished, and I did everything to keep them by myself. I spent days and nights on my research. Before long, I rose through the ranks and was allowed to conduct my own research. I then focused on a particular subject. I was mesmerized by women who possessed a unique ailment that others did not.
何度見ても美しい。
They're so beautiful.
同じ人間だというのに、高
I
度
have to
され
take
た
my
情報がわ
cardigan
ず
off
か
because
に
it's
異
actually
なる
warm
だ
in
けで
here right now.
遺伝子はここまで美しくなるのか。
We're supposed to be the same, yet just a slight variation in the genetic code can make genes this beautiful. I'm gonna toss you over there so I don't put you on the ground. Didn't land on the ground, good. But
私の愛する遺伝子たちが23年ごとに死滅するなど、 あまりにも耐え難い。
It's excruciating to know that my beloved genes must perish every 23 years.
どうにか遺伝子たちだけでも守り続ける方法はないだろうか。
There must be a way to protect the genes forever. After extensive thought, I came up with the idea of creating a new breed of human. I used technology to my advantage. I edited and combined multiple genes, modifying my creation so that they could endure the cures. I then altered the life I created into a vessel that would contain my precious genes.
これだ。
Eureka! The original genes I modified did experience some after effects, but it was nothing in comparison to the preservation. But then,
趣味ならよそでやれ。
enjoy your hobbies somewhere else. He dismissed my work like it was nothing. The man was seen as a god, loved by the heavens as the true genius. The man was the oldest reliver and this country's savior, Sheen Brofis.
人間を延命させるために遺伝子を研究している施設で、
The institute is dedicated to researching genes to extend human
遺
lives.
伝子のために人間もどきを作るバカな研究がなぜ必要とされると思っている。
I have no use for foolish experiments that create fake humans simply for the sake of genes.
大体だな。お前が数年かけて完成させたこの尊き研究とやら、
Let me add this precious research of yours that took you years to complete.
かつて俺が1週間程度で構築し、使えないと捨ておいたものとほぼ同じだが。
I constructed the roadmap for a similar idea within a week, but tossed it out as something useless. Monster. What humiliation. The ideal I sought wasn't even a stepping stool for the genius loved by God. But years later, someone found value in my work. I would like to support your research. I would rather support your ambition than help Sheen Brophy with his eternal loop of stagnation. A researcher at the Institute contacted me to offer support. With his cooperation, I abducted humans and relivers from those slums to use as test subjects for my experiment. But my activities were discovered and reported to Sheen Brofis by the crafty little boy who became his confidant. I was kicked out of the Institute and sentenced to death. But my supporters pulled strings to help me escape from my execution. I successfully hid myself amongst the recently established Society of Exorcists. Sheen said his hobby sucks, humiliating him, thus creating this whole thing. He didn't conduct his research on human genes to save humans. He was trying to protect the genes he liked and used humans for his mad experiments.
その時、極刑が果たされていれば。
If only he was executed back then. Capuchin ignored Lucas's muttering and continued. Our founder led a group of researchers to conduct their research from a different angle to find the reason behind our short lives. This supporter might cause trouble in Sheen's supporters. I'm watching you during Sheen's route. Yeah, there's a definite chance. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of drama in Sheen's route. I imagine, and this is just a theory, the reason we even have a route is that he starts going like, well, she's my maid, and like that's the only reason we get pulled into that route. Our founder left a group of researchers to conduct their research from a different angle to find the reason behind our short
あ
lives.
ちらには劣るが、ここの設備を乗っ取ることができれば、研究を再開することができる。
We might not have everything we need right now, but if we took over this place, then I could restart my research. I immediately put my idea into action.
あくまでも人道的な範囲での研究を。
Only research as far as it's humane to do so. They are killing people. They are taking relivers and turning them back into people so they can do experiments on their bodies.
どれだけ研究に行き詰まろうと、他者を巻き込むことだけは絶対に許しません。
No matter how difficult your work may become, do not involve others in a manner that goes against humanity. Pathetic. So pathetic that I killed our idealistic founder in a way that made it look as though she died from some disease. I then became the next minister as a real human. I deceived the followers and sometimes used drugs to brainwash them into preaching about the dangers of relivers. The perfect hideout was constructed. Wait, is he Voldemort in this situation? Think about it. Think about it. He's Voldemort. No one would expect a reliver-hating organization to create relivers for use in their experiments. But then a problem arose. Turning the organization into an anti-reliver group required me to change my identity. After all, my appearance and age were fixed as a reliver, which would cause unnecessary commotion among the followers. So I used the experimental records that the founder left behind. Reading her notes surprised me beyond belief. It seemed she herself had reasons to hide her true identity, which was that she actually was a reliver. I assumed it was because, like me, she was a criminal on the run. She discovered a way to change her appearance of relivers while minimizing the risk associated with such modifications. She wrote, "It's possible to change one's appearance at the risk of creating clones with bugs and damages to its function and memory bank. The backup data contains a personal gene. So she did was keep 99% of the genetic data as is, then change the remaining 1% by replacing the gene with someone else's. By doing so, she was able to successfully create a clone possessing a different hair color and facial feature. I immediately put her work into action. I timed myself that I could die at the right time to prevent suspicion that I was a reliver. This is a lot if he's saying this to these guys." I then created different clones using them to become next generation of ministers. I made it look like I was passing the torch to the next minister, but I remained its head. I doubt I need to explain the rest. I used the devoted believers and sometimes fanatical followers to cover, so that I could contain all the blood and hearts I needed to conduct my experiment. In order to do that, I needed a pawn. I hired assassins for the role, but I sought someone more efficient, and that was when a letter from my supporters arrived. The supporter informed me that an existence that even Sheen Brophy wasn't aware. He was from the Prous family, renowned for their strength and dedication to guarding the royal family. It seemed he was the strongest among them, a true monster who was born to kill. The child's name was Lucas Proust. I saw an opportunity when he left home with his younger sister. I offered salvation while keeping them in captivity. I brainwashed him thoroughly, planning to use him until he died from the curse. Sheen Brophy, you are such a fool. Okay, don't bring Sheen into this. The life forms I created are the only ones worthy of being the new human race. I might have to create a refill on my drink because it's almost empty. And I'm talking a lot. Capuchin spoke to us about a man from the past. A man who held a grudge towards Sheen. A man who saw beauty in genes and worked to bring to life only the genes he adored. Those 2 points were the only things that moved Capuchin. He had no interest in fighting the curse whatsoever. "Sir, I will fight you. Don't involve my husband into this chaos." Capuchin. His true name is Ortiz. He has been infiltrating the genes since, infatuated with genes since his time working as a researcher at the Institute. After being expelled from his inhumane experiments, he hid among the Society of the Exorcist by making use of prohibited reliver technology that can change one's appearance. He remained the minister of the society.
随分と長く語っていましたが、
I'm glad they admit it. You spoke for a long time,
結
but
局すべてはあなたの私欲と自己顕示欲を満たすための
ultimately you're saying you only ever
過程や
cared
方
about the
法に過ぎ
glory
なかったという
and
ことですか。
satisfying your own desires. Meaning the ritual you ordered Lucas to do after killing the revivers was
予想通り、リュカ君をはじめとした信徒たちを納得させるためのカモフラージュだよ。
yes, it was a charade to convince Lucas and the followers of the importance of it.
私としては実験に使う遺伝子、血さえあれば十分だったのだが、
To be honest, I only need blood for my gene modification experiments,
他
but
の支援者がなぜか変死体の隠滅や心臓の提供を必要に求めるものだからね。
my supporters are strangely adamant about attaining the hearts and hiding the bodies. Who are your supporters?
さあ、どこの誰かは私も知らない。奴とのやりとりは手紙や部下を介して行っているのでね。
I love when characters call out the villains out for speaking for a long time, like, sir, just kill us, or whatever. Yeah, I like the exposition. It always happens. It's very interesting. Like, you don't need to tell me your whole story. Because now if I escape, I have that information. I can use that against you. You're gonna have to deal with the consequences of that. So you'll have to kill me. Who knows? We've been communicating through letters. They were delivered to me by my subordinate.
研究所に所属していた時ならば交流があったかもしれないが。
Perhaps that person was someone I knew from the time I was in the Institute. Who else have we met in this game so far that could possibly be his supporter? I mean, there's a chance that Jean/Camille is one of his supporters because he knows about our lovely, beautiful assassin, Lucas. So he could be one of the supporters. That's a known character. I don't think Mother would be one of his supporters because she knows Sheen, and I feel like her story is linked to Sheen's more than this guy's. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else we've met that could be involved. Hugo could be a supporter, maybe. There's a chance. Perhaps that person was someone I knew from my time in the Institute. Perhaps.
異なる容姿のリライバーに生まれ変わった際の記憶と肉体の齟齬による欠落の影響で
You see, changing a clone's appearance means the memory that is downloaded won't match the body data exactly.
私の記憶は一部欠落しているのだよ。
I was reading a webtoon before your stream. One character literally exposed himself, talking about how he did to the MC right in front of everyone. There's no going back. Like, you can't come back for that. I don't get. There was a webtoon that I was reading that I finally got tired of and just skipped to the end because it was getting too wild. What was it called? I'm pregnant with a villain's child or something. She has like a one-night stand with a guy, ends up pregnant with babies, and like the story takes forever. And at the very end, it felt like a different story. And in the comments, because I always like to read the comments, someone said they did the same thing I did. Like they got to a certain chapter and they said, okay, what's happening? Just ended it. But yeah, lots of exposition in this game, which makes sense. I mean, there's no... What's that word? Show, don't tell. Like, they can't really show so much because they don't have that much in the animations. Part of my memory is missing.
だから彼 彼女どちらだったか。支援者の顔や名前はまるで知らないんだ。
I mean, I wonder if it's Mom. Would Mom care? Like, Mom doesn't seem offended when Lucas says things about how he doesn't like relivers. And she has a very strong opinion about Sheen. There's only two people they show the face of at the Institute, which is Sheen and Dahat. And I don't think he would be part of this based on how he's acting. Anyways, which is why he, or was it she? I don't even remember their gender. I simply can't remember their face or name. He spoke as if trying to recall the memory of an old friend. Unlike Lucas, who was brainwashed, the person knew that his actions were evil, yet somehow no remorse about it. There's one webtoon I might drop because a lot of stupid characters, the writing is just so annoying. The one I need to get back into, I think they were taking a break, was the oak tree one. Like, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it, but the guy in it is like, he's like a bear in the form of a human, and she looks like a strawberry in comparison. It's really, they're very different personalities. And she has a stutter, and it's so, Under the Oak Tree, yes. Yeah, I really like that one. I was reading that one and they were on break last time. I had got caught up on it. Lucas and I both felt the ominous unease. Lucas suddenly began to speak as if to shake off the fear.
あなたの身勝手な過去とナディアに一体何の関係が。
Trying if there's any other ones I've been reading, but that was like the one I was keeping up on. I was reading that one and the other one at the same time, and I got so done with the other one that I skipped to the end. There's one I want to read that kind of has Under the Oak Tree vibes, but it's like a dragon guy. I keep seeing that one in my feed and I'm like, all right, I'm interested, but I just... So what does your selfish past have anything to do with Nadia? She's got genes, bro. If you're trying to buy time, it's no.
君の人質とするために引き取った。Nadia Proust.
I took in Nadia Proust in an effort to hold you hostage.
部を司るプルースト家に生まれながら、正反対の虚弱を得てしまった異例の存在。
She was born a Proust. I read webtoons every night. I do. It's kind of weird. I have ADHD, so there's times where I'm like, I want to read a bunch of webtoons, and I will read 100 chapters in a day, and then I will not do it again for like months. It's the same thing with certain games. I love Harvest Moon style games. I will play them, but I will play them in like a burst. I will play so many hours of it, and then I will not touch it again for like ever. And then typically in games like that, I don't even choose a love interest because I'm too, like, I can't pick. I'm too picky. Me with certain games and mangas plus animes, yeah. I have like the mangas we have back here. I actually don't know if you can see my collections right now. I bought them so I could read them. The only one I've read is Jujutsu Kaisen. And then I have like all of Death Note, which I don't know how I managed not to read Death Note when it first came out, but I did. Even though I like it and I've seen episodes of the anime and I know the characters' names and stuff, I've never watched it or read it all the way through. So I got that. Super excited. Have not touched a single book and I've had it for about a month and a half now. So one day, I'll probably read it all in a day. She was born a Prous, but unlike those from the family, she was born with terminal weakness that made her unique. Lucas's shoulders twitched.
私はかつてそんな彼女に興味を惹かれてね。試しに血液検査をしてみたところ。
I was very interested in her very unique circumstances, so I took some of her blood to investigate.
なんと彼女は遺伝子疾患があり、さらにはその原因となる遺伝子が。
I'm gonna see if I can grab. I don't want to pause it since I have a little mini fridge. I'm gonna see if I have a drink in there real quick just because I'm out. 1 second. did have a single drink in there. How exciting. I don't always have some in there. When I have like when we get restocked and we get a soda, I'll sometimes put a whole 12-pack in there, but we didn't do that last time. They haven't been on sale lately, which hurts my feelings because I don't drink anything but soda. I'm not a healthy person, but it's diet and it's delicious. I found out that she had a rare genetic disorder. Even more surprising, the genes caused her disorder were... He's blushing. Absolutely beautiful beyond belief. Unlike anything I've ever seen. You haven't drank soda for a year? My sister is completely the opposite of me. So I always drink soda. She used to always drink tea. And now she pretty much mostly drinks water. Not him blushing. He's so sweet. He's endearing now. Yes, it was love at first sight. Oh shoot, this room just reminded me of something from like Black Butler. I think there was an episode in Black Butler with like a bunch of dolls that were like attacking them. This is giving me those vibes right now. I feel like this is the only safe-ish thing he can say. I am madly in love with the genes that make up her body. I'm glad the music stopped. It knew. What? The ominous feeling finally manifested in the worst possible form because of Capuchin. Love. Not for Nadia. But he fell in love with the genes that were eating away at her body. The moment we realized what he was saying, you are standing next to a serial killer, calm down. Despicable. You have no room to fight this, my guy. Lucas covered his mouth with his hand. You've been looking at her for the past 8 years in such an insane way. You knew she had this genetic disorder and you did nothing to save her, just like you didn't save me. No wonder why the trigger warning says obsessive tendencies towards minors. I knew this one was rated M. What does it say on here? Violence, blood, suggestive themes, and language. That's all it tells you on here. I feel like it should have more warnings. This is the darkest Otome game I think I've played. And I love Otome games, so... I won't let a lowlife like you have a single strand of Nadia's hair. He's been doing experiments on her for 8 years. I could say the same thing to you. I'm being denounced. Yeah, I'm glad he's calling him out. Thank you for calling him out. I'm being denounced by some killer who murdered relievers with so much joy. Someone think a list of trigger warnings for each route. I saved it so I'll be prepared for this no matter what. I'm not prepared for this game. When we finish this route, I'll double check who I'm playing next. I think the next one is Sheen. Because Eves and Adolph and Anku are all locked. So it's going to be Sheen next. Does he have trigger warnings? I'm quite curious. So are you going to shift blame to the brainwashing rather than yourself? We're both trash. No, but you are no different from me.
多くのリライバーを自分のために殺めてきた。救いようのないクズにして悪魔。
Again, back to when you call them relivers, they're people. Don't call them relivers. They're straight up people. You're killing people. I feel bad for not even going back to my Animal Crossing island because I feel like I've literally abandoned the people. They're people. You're irredeemable scum and a true demon for killing so many relivers for your own sake.
寿命を全うすることすらおこがましい。本来ならば今すぐにでも裁かれるべき人間でしょ
You don't have the right to die of old age. Your judgment and punishment should be delivered immediately.
う。ですが、その破滅に彼女とナディアを巻き込むことだけは
I won't let you drag Lee
許さない。
and Nadia into your path towards destruction. He repeated his first demand with murderous intent.
もう一度言う。これが最後の忠告だ。
It's hard to say if he's got the upper hand in this, even though he has the strength of a literal god on his side. I will say this once more, and this will be my final warning.
私たちの妹、ナディアを返せ。カプシン。
Return our younger sister Nadia to us at once, Capuchin.
私と同等のクズであるお前が相手なら、肉塊にすることにため
You
らいはないぞ。
are scum just like me, so I will not hesitate to turn you into a lump of meat. The intimidation emanating from the strongest man in the country should not be matched. He would keep his word and strike him into the ground if Capuchin dared to refuse.
やれやれ、気の短いお兄様だ。
My, what a short-tempered brother you are.
どうせならば祝福の言葉が欲しかったのだが。
If you were going to say something, I was hoping for a word of blessing. Okay. Oh no. The very first one scares me. Self-harm, violence, gore, power abuse, corruption, government, atheism, politics, human experimentation, human sacrifices, military police brutality, and mass murder. That's a lot. You got me. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a fun route. So much. But I don't know. It says self-harm. Who's hurting himself in that one? I mean, he hates himself, so maybe. Power abuse? That sounds accurate. He's been power abusing the whole time. If you were going to say something, I was hoping for words of
反
blessing.
対されているのなら仕方ない。これも我らに与えられた。
Then again, I suppose it can't be helped. I should accept this as a trial of love. Capuchin didn't seem intimidated by Lucas's words and showed no signs of running. He walked towards a doll leaning against the bed and rubbed its cheek. Suddenly, the doll's pale skin molded to Capuchin's caress with his fingers. I think it was some kind of doll made of porcelain, but Adolf and Anku both said all of the same above. Yeah, no kidding. Really? Anku? I thought Anku would have, honestly, more. This doll skin was strangely supple. And in a few seconds, the doll's cheeks returned to its former curve. It was as if the doll had flesh like a normal human.
君とは長年の付き合いだった。だが私も、とうとう運命の人を見つけてしまってね。
We have known each other for a long time, but I have finally met the one destined for me.
よって君とはここでお別れだ。
And so I must bid you farewell.
安心したまえ。君が残してくれた遺伝子は彼女の中で永遠に生き続ける。
Don't worry. The genes you so dearly took care of are inside her forever. My mouth went dry in an instant. My heartbeat quickened and I sensed a sense of unknownable fear took over. The doll slowly fell onto its side after Capuchin moved his hand away. Suddenly, from the doll's hand and feet, coagulated blood splattered upon the floor. Lucas has got the most trigger warnings, and the common root got 4 trigger warnings. Oh gosh, the pressure in the room changed to silence. We looked around at the other dolls in the room. Upon careful inspection, we noticed that their arms and legs didn't exactly match each other's bodies. It was as if they were created using parts from separate human bodies.
リュウカ君、私はね、ナディアの遺伝子に恋をしたあの日から、
Lucas, ever since I fell in love with Nadia's genes that
彼
day,
女の遺伝子をすぐにでも自分のものにしたくてたまらず。
I simply couldn't hold back making her genes my own.
君を利用しつつも、君が死ぬのをずっと待っていたんだ。
I continued to use it to do my bidding, waiting for the day it would finally die. Footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase.
だから今回の発作で、ようやく君が死んでくれると思い。
I thought your most recent seizure would kill you, but
少々先走ってしまった。
seems I acted prematurely. I heard dragging. I looked in the direction of the sound and discovered a large thing covered with cloth. That thing. It was walking slowly down the stairs as if it was going to fall down, and finally arrived next to Capuchin. So far, which side character is the worst? This man is the... or Jean. I mean Camille. Oh my gosh, who's worse? They're both doing genetic testing. I would say they're very equal. They do not care about human life. And they're very self-centered. They would be tied, honestly. Maybe they even exchange information because he knew who, oh gosh, Lucas was in his story because he literally said, I thought he was just a puppet that did what he was told. So I feel like they're very equal. They're both creating things and abusing things with no care of what happened. Finally, but he's killing more people, actually. No, they're both killing people. I just remember he's killing prostitutes in the other story. Yeah, they're both murdering people. They both suck. And the other one wants wombs, so, you know. It finally arrived next to Capuchin.
さあ、私の美しい花嫁。
Now then, my beautiful bride.
せっかくめかし込んだんだ。君の大好きなお兄様に。
I dressed you to perfection, so why don't you show yourself to your dear brother? Capuchin pulled off the covering. From beneath appeared a doll-like being. It was unnaturally white skin and wore a dress and veil dyed in red. From one of its elbows, bulging veins wrapped around its arm and widened to become an unrecognizable hand. I noticed then that the dress was adorned with a garland of skulls and roses and... Press A. What happened? The hair under the veil. Equally same. This man's just like Camille. Yeah. Was the same color as the person next to me whose eyes were wide open. This is very Parasite Eve. The skulls look more like doll heads. This is one heck of a cosplay, I'm just saying. No one would know the reference, but... That thing. It was a creature over 2 meters tall with only one part human.
どうだね。美しいだろう。これがナディアを核として私が作り出した新人類だ。
Isn't she beautiful? I have created a new breed of human using Nadia as its core.
今彼女の肉体には20以上の女性の遺伝子や部位が組み込まれている。
See, this is just like, what's his name? Only it's more centered. This is Full Metal Alchemist. Oh no! Her body is composed of genes and human parts from over 20 different women.
その代償として体育は巨大化してしまったが、外見など私にとってはどうでもいい。
Did you customize her outfit though? I just need to know that part. In return, her body did grow larger than I expected, but her outer appearance doesn't matter to me.
君もそう思うだろう。私の愛しい遺伝子の花嫁、ナディア。
Don't you agree, my dear genetic bride, Nadia? It's like, The moment he looked into the eyes of his sister, who was turned into a horrifying bride. I almost heard the sound of something crack in Lucas's clear eyes. With a scream, he fell into despair. Fair. It was slightly past midnight. As usual, the researchers were staring at the genetic data provided without concern for their personal health. It was the same with the deputy director, Dahat. His team's focus was on the heart. The next update would be coming soon. They needed to ensure that there was no issues with change in memory size or transferring emotions into memory. Dahat, please help. Your friend needs help.
ブローの被害者が続出しても、うちはいつも通りの忙しさですね。
Looks like we're busy as usual, especially with so many Barreau
リ
victims.
ライバーがターゲットって言うなら、うちの研究所が真っ先に狙われそうですけど、有能な警備兵さんには感謝
I think even if you have dependable security guards, that doesn't stop Dahat, or not Dahat, Barreau. Since he's targeting relivers, I thought he'd come after us. I'm grateful we have dependable security guards. Just as he was thinking of what to bake to show his gratitude to them,
ダハと10秒で支度しろ。
Dahat, be ready in 10 seconds.
警備兵たちを連れ、エクソシスト教団の病院へ向かう。第二部隊の
Speaking
指揮
of
は任せ
baking,
た。
a cookie sounds so good. I've been craving like a chocolate chip cookie for like a week, it feels like. So I just remember he's talking about baking. That sounds lovely. We're taking the guards with us to the Society Hospital. You lead the 2nd Brigade. Shin continued with a serious expression, saying that they were going to arrest some criminals.
Eh?
Huh? I saw mention of obsessive tendencies towards a minor. I thought it was about Dahat and Nadia. I was wrong. Yeah, no, Dahat and Nadia are just chilling. They just chilling. There was one thing they did say, and I can't remember how young Dahat was when he became a reliver, but you're kind of stuck in your age. Even though you, like, absorb more information. Cookies! I would love cookies. Even though you absorb information, your mentality stays that age. So if he's 15 and that's his mentality, he can't mature past that, then it's I'm not as bothered by it, honestly. Especially since the guy you want to marry, Asia, is 80 years old. Just so you know, that beautiful man with a neck tattoo, 80 years old. Huh?
謙虚って、とうとうあの病院、当番的な治療費の件が咎めら
Dude,
れた
sugar
んです。
cookies. Have you had those sugar cookies that are like crazy soft that they usually like sell at like Walmart? A random pop-up. Arrest? So is the hospital finally in trouble for their insane medical bills?
違う。以前胃潰瘍であの病院に入院していた男がいただろ
No, do you remember our employee being admitted there because of an
う。そい
ulcer?
つがな、数時間前、なぜかリライバー化して研究所に戻ってきた。
A few hours ago, he somehow returned to the institute as a reliver.
ん？ 無事退院できたならよかったじゃないですか。なんでそんなことで検挙なんて。
Ooh, got his sugar cookies from his job? Is that like where they make them? Is it a restaurant? Isn't it a good thing that he came back safe and sound? I don't see why we have to go there and...
病院でリライバーか？反リライバー組織が運営してるのに？
Did you just say reliver? At a hospital managed by anti-reliver cults? More importantly...
機材もないはずなのに。
Oh, Target? I think they have those sugar cookies there, so if it's the super soft ones that have like frosting on top, the best. I doubt they have the proper equipment to do such a thing, so
俺が
how?
クルーンたちから受けた協力要請が全ての答えだろ
The request I got from Koran is the answer to your question. He thought for a bit. Ease had reached out in search of a possible facility and illegal manufactured relivers, which meant...
あの病院がブローをリライバーとして蘇らせたってことですか？
Are you saying that hospital revived Barreau as a reliver?
十中八九そうだろ
I assume that's the
う
case.
クローン体と入れ替えられた前の男は今頃ろくでもない目に遭っているだろうな
Our former employee who was replaced with that reliver must be experiencing hell now.
しかも見てみろ奴が盗んできたこのカルテの筆跡を
Besides, look at the handwriting on the medical cart he stole.
筆跡？
This handwriting. He looked at the wrinkled papers. As Sheen said, the writing used to chart the notes about the patients looked familiar. Too familiar. It looked like the handwriting of a criminal from a number of years ago. Orti. Yes. The handwriting was strangely similar to the handwriting of the man who should have been executed for toying with life.
王族を問い詰めたらあっさり白状した
The royal family finally spilled everything after I pressed them for answers.
当時極刑を受け護送中のオーティを警備を担当していた近衛兵が隙を突かれて逃がしたらしい
What apparently happened was that Orti escaped when the soldier in charge let him guard down.
そしてその集体を別の近衛兵へとなすりつけ今の今まで隠蔽していたそうだ
They then put the blame on another guard and hid their failures from the public. That meant... The Hawk quickly looked through the medical records once more. The handwriting was similar to Orti, but the name of the doctor responsible for the writing the medical records showed, Capuchin, the same doctor in charge of Nadia's care. That pervert who killed countless children under the guise of preserving genes for his own good. He was what with Nadia every day.
僕、すぐに着替えます。オーティの確保はお任せしますので、僕は入院患者の保護を担当。
I'll get ready right away. I'll take care of protecting the patient, so please take care of I didn't hit the right button. Just as Dahat was about to run out, an alarm sounded for the first time in years.
うつせ
All on. Machine Command turned on the display to show what was happening outside. There on the screen. I'm really scared. What's happened? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's glitching. It's glitching ever so slightly. A certain image appeared through the security camera set outside the institute. A carpet of red spread across the front gate. The powerful guards of the reliver staff working outside, they were all dead with every limb sliced from their bodies. Standing amongst the horror was... Oh no! It's that guy. Oh dear. Lucas Proust. He was there with a halberd that he used only by Barreau. He stood silently with an insane expression. I don't know if this is how you should deal with your trauma, my guy. And she's over going like, I still love him. Still love him.
Nadia.
Nadia. I mean, again, that is the look. Oh, look, she's got like that necklace. Lucas fell to the floor with his head in his hands in front of what was once Nadia. She didn't move at all, even when he spoke her name. As for me, I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. We can fix him. We can make him better. No, I didn't want to believe it. But she was just in her room. She looked so happy when she greeted us. So, why? Why did this happen? To someone so innocent and kind? The world sucks, my guys. All I knew was...
どうだね。私の妻となる人は美しいだろう。
What do you guys think? Isn't my soon-to-be bride
こ
beautiful?
の際だ。君のことを兄様とでも呼んだ方がいいのかな。
While we're at it, perhaps I should call you brother as well. This man was the source of all that had happened. Why, you? He threw his bloody dagger in a fit of rage, but... Nadia used her beast-like claws to deflect the flying blade.
Nadia, なぜその下道をかばうのです？
Nadia, why are you protecting the scum?
ああ、言い忘れたが、彼女は君のことを覚えていない。
Ah, I forgot to mention, she doesn't remember you at all.
支援者の紹介で、ダウンロードする記憶をある程度操作する。面白い技術提供を受けてね。
Alright, so his supporter is definitely Jean then, because Jean was doing that. My supporter introduced me to an interesting technique that allows me to control parts of the memory download
彼女に
process.
偽りの記憶をすり込ませてもらった。
Nadia will never be the same again. She's gone. Nadia's gone. Nadia is the monster from Parasite Eve, first chapter. So I implanted a false memory during her
彼
download.
女が覚えているのは、私が自分の旦那様であるという一点のみ。
The only thing she knows is that I'm her husband. She is 13 and I am 40. Nothing remained besides that.
だからこそ彼女は、この世界で唯一の拠り所たる私を、命をかけてでも守ろうとしてくれる。
For some reason, I want to kill him even more than Jean. It's because of the age, I think. Well, I don't know. Mathis is a year old, and according to... Oh, man, they both suck. They've sucked so hard. Now that I am her one and only memory, she will try to protect me no matter what. With that, Capuchin lifted some of Nadia's hair with his hand.
やめろ。やめろ。
Stop. Stop.
その子は私と彼女の大事な妹だ。
She's my and Lee's
花嫁などではない。
precious sister. She is not your bride.
お願いです。ナディア、戻ってきてください。
Please, Nadia, come with us. Dude, don't take her.
私はまだあなたに大切なことを何一つ伝えていない。
I still haven't told you anything important.
私のことを嫌っても軽蔑してもいいから。
You can hate me. You can despise me all you want, so please. His prayers weren't answered. His bride saw a man trying to harm her husband, so she moved in to kill her brother. Her veins bulged as he raised her huge claw in the air. Seeing the reality of what was happening.
もう無理だ。
I can't do this anymore.
これ以上は 頑張れ。
I can't keep this up. His voice lacked the will to live. I suddenly came to my senses and quickly reached out to the table next to me. I grabbed one of the containers that held some kind of liquid. You, what are you doing? Looking for acid, my guy. Capuchin was too slow to react as he probably didn't see me as a threat. Without much thought, I quickly started throwing the containers filled with liquids between Lucas and Nadia. The liquids caused some kind of reaction because I'm dumb. The room quickly filled with a white smoke and irritating odor so strong that it was making me dizzy.
Nadia, 近づくな。有毒ガスが発生している。
Nadia, don't get any closer, that gas is poisonous. Nadia stopped upon hearing Capuchin's command. After coughing a few times, I grabbed Lucas's arm from where he was laying limp on the floor. Stand up, Lucas. This is our chance to escape. Please stand up. I don't want to see you killed by Nadia, so please. He probably didn't have any fight left in him. I mean, yeah, I don't blame him. Lucas slowly stood up in a daze in response to my pulling of his arm. I'll slap him. Do more than like murder. Remember, 2 wrongs don't make a right, guys. It's time to put an end to that monster. I can finally use the trigger I grafted into his mind. I look forward to hearing how you use the last of your life to kill the relivers, Lucas Proust. Nadia doesn't care. You've taken Nadia and ruined her. I lent Lucas my shoulder as we did our best to leave the hospital. We fell into one of the nearby alleys the moment we made our escape. We somehow dragged ourselves through the alley, bruising our knees so that we could find a place to hide. There was no commotion, and I didn't see anyone coming after us. Maybe he left us alone because Lucas was close to death. My former teacher remained stunned and unmoving. I did my best to somehow get us here, but I was at my limit too. Nadia. Nadia. Despair and sorrow gripped my heart. I could only imagine the horror Nadia must have experienced to be transformed into this gruesome body. I imagined her calling Lucas's name for help. I cried with anguish while Lucas showed no signs of emotion. A number of shadows appeared from above. The next moment behind us appeared. It can't be. I saw a silhouette as tall as the fake who diverted suspicion from Lucas that night. Fake Lucas. That's a sign. The man with his face hidden slowly walked towards Lucas. He then grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground. What are you? I tried to stop him, but someone struck me hard on the temple. I lost my strength and crumbled to the ground. I mean, he was touching Lucas's neck to check his pulse. He then took out a familiar syringe. No! I extended my hands, but it was too late. Sir! The needle pierced Lucas's veins. Slowly, the liquid was injected as an invitation to madness. Dun 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 dun. Lucas! We're Lucas now! It was so hot. 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 My mind melted from the burning heat. Memories from the past and present swirled in my mind.
Nadia.
Nadia. Ever since I was a child, I could only cause destruction except for my precious treasure who used to innocently hold my hand. My visions exploded in white, and in the next moment she had turned into a monster. Why, all she wanted was to live like a normal person. Why did she have to be remade into what deformed mass? The dark emotion I suppressed returned to defile my heart. Hate. Hate, 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 hate. I hated everything that took her life. Why was my mind so clouded? I couldn't remember the person I should hate.
誰か
Someone,
私からあの子を奪った
please
元
tell
凶
me
を
who took her life.
私が復讐すべき相手を
On whom should I take vengeance?
ならば教えよ
Allow me to
う
tell
すべ
you.
てはあの悪魔どものせいだ
It's all because of those demons. I could hear a voice similar to mine from some unknown
リライ
location.
バー技術さえなければ
If it wasn't for Reliver
あの
technology,
男が遺伝子に見せられることもなく
that
ナディアが
man
作り変えられることも
would
な
not
か
have
った
succumbed to the genes and changed Nadia to who she was.
故に憎むべき元凶は
Don't
いない
involve my husband. He's
そ
involved
して
now.
開発者であるシアン・ブロフィワーズ
Thus, you must hate Relivers. Hate the one who created them, Sheen Brofis.
復讐を望むのなら奴らを殺せ
This is a Stephen King's novel
一
now.
人残らず根絶やしにしろ
If you seek vengeance, kill them all. Do not let a single one escape.
奴らを殺してお前がナディアの無念を晴らすんだ
Kill them. Kill them to bring Nadia's soul peace. That was wrong. Killing would only sadden Leah. Thank you for caring. It's enough. You've already done your very best. I wondered, when did my student become someone so precious to me? You've been obsessed with her for years, from my understanding. I'm so tired. This game is stressing me out. I'm sorry. I'm starting to think this is the only Atomi game without good endings. She said Nadia was sweet and wonderful after they first met. She didn't think of her as a poor soul like even I once saw her. My dear beloved, the sins I carried would never disappear. But I didn't want to defile my body that she willingly embraced with blood. And yet, my resolve quickly vanished upon feeling a sharp pain run through my neck. Her image and voice melted into the darkness. I tried to reach out to her, but realized that I couldn't move. Kill. 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 The command to kill slowly seeped into my mind with each wild heartbeat. My pulse sped up, and my mind went numb. All my precious emotions and memories were swallowed whole by the torrent of heat. No.
やった私はナディアだけではなく彼女への思いすら失うのか
I hate how you get salvation endings at the end of the game. I hate that so much. Yeah, I've never had a game do this before. They definitely made this really dark. Am I gonna lose even my feelings for her after already losing Nadia? I could no longer conjure the memory of her warm embrace.
ああこれが
I see.
本物の神が私に与えた
So this is the punishment I received from the real god. You killed Anku. Maybe. I don't know. I see. I see.
ただ裁かれるよりもはるかに苦しく
This is much more unbearable than simply being judged. The final well. My love was swallowed by hate. I hope in this the good ending, Nadia lives, please. They literally want us to suffer, see a lot of bad endings, and then bam, good endings. It's probably worth it. Maybe. 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 We'll find out. The man walked away from injecting Lucas with 5 syringes. 5? Lucas! I somehow got back to my feet and rushed over to shake him back to consciousness, but his breathing was shallow and his face was pale. After numerous seizures, his mouth was covered in blood. I wasn't sure why they let us go, but first I needed to have Lucas get some medical treatment. My only hope now is to somehow get us to someone I can trust. As I tried to lift Lucas onto my back, the light from the candle lit the area. What are you two doing? This district was notified that all citizens are prohibited from going outside at night. The large men with the royal guard appeared in front of me. I raised my voice at an unexpected fortune. But please help, you lost consciousness. I didn't have time to think about how I was going to ask for help. The men looked unhappy with being bothered by a commoner like me, but then... That person's covered in blood. Were you two attacked by Prous? I mean, it's an internal problem, but yeah, kinda. His expression changed immediately as he misunderstood the situation. Girl, you're gonna have to explain what happened later. Obviously. Of course, please, can you take him to a doctor first? There's a hospital nearby. We can take him there and... Well, I went to get a doctor from there earlier, but they kicked me out saying that they didn't want to get involved with Prous. Two nodded, readily acknowledging the lies I spoke naturally. The two tried to lift Lucas up by first crouching to the ground when... A shimmer. I heard something cut the air. Petals of blood bloomed across the ground and walls. Huh? The two fell to the ground as blood flowed from their necks. Lucas was slouched to the ground, but I looked at his fingertips. His cleanly cut nails were covered with warm blood. Lucas? He sliced their necks with his nails. A single swoop killed 2 trained soldiers. I held my breath. He slowly raised himself back up to his feet. That's the most unnatural laugh I've ever heard. His mad laughing pierced the night sky. If I fall asleep and have a dream about this game, it's gonna have a bad ending. God, I am no longer deluded by such uncertainties. His pupils dilated while his beautiful irises contrasted. Livers? If that man hadn't created the technology that spat upon life, Lucas, don't touch my man. Nadia and I may have been able to die as normal humans. I could have met Leah, clean and sinless. Lucas, the only thing his eyes exhibited now was hatred. He must know what he was saying was a desperate wish. He regretted spilling out the infantile heaves at times seemed to come out at questions. Can you tell me where Anku is? No? Okay. His sanity had completely deteriorated. He then mumbled as he breathed heavily. Kill.
殺す。私たちの悲劇に関わる。
I will bring an end to the existence that caused us despair.
私が殺し。
I will kill every last one of them. Please wait. He quickly leapt onto a nearby roof. Lucas got, go kill what's his face, not my husband. He's too blinded by rage. Oh man, trying to have a conversation with him and like Naruto runs away. I quickly turn and prepare myself to run through the alley when a certain figure appeared. He's alive! I told you before that man is dangerous. Anku, the watchman of death who was supposedly killed and buried, came back to life and was now restraining me by the arm. Bro, I thought you died. You can't kill him. He's gotta get all the pieces. It's like, I don't know, like a zombie. The wind was blowing like this back then. There you are. I'm glad you're still awake, Mother. My voice. Oh, Milo, what are you still doing up? Well, the kids all woke up and keep talking about going outside. I know we're not allowed out, but can I at least take them into the yard? No. You children need to stay inside. Yeah, figured if Prous comes around, we're all dead. Don't go outside. That too, she says. I don't like how the wind is blowing now. I feel it too. It's really muggy and gross out. It smells weird too. Kind of like a hot iron, like blood. I get it. I wonder where it's coming from. Mama, come save me. I don't want to be here anymore. Tragedy began under the dim moonlight. A young and beautiful man, blonde hair shimmered in the darkness. His face was filled with madness as he wielded his giant halberd. God. If you're so determined to give us your absurd trials, then try and stop me with that power of yours. My. The first victim from the residential district was, for many of the relivers, was a royal guard reaching out to him while on patrol. You brought me a cookie? Thank you. Could take a break and eat a cookie. Hang on, I have cookie delivery. My sister saw me say cookies, so she grabbed me one. It's a McDonald's cookie, which is like one of my favorites. Prous, Lucas Proust only needed a few hours. I'm sorry, what? With a population of about 3,000 people, the country of Arpachella was Dyed in fresh blood. He would go down in history as the worst killer of all time. The worst as in best, though. No! Help! I'll give you all the money you want. I haven't backed myself up yet, so please. Yeah. Within an hour, he filled the majority of Chaitis with blood. Hiding inside their homes meant nothing. With his physical strength and halberd, everything fell into ruin. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I wonder what the other lovers are doing now. Huh, I wonder what Mathis is doing right now. What about my brother? Oh gosh, what's he doing? Is he just chilling at the corpse? Like, what's happening? I never thought it'd be so horrible to die for good. Screaming for help burst from each house whose doors were broken through. The relivers who tried to escape were found outside and immediately executed. You were so wrong. Fear not! He may be strong, but he's alone. We can beat him by numbers. The corpse and the royal guard appeared to stop the threat. With over 50 of them, they didn't doubt their victory in the slightest. But Lucas laid waste to them all without suffering even a scratch. Slice, sweep, thrust, crush. Surrounding Lucas everywhere he went was screams, blood, and bodies. Only 3 remained. Don't retreat. We have to stop him here with our lives. Like, you said it, and now he's here. This country is finished if he escapes into Cohen or Cornwall. Go after him with the intent to kill. Honestly, he doesn't sound like Tokyo guy. He's got a very different voice. He's a good voice actor, then. You don't gotta tell us twice. Oh no, Hugo! Oh, Hugo's a reliver. I still can't believe it. The old boss's son was Barreau. I mean, I can. The halberd came for Hugo, who shouted as he swung his sword. It was a merciless blow without passion. Hugo! Hugo! Eves rushed forward to somehow parry the oncoming halberd before it struck its mark. Instead, his collarbone was shattered. I barely blocked it and it still got me good. I never expected to find out how strong Lucas was like this. It's too dangerous to face him head on. Just parry and dodge. Easier said than done. I'm not a battle warrior like you guys. He did attack Hugo when Hugo and Mathis was alone. That's true. Like, it's those little things that really make it nice in these games. You're like, oh, remember that? Ease didn't stop and focused on parrying the incoming blows. Lucas, what are you doing? Murdering people, obviously. It didn't seem like Lucas heard anything that he said. Why was he on such an evil rampage? The question couldn't be answered, and neither could his expression be seen during his furious attack. Arrows came flying towards him, and they were swatted down with a sweep of his halberd. Adolphe clicked his tongue and shouted, "What? Adolphe loves me. What did you do with Lee? If you killed her, I'm going to make you pay with your life." Leah. The simple name was all that was needed. For a moment, Lucas stopped moving. He roared mindlessly with murky black eyes. Those are blue. His sanity was completely lost. If so, then perhaps the massacre was something he didn't want to do. They knew how kind and compassionate he was, and they finally realized the short period of turmoil would create a new tragedy. Lucas raised his halberd high into the air as he let out a silent scream. Everyone, maybe they could have been the best of friends. Alas, the killer mercifully, cruelly, unknowingly reaped the lives around him. I somehow persuaded the reluctant Anku to let me share the information I knew with the members of the corps nearby. We headed to Carnival via Chadas, but...
これはなんともひどい力任せに殺し尽くしたといった具合か。
Oh, Anku. How horrible. He massacred them all with brute force. Lucas was nowhere to be found. Death and tragedy was left in his wake. Disfigured corpses lay strewn across the area, and the smell of iron filled the air. I couldn't see a single survivor. We didn't make it in time. He said no. He said he didn't want to kill others anymore. Seeing me stumble with despair, Anku gently supported me.
すまない。私がもっと早くあの男の正体を突き止めることができていれば。
I'm sorry. If you had discovered his identity sooner,
少なくとも君を巻き込むことはなかった。
I could have at least kept you away from him. Identity? I thought you knew who he was when you told me that deaths weren't... I thought you knew who he was when you told me that the deaths weren't resolved. You said that the deaths related to Prous were just beginning.
理由は語れないが。
I cannot disclose much to you, but
私は別の人間を犯人だと思い込んでいたのだよ。
I was under the impression another person was the culprit. But he discovered that the person he suspected was not only innocent, but also didn't exist. Which was why he investigated further to find out who Prous really was. He found out that it was Lucas and was killed once by him for discovering the truth. Anko spoke with great regret when I hear a weak voice. He quickly moved some of the bodies that lay on the ground to find Lee, Adolphe. Okay, I was like, that's it. That's Eves. Eves, Adolphe. They probably tried to stop Lucas in battle. I found Eves barely holding on consciousness while Adolphe was out cold. Your wounds. Wait, let me stop the bleeding. With the help of Anku, I tore my clothes, and then somehow bandaged their wounds. Thanks.
多分ヒューゴも
Hugo's dead, my guys. I think Hugo's around, so please check on him too.
手当てして
Yes, I will. So you just... Hugo. I stopped mid-sentence from utter shock, seeing the horrifying injured bodies that were moved away from Eves earlier. Hugo. He was on top of Eves and took a horrible blow in his place. It seemed as if Eves was in such a haze that he didn't notice the body of his best friend beside him.
今彼に真実を明かすのはあまりにも酷だ。
Stay strong. It's not the right time to disclose this truth. I somehow nodded as I shook with disbelief.
イブと言ったね。自己紹介したいところだが、あいにくその時間はなさそうだ。
Eves, was it? I would introduce myself if time was not of the essence. That seems...
リュカ・プルーストがどれだけの犠牲者を出したのか、数はわかるかい？
Do Do you know how many victims fell to Prous, Lucas Proust?
少なくとも100人以上。
At least 100.
この短い時間にそんなにも。殺されたのは全員リライバーかい？
So many lives in the short time. Were they all relivers? Eve nodded weakly.
まあですが、ブローが現れたことに驚いて。
Like you're finding your answer. Like, where's all the love interest? They're all popping
飛び
up.
出したら
Mathis ran outside, surprised to hear that Prous appeared.
彼を守ろうと追いかけてきたジャンがリライバーと勘違いされて。
Jean chased after him to protect him, but he was mistaken for a reliver. Wink, 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 wink.
なんとかマティスは守りきって避難させたけど。
No one cares about Jean.
他にも
He somehow protected Mathis, made him run to safety. But so many died, so many. Can't be.
無理もない。肌に浮かぶ文様以外にリライバーと人間を区別する方法はないのだから。
I'm not surprised. There's no other way to distinguishing relivers from humans apart from the marks on their skin. And their eyes, my guy. Anku then stopped asking him questions, sensing that any more was too much for him to bear now. He then picked up the arrow, snapped in two.
本当に彼は人間なのか？
Is he really human?
矢をもみ切るというのなら。
If he can see arrows in the air,
私のこの手も通じないじゃないか。
then even my tricks won't be effective. Lucas had finally reaped the life of someone close to him. The endless despair was overwhelming. If this man was in front of me now, I would yell at him to return the past he stole from Lucas, to return Nadia. But that wouldn't happen. Unlike water, time flowed only in one direction. It wasn't that I was hoping to find happiness with him. I simply wanted to spend the remainder of his life indulging the little selflessness he had. I wanted to be with him and repent with him for all he had done. God won't even grant us such a small wish. I know it wasn't possible now, but I still couldn't hold back my tears. Anku looked at me with pained expression.
姫君、これで分かっただろう。彼にこちらの言葉はもう届かない。
Princess, do you see now? He can no longer hear our words.
このまま彼の命が燃え尽きるまで安全な場所に身を隠そう。
Let me take you somewhere safe to wait until his life comes to an end. Oh no, she doesn't want him to die alone. She's not going to want to go with you. Anku's suggestion course of action. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
何？
What? I shook my head. All this time I've been confused. So I've never once said to my teacher who has gone mad. If you can take it anymore, you can say you want help. It's okay to voice your anger. You saved me in the past by telling me I don't need to be strong all the time, so it's my turn to save you. I need to tell him that he doesn't need to be strong anymore. I promised.
確かに彼の境遇には同情できる。だが、
I understand his situation is a terrible one, but listen, Anku, I love you. Okay, it's true. But I gotta go.
彼は許される範疇を自ら超えてしまった。
He has already gone past the boundaries of what is considered forgivable. That is a great quote for this story and for like Jean. Like, this is great.
だというのになぜ？
So why are you still? It was obvious. Because I love him. Oh no, I broke Onku's heart. I know it's strange. I don't understand my feelings either. I must have looked like a fearsome death as I smiled in the midst of the chaos around. Of course, I've been let down by how he deceived me for so long. But I admit I've lost. I can't seem to bring myself to hate him even now. My sense of judgment feels completely dull now, but still. I was sure Lucas was waiting for me even in his madness.
So.
I see. Anku's face warped for some reason upon seeing my smile.
君の彼への思いは分かった。だが、君が言ったところで、どうやって彼の強行を止める?
Just a reminder, Miss I don't know why. He appeared to you in a field and said you are his princess and that he has been waiting for you for like a century. He's in love with you. You say you're in love with somebody else. It hurts his feelings. That's just how it goes. I understand your feelings towards him. See? That's why he understands. But how do you plan on stopping his massacre?
まさか、自分が呼びかければ、目を覚ましてくれるはずだ、などと。
I hope you do not believe that simply calling his name will bring him back.
綺麗事をのたまうわけではないだろうね。
Surely you must have a better plan. She's like, no, this is my only plan. I took a breath. Of course. All the pain I felt suddenly disappeared. I do have a plan to stop him, but I need your help, Anku. How so? I whispered my plan as a nearby house crumbled to the ground. After hearing my plan, Anku's expression showed disbelief then rage. My unbelievable.
どうかしている。姫君、君は正気かい?
This is outrageous. Dear princess, have you gone mad? I'm completely sane and I'm prepared for whatever happens. I know it'll cause you suffering, so I'm sorry to even ask. I knew what I was asking of him was selfish, especially given how he had kept watch over me all this time. But I had no intention of stopping now. You won't consider, will you? Yes. He has committed so many sins that there's no going back. So my role now is to prevent him from ruining as many lives as possible. To be specific, I don't want to have anyone else stop him besides me. Selfish.
あの男め。私の仕事を増やす罪人の分際で憎たらしいじゃないか。
That bastard. How despicable that a sinner would increase my workload to this extent.
ようやく会えた私の同胞の心をこんなにも短い間に射止めてしまうとは。
Thank you for calling that out, Anku. I also agree. To think that he was able to capture the heart of my partner so quickly.
焼けてしまうな。冥界で何度罰しても足りないぐらいだ。
I'm quite jealous. No punishment in Hades will ever be enough for him. Anku's voice shook as he spoke words that didn't fit the situation. I assumed it was his way of saying, yes. Yes, I'm going to borrow your sword. Oh, Eves, I'm going to borrow your sword. I picked up the rapier sitting on the ground next to the now unconscious Eves. I lowered my head to Anku. Will you please help me stop my teacher who is doing too much to be strong?
姫君がそれを望むのなら。
If that is what you desire, dear princess.
不死の体などいくらでも差し出してみせよう。
Don't be jealous. You'll have us as your partner later. It's okay. His jealousy's cute. He's being nice. He's the guy that's like, I love her, but I'll let her go. And that is the best. Even though he's the gatekeeper of death. That's a whole nother thing. I will offer you my immortal body as many times as you want. That's also a great line, honestly. Oh, Anku. You were so beautiful. Urged by the hatred implanted into his mind, Lucas arrived at the base of Reliver technology. He's a monster. Why not? Now My folly for Anku. You're gonna be in love with Anku by the end of this. He's got a gorgeous, deep voice. He looks like the Cheshire Cat. He's technically not human at all. It's a different route. That's another great example of how this game has so many weird things going on. There's literal death. People are dying at a young age. There's a serial killer. There's a person creating bodies using DNA from prostitutes. What a game. The guards looked from afar at the man who drew blood from those around him and was now intruding on restricted property. They knew exactly the threat he posed from hearing the tragedy that struck Chatus and the entrance of the Institute, which was why they didn't hold back in either offense or defense, showing no mercy. Lower the barrier. Don't let him get into the director. Our Betrayal will fall to ruin if he gets to him and destroys the facility. Maybe it's time. The guards drew their bows in preparation for the siege. A thick glass wall lowered from the ceiling. 5 seconds before the barrier shuts. We've got this place secure if he's that far away. Premature celebration. The hallway and corridor leading to the lab to which Sheen and the others had evacuated were shutting away with barriers. He may be a monster, but he was still human. The guards reveled in a sense of victory, thinking he wouldn't be able to break through the fortified glass wall. But Lucas is the strongest man in the world. Lucas took a step forward towards the gloating men, another step forward, then another. Lucas lowered himself and quickly pushed off the floor. In an instant, he was in front of the guards. The death toll for the guards was now 5. Lucas boldly moved onwards past the screaming and the deaths. None of the walls touched the floor in time as Lucas quickly slipped under them with superhuman speed. Everyone at the Institute was a reliver. Which was why Lucas had no remorse or concern about killing anything that moved. He killed and killed, but the hatred swirling in his chest didn't die. Where? Sheen Rofis.
お前だけは私が
I will kill
こ
you
の手で
with my own hands.
殺せるものなら殺してみろ。
Let's see you kill me then. Beyond the door he destroyed was a device used specifically to manufacture relivers.
いやー、実に面白い。お前のような異常個体を目にするのは俺が
Very
初めて。
interesting. It's the first time I've seen an anomaly like you. Sheen clasped his hands, welcoming Lucas and the destruction he caused. Sheen, please be careful. He's too happy. Lucas leapt towards his target like a beast,
おっと、
but
こんな間近で観察させてくれるとは。
I never imagined I'd be able to observe you this
お前
closely.
は間違いなく教師の鏡だ。では遠慮なく探求心を満たさせてもらおうか。
I suppose it's the way of teaching me about yourself. Very well. I will use this opportunity to satisfy my curiosity. Sheen scoffed as he evaded the strike. Sheen continued to smile while narrowly dodging and successive attacks. In the corner of the room was a small figure. Oh no, Dahat, run away! Ah, the halbert's blowing winds this far? How strong He's stronger than expected.
っていうかシアンさん、なんでそんな恐ろしい人相手にわざわざ挑発なんかするんです？
Sheen, why are you trying to heck are you trying to rile up such a dangerous person?
黙れ。これも戦略だ。
Shut up. It's part of my strategy.
口出ししてる暇があるならお前はとっととロックを解除しろ。俺の体力も無限じゃないぞ。
If you have time to talk, hurry up and disable the locks. It's not like I can keep this up forever.
わかってますよ。
Understood. He looks so hot. Maybe there'll be a cutscene. We'll get a picture. What the hell? What the heck? Hacked into our system to lock us in here. The Hot typed into the system as quickly as possible, complaining about being locked in. Sheen was focused on evading the attack as the cold sweat appeared on his skin, still figuring out the secret behind Lucas's powers.
体育に見合わぬ筋肉の異常な発達。やはり単なる才能や体質の一言では説明できん。
His muscles are abnormally strong despite his slight figure. Mere talent and physical traits aren't valid reasons for his strength.
まさか妹とは真逆の
Could he be the opposite of his sister?
体を強化する類の遺伝子疾患。そんな症例が実在するのか。
A person with genetic disorder that strengthens his body? Is that even possible? Though it was hard to believe, it would make sense that the siblings would both possess unusual muscular properties. Sister? Suddenly, Lucas stopped in his tracks. My dear sister, Nadia. Why? She did her best to live. Why her? Why did this happen? Dramatic music. He understood it now.
お前、思考の自由を奪われているのか。
Someone took away your ability to think. That was one of the worst forms of torture that Sheen could imagine as a researcher. Coming to that realization led him to the thought of the scientist stupid enough to do such a foolish thing. He had a hunch as to why he would do that.
ナディアに何かあったんです。
Did something happen to Nadia?
この前会った時、彼女なんだかちょっと元気がなくて。
She wasn't looking well the last time I saw
お
her.
兄さんと何かあったのかなって心配してたんですけど。
I was worried that it had something to do with you. Lucas didn't respond to Dahat's words. He suddenly went into a coughing fit and fell to the floor, spitting blood from his mouth. Well, it's his time. It's time. Sheen could tell immediately what it was because his time was up.
どう転ぼうがさほど持たんのか。どうせなら生きたまま保管したかったんだが。
I suppose the end was inevitable. If only we could have kept him alive.
リバイバー化しようにも装置へ運ぶまでにまた抵抗されてはな。
Even if I attempted to make him a reliver, he would only fight me the entire way. Sheen frowned as he thought about what he could do. Sheen? Lucas grabbed the pole of the halberd that laid next to him. A single swipe. Sheen tried to evade the attack, but his left leg separated from his body. Lucas then used the momentum against the genius presiding over life in this country. The halberd came swiftly from above. Oh dear, look at all the blood now. No. Sheen briefly sprayed the air with blood from his chest and fell to the ground. Dead. It's okay, he's a reliver. He then destroyed the backup into the laboratory where Sheen may have kept his stock of lives. It's no guarantee. Witnessing the destruction, Dahat shuddered from where he stood near the locked exit. MC, where are you? I don't know. She had a plan, but apparently everyone's gonna die first. Was that her plan? She's like, listen, let's quit living. And then he was like, I guess. You gotta be kidding. If he keeps this up, there's no way anyone can come back as a reliver. Tahat immediately gave up on disabling the lock. He then glanced at the duck, large enough for a child to crawl inside. He somehow slipped in before he became Lucas's next victim.
Nadia がどうとか言ってたけど、やっぱり彼女の身に何かあったんだ。
He said something about Nadia. Something terrible must have happened.
だって彼女の主治医のカプシーヌって絶対あのオーティさんだもん。
The doctor assigned to her was Capuchin, who I'm sure must have been Ordi. But if so, that means Nadia is.
ママよ、諦める前にまずは調べてみよう。
I'm not giving up hope yet. Could marry her. She's married, but she's in a wedding dress. Not waiting for the halberd to be thrown inside the duck, Tahat crawled his way through for freedom. Okay. Oh, here she is. Here she comes. Maybe we'll see. We arrived. We helped any survivors we found along the way until we finally reached Jean's Institute. How are you helping so many people? The place was painted red like flames, even more than Chadas. Girl, you're too late. Everyone dead. We ran around each room until we happened upon a certain laboratory. Oh, wait, oh, he's there. Okay. He's here. For a second, I thought he went with them. I'm like, wait, why is he with them? Lucas.
とうとう彼を手にかけてしまったか。
So finally killed him, I see. We were looking down with an expression. He was looking down with an expression at what was once Sheen. He slowly turned around and looked at his with dull eyes. He reacted like a child, tightly gripping the blood-stained halberd in his hand. I could only assume he would try to kill me without realizing what he was doing. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm here for you. Look at you, always acting so rashly when you're left alone like this. You must be tired. Why don't you have a rest? None of my words reached him. He probably recognized me as one of the relivers he was bent on killing. Oh, oops.
ダメだ。
No.
リライバー。
Reliver. Me too.
殺さないと。殺さなければ。
Kill.
またすべてを。
Or else?
奪われる。
Lose everything. I'm gonna eat my cookie.
ナディアも彼女も
Nadia and my dear, I'm right here.
もう取りこぼさない。今度こそ私が
If you're trying to protect people, murdering everything isn't the answer. I won't lose anyone anymore. I will protect them with all my might. His time was warped and trapped in an illusion, and he would never get it back. His wish could no longer be fulfilled. Lucas embraced himself as if he was trying to hold back from crying. It was then that Anku moved in front of me. He asked me a question with his back turned to me.
最後にもう一度だけ確認するよ。
I will ask you once more.
本当に
Are you
良いの
sure?
だね。
I knew what kind of end we would face. Yes, I'm ready. I took a deep breath and nodded. I'm sorry to drag you into my selfish plan.
何これは力及ばなかった。私の罪だ。
Why? It's my own fault for being unable to prevent this outcome, because the option to run away wasn't there.
さようなら。いつか冥界かどこかで。
Farewell, Leah. We will meet again in Hades one day. So beautiful. The moment Lucas disappeared, something hard dropped from Anku's pocket. It bounced a few times on the floor and white smoke immediately filled the area. I could vaguely hear Lucas groan in confusion from the lack of vision. Using the opportunity, I dashed from behind Anku. Lucas! I yelled his name out at the expense of ruining my throat. As expected, Lucas mistook my shout for a battle cry from one of his enemies, so he quickly swung his weapon. Red bloomed across my chest like a flower. Struck by his swing, I dropped to the floor in my own pool of blood. The open wound burned. My body went into shock from the excruciating pain in my chest. I tried my best to raise my head as I gasped. I saw my teacher in front of me looking down at me with confusion. His face and hands, his whole body was covered in the blood that sprayed from mine. His eyes held no light. My eyes were starting to lose their light. We looked at each other with our oh my gosh, I can do this. I know how to speak. We looked at each other with our eyes, which were similar yet very different. Noticing his eyes shaking, Lucas, I exerted with strength I had left to extend my hand to him. Probably didn't know who I was and how I was related to him. Despite his lack of understanding, he tried to respond by reaching out to my empty hand. There was so much I wanted to tell him, but I had so little time. Before my shaking hand could meet him, I love you. It fell to the floor, lifeless. She's dead. It's game over, guys. Lucas stared at his hands that lost its way. He then looked around to see that the man he acted as her shield had disappeared. The white smoke dissipated to clearly reveal the carcass of the once living girl. He tilted his head in bewilderment then. Leah? With no one else to kill, light returned to Lucas's eyes. He finally noticed that the body that lay in front of him matched the smiling person in his memories. She risked her life so that he could regain his sanity, but that very sanity shattered into oblivion. Lucas dropped to his knees and gently lifted her lifeless body into his arms.
こんなところで眠っていたら風邪をひいてしまいますよ。
You're gonna catch a cold sleeping out in the open like this. He gently shook her, but her eyes didn't open.
起きて。
Leah.
起きて。
Leah.
ねえ。
The warmth he felt through her clothes was slowly fading away. Still, Lucas turned his eyes away from reality. I mean, he already did this before. Why is this breaking my heart? Because it's sad as hell.
眠ったふりで先生にいたずらをしているつもりなのでしょうか。
Come now. Don't tell me that you're pretending to sleep so that you can trick your teacher.
だとしたら君はとても悪い子ですね。
If so, you're a bad girl. Lucas held Leah in his arms as he slowly headed outside the institute. Why was he here? Why was everything so red? Why was she sleeping? He couldn't quite remember what happened, but he at least knew that what he needed to do at this moment. Is he gonna
誰かの思惑に振り回さ
is
れ
he
るの
gonna take her
が
back home, put her in bed, and
疲
they're
れ
just
て
gonna
し
both
まいま
die?
した。
I'm tired of having someone command me to do their bidding.
最後に一つだけやるべきことを遂げたら
There's only one thing I need to do, and once that's done,
君が言ってくれた通り私もも
I will finally rest just as
う
you
いや
said.
もちろん君も一緒ですよ。
Of course, you'll be with me, Leah. He gently kissed her closed eyes with his blood-covered lips. Hot. What? Lucas left the Institute to bring an end to the final demon who was getting in the way of his happiness. Is that Ortezi guy? A few months later, Lucas Proust, known as Barreau, became the greatest killer in the history of this land. He killed countless relivers, including the researcher Sheen Brofis, and destroyed the device needed to manufacture relivers. It also seemed he infiltrated the Society of the Exorcist. The body of the minister Capuchin was found mutilated to the point that it was hard to recognize it once belonged to a human. Next to his body was a wedding dress torn to shreds, its owner nowhere to be found. The entire land of Arpachel fell into despair with a mass of murderers and chaos caused by this one man. But a world separated from the commotion existed. Inside a cave hidden atop the oceanside cliff were two lovers. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to see that. Don't tell me there's two lovers here. She is
お待た
skeleton.
せしました。すみません。用意するのに時間がかかってしまいまして。
Wedding! Yay! I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Leah. I took much longer than expected to get everything ready. Lucas placed a brilliant ring onto the finger of his most beloved. As she was unused to her new environment, her fingers had gotten quite bony, far more than he initially expected. Leah was wearing the veil that was given to her by Nadia and quickly accepted the ring.
よく似合っていますよ。
It suits you very well.
海に返したナディアもきっと喜んでくれているでしょう。
I'm sure Nadia is happy too, looking on from the ocean. Lucas gave a gentle smile. A cold and heavy iron bird cage protected Leah's body. He knew it was something extreme, but it was all for the sake of protecting her.
二度と
Gonna have a
大切なものを
nightmare
失
because
う
of this
ことが
game.
ないように。
It's super romantic. He kept her body. Never again. I will never lose another precious person.
誰にも傷つけられないよう大事に大事に
I will make
しまい
sure
込む。
no one can hurt you. I will keep you safe from the outside world.
大丈夫。君のことは何があっても
Don't worry, I
私
will
が守りますか
protect
ら。
you no matter
こ
what.
の汚れた魂に
I swear on my defiled soul.
こ
Dang.
うしているとまるであの日に戻ったようですね。
Now that we have time, it feels like things are back to how they used to
あの
be.
時の私は一方的なそれも間違った愛情を君に向けていましたが
Back then, I was blind and tried to force my love upon you in the worst possible way.
今は違う。
But things are different now. But are they? You asked for my hand in marriage, so why don't you see me as part of your family? That was why he prepared this ring. He lifted Leah's hand and gently kissed her pale fingers with a ring to show that he had answered her
愛し
question.
ている。
I love you.
こんな罪深き男を受け入れてくれるというのなら、
Will accept such a sinful person as myself.
私の家族になってください。
Please let us become a family. He whispered his vow. Lucas smiled, knowing that he was finally able to ask for her hand in marriage. He wasn't sad about not hearing his precious bride's response in his eyes and ears. I'd love to. He heard her words and can see her smiling face before his
だ
eyes.
が
But why?
嬉しいはずだというのに、それ以上に
Oh
心が
no. I know
ひどく
I'm
痛い。
happy for this moment, but my heart aches terribly. His pain slowly turned into heat. Is he gonna die now? He quickly turned his face away from Leah so she wouldn't smell the blood on his breath. Several drops spilled over and trickled down his chin. He had lived quietly here with Leah for some time until he approached the end of his life.
さすがにも
Oh my goodness.
うそろそろ
I
で
see.
しょうか。
My time is about up.
薬が抜けて一度持ち直したとはいえ、
I was able to cleanse myself with the drugs in my blood.
かなり持った。
I lasted
そうですね。
much longer than I thought. I kept saying 9 months, so you know what? I think I did it. Lucas chuckled as he thought of how even monsters like him couldn't fight death. He wiped the blood from his mouth and gently caressed Leah's cheek.
この血塗られた身が寿命を全うできるだけで
I should be happy
恵まれた幸福では
and thankful that my
あ
blood-stained
ります
body
が、
is able to live life to its limit, but
君を残していくことだけが心苦しい。
no one tell him. It hurts me to know that I'm leaving you behind. For a moment. Just a moment.
怖い。死にたくない。
I'm afraid to die.
君ともっと生きたい。
I want to live longer with you.
幸せになりたい。
I want to live happily. Foolish hopes come to mind, but he knew a grave sinner didn't have the right to wish such things. But if he could be granted one wish,
どうかこの命が終焉を迎える
said, don't
そ
tell
の
him.
瞬間まで
Leah, please stay by my
私の
side
そばに
until life fades away. Oh, that has Hunter x Hunter vibes. Oh man, that's so sad. I don't forgive him. I'm going to mute this while I eat my cookie while it does the endy thingy, so now I can. So fancy. Oh my goodness. Anku, my love. I'll check what routes I'm missing once we're done with this lovely end credit. It's almost 2. I have 15 minutes so I can see if there's any other routes I can get through. What's the cutest picture of him right there? That one I didn't like. I'm curious how the different stuff does. Okay.
あ、その指輪、とても似合っていますよ。君の白い指によく映える。なぜ愛は永遠なのに。
It's dark. It's a dark day.
命はそうではないのでしょうね。
Your ring is exceptional on you. Looks beautiful on your finger. I wonder why love is external, yet life is not. Sheen, please, for my sanity, don't hurt me in your route. I feel like he's going to, if I'm being real. That just seems like his, Okay. So there's mother and daughter, which we had that ending. Okay. I don't know if this is the only ending we can get right now or not, because this is the brother's side, so it doesn't look like this can go any other direction. Well, maybe. Actually, no, let's try. It might not be a big ending, but it might be something. I assumed Adolphe must be worried that we hadn't responded to his call last night. That was the reason I gave Lucas before we went out to see him. Let's see.
無事だったか。昨夜通信が途絶えたから、お前の身に何か起きたのかと。
You're safe. That transmission ended suddenly, so I thought something happened. We headed to the corpse base, where Adolphe rushed forward as soon as he saw us. He probably hadn't slept all night. There were visible dark circles under his eyes. I'm sorry for worrying you, Adolphe. I guess I was so exhausted from staying alert for so long, I ended up falling asleep during the transmission.
私もです。護衛を任された身だというのに面目ない。
As was I. I am truly sorry, especially since I was tasked with her protection.
いや、二人が無事ならそれでいい。それで、通信機に記録された内容は聞いたな。
No, as long as you two are safe, it's fine. I assume you two heard my message through the recording.
現状襲われているのはリライバーだけだが、目撃者であるお前はどうなるかわからねえ。引き続き警戒だけはしとけよ。
It seems like only relivers are targets, but that doesn't exclude you from danger as a witness, so continue to keep your guard up. Understood. So Barreau appeared again last night again, right? Right, Barreau? Yeah? I asked without glancing at Lucas.
今回はクーネのリライバーがやられた。夜景自体は万全の体制を敷いてたつもりだったんだが。
This time, relivers from Cohen were hit. We had our night patrol scouring the entire district, but he still got them.
この失態。先代が生きてたら、一体どんな罰を受けるか。
It's scary to think that with what our punishment would be if our old leader was still alive. He spoke words that related to the person next to me, which triggered me to react. Previous leader? You mean Lucas's father? Adolphe responded with a grunt at his face as his face went pale, not from fatigue, but from the memory of his previous training. Was he that scary?
能天気なイブが怯える時点で察しろ。
Eve gets freaked out just thinking about him. Oh.
まったくあの人は、よそ様のお子さんにどれだけ厳しい訓練を施したのか。
Unbelievable. I can only imagine what kind of harsh training my father gave to those he taught.
私の身内がご迷惑をおかけしてすみません、アドルフ君。
I'm very sorry that someone from my family caused you so much trouble, Adolphe.
弟子入りを決めたのは俺たちの意思だ。あんたが謝る理由はない。
We're the ones who wanted to become his apprentice, so there's no need to apologize.
どうしてそこまで自警団の維持にこだわったんだろうな。
But I still don't know why he was so adamant about wanting to establish the corpse.
いや、そもそも、なんで友軍が約束された近衛兵の位を辞したんだ。
No, why the heck would he turn his back on his lucrative position at the Royal Guard in the first place?
それは私にもわかりません。
I don't know
尋
myself.
ねたこともあるのですが、父はいつか教えるとはぐらかすばかりで。
I did ask sometime. I did ask him sometimes similar before. Something similar. I said sometimes both time. But father kept avoiding the subject, saying that he'd tell me one
た
day.
だ
But
修行時は口癖のように、クーネの治安と人々を守れるようになれ、と、私へ繰り返し、言い聞かせていました。
I do recall him constantly telling me during training that he wanted me to be someone who could protect the people of
です
Koan.
が、あれは間違っても、イブ君や君が抱くような美しい正義感などではなく、
Then again, my father wasn't the type to have honorable sense of morality that you and Eve's have.
使命感、いえ、執着めいたものだったと思います。
It was a mission.
君
No,
も
I
心当たり
think it
があ
was
るのでは？
more an obsession. Does that ring true to you?
多少はな。
A little. His father was so focused on protecting Koen, and now his son was destroying it. I could only imagine what his parents would say if they were still alive. Things suck, I guess. Lucas contacted Eve last night to apologize for terminating the transmission prematurely. His sister's poor health made it impossible to visit the institute, and we couldn't back himself up while leaving her behind. He shyly mixed lies with the truth to make a believable excuse.
では、リライバー化およびバックアップについては、一時保留ということで。
And so I've decided to hold off on creating any backups for becoming a reliver.
ああ。ブローのターゲットがリライバーであることが分かった以上、クローン体を作るのは逆に危険だ。
Got it. Now that Barreau's targeting relivers, it's dangerous to have clone bodies made
だ
now.
がバックアップを取れない以上、殺されたらそこで終わりで後がない。先生、
That also
こい
means
つ
a
をどうか頼む。
backup. Without a backup, you're done for once you're killed. Lucas, please take care of
お
Leah.
任せを。命に変えても守ってみせます。
You can count on me. I'll protect her with my
で
life.
は、彼の仕事を邪魔するのも忍びないですし、
Now then,
そろそ
Lee,
ろ行きましょうか。
we shouldn't get in his way any longer, so shall we head off? Quietly seek help, stay silent. Okay, hang on. We're gonna say. And then I think the other one will just lead us to the same ending. But just so we can see all the bad endings, I guess. Oh, I didn't like that. I winked a few times. I looked down for a moment, then winked my eyes at him again. Was a sign I used when I was little to tell him that there was something secret to talk about. For example, when the neighbors threw rocks at me, but I didn't want to worry Mother, I would often make this sign to Adolphe before going someplace private to cry. At the very least, he should notice that there was something secret I needed to relay. Please notice. It was really a hit or miss thing to do, but... Adolphe's eyes widened a bit. He noticed. I felt triumphant as we left the church, and if nothing happened, I made my way out with Lucas by my side. All that remained was for Adolphe to check on Lucas carefully and... Suddenly he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me into the alley out of sight of the church. He covered my mouth with his hand so strong that I felt like he was going to crush my face.
巻かれた？くそ、どこに行った？おい！
They're gone. Where are you? Adolphe ran past the alley where we were hiding.
いけませんね。先生との約束を破るなんて。
That's a bad thing to do, Leah. You broke your promise with your
アドルフ
teacher.
君に怪しまれた以上、もう表立って行動することが
Now that
できな
Adolphe
くなったで
suspects
はありませ
something,
んか。
we can't move outside together like this anymore.
君のことを天使だと思って、今まで影から見守ってきていたというのに。
I always looked at you from these shadows as my angel, but
どうやら君は私の浄化の邪魔をする
it seems like you're a
悪い子だったよう
bad
です。
girl who was trying to get in my way of purging the demons. The hand who held over my face slowly grew stronger with each word he spoke. The pressure intensified into unbearable pain. He crushed my face into a bloody mess. Wow. That's aggressive. Oh, my stars. All right, let's see. That ending is called Sign. It looks like the other one gets you to this middle one anyways, so I don't know if I really... I mean, I can do it, I guess. Just remember to have it skip to the next scene. I haven't had a choice. Stay silent. I'm sure Adolphe would notice any signs I give him, but I don't think I should try it now, especially with Lucas around. Worst case scenario, seeking assistance might only endanger Adolphe and the others. I suppressed the urge to ask for help and left the premises alongside my teacher. Yeah, so that's just the same thing, I think. Let me make sure. Okay, Lucas, you're not allowed to call me a bad girl or good girl. That's his go-to. Angel, good girl. Mostly bad girl, which is like, oh, you told someone a secret. All right, I'm going to go through and do, it's almost 2 a.m. I'm going to go through and do all the opposite answers without the flower. Yeah. This is just a... Oh, goodness. That was my husband. We'll do all the bad answers and see if we get there. I know this one. It's a novel I've heard some other girls at the Marche have been reading. A story about love between those of different social standings. Love was not something normally encouraged, since the emotion would only disappear when becoming real lifer due to memory issues. Still, the concept of love was still popular as a source of entertainment. Do you like reading these kinds of books?
いえ、それはあくまで参考資料として購入したものです。
No, I simply purchased that book as a reference. A reference?
知り合いからよく恋物語を聞かせてほしいとねだられるのですが。
A person I know often asks me to talk about love stories. That's his sister. Aww.
私自身にはそういった経験がほぼ皆無なもので、その代わりに小説の内容を。
I never really had any experience when it comes to that subject, so I thought I might use this novel as a reference. It must be one of the girls he teaches. Aww, it was his sister. That's so cute and sad. Oh, goodness. I think was fun was the answer I picked first, and it didn't do whatever. Although we have 3 options here. We can do the third one too. Let's see. They were cute. The children were very cute. Just seeing their smiling faces made me feel like doing my very best, even if the work was hard.
同感です。子供はまさしく
Fully agreed.
我々が
Children are
守るべ
treasures
き
in this world that we
世界
need to
の
protect.
宝物ですね。
Lucas gazed at the setting sun waver on the horizon as he spoke fondly to Dave's memories. Alright, I think that's right. Okay, we'll see. That one has 3 options, which makes me nervous. Let's see. I'm so happy this one has a
私も
skip because I
こ
broke
ま
my
め
heart
に
last
見舞い
time.
へ訪れていますが、やはり同性の友達がいないことが寂しいようで。
Are you sure? Are you sure you're okay with me? I mean, I think you can make normal friends,
あな
Nadia.
たがいいの。あなたじゃないと嫌なの。
I want you as my friend, not someone else. I somehow held back tears from hearing spoken words from the young girl in front of me. My heart was buoyed by the knowledge. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's... You gotta be certain with her. You gotta tell that girl to her face you like her. It breaks my heart when you don't. So what are they about? What subject are they
マティス
about?
君は物語が好きなようなので、本の読解力を試す課題を組んでみました。
Since Mathis seems interested in reading, I centered the questions around
こういっ
literature.
た課題は個人によって回答が異なるので、採点する側も見ていて楽しいので
My
すよ。
job loves open-ended questions. Open-ended questions tend to invite a wide range of responses, so they're rather fun to grade. Well, I'll make sure the papers get to him. I hope Mathis will find them
マ
interesting.
ティス君も心配ですが、君も帰りが遅くならないよう気をつけて。
Worrying about Mathis is one thing, but be safe and avoid staying out too late. Yes, you too, Lucas. Okay. We're getting all the non-flower options and seeing where we go. So, I look up to him. I've never thought about him that way before. I mean, he's my teacher and someone I look up to. So it never occurred to me to think of him in a romantic way.
まずはそこからなの？
Are you serious? I tried hard to convince myself of it. And I doubt he's interested in someone like me. Perfect. We're doing it. I don't remember how many options he has. I thought about having 2 saves and doing both options at the same time. I don't know if I want to try that with Sheen or not. I could. Oh my goodness, the jumping's taking a second. Oh dear. Oh. Oh, hang on. This one's weirder. We're gonna do the stay inside because I didn't finish that option. What should I do? I was worried where Lucas might have gone, but moving on my own now would only make matters worse. Not only that, but I urgently need to take care of Anku since he was badly injured. I better tend to his wounds first. Blood was still flowing from his body, so I somehow lifted him onto the bed. Suddenly, just as he said, his wounds started to close, beginning with smaller ones. I guess he'll be fine. Still, I need to stop the bleeding, so I used the bed sheets to bandage his bigger wounds. I never expected the Watchman of Death to be hurt so bad. What was outside? Was he attacked by Varro? He was. I let out a panicked sound as a sharp dagger grew out of my chest. From behind me, I heard sounds of footsteps coming from the doorway. I tried to turn around to see who it could be when... A deep slice red across my back, just before my consciousness faded into red. You tried to save the one fighting blank. You tried to save the one fighting who? You're such a bad girl. You're such a bad girl. Assuming. A gentle voice was heard, unbefitting of the situation, making my life come to an end. Interesting, interesting, interesting. You tried to save... I don't know why it does that sometimes. When you first come back, it like sometimes... I didn't mean to hit that. It'll not let you make a choice. Lucas, please stay safe. Don't leave Nadia behind. That was weird. I hit the wrong button. I was like, it's not doing anything. All right. I think it's the I trusted you. I think that's the right one. Hello, cage. Yeah, remember this cage? I do. Alright, I trusted you all this time.
申し訳ありません。私自身、
Please forgive me. It was
君に嘘
difficult
を
for me
重
to
ねるのは
continue lying to you. What about Nadia?
何も知りません。
She
あ
doesn't
の
know
子はあくまで
anything.
リライバー化を望まぬ意思
Pretty
表
sure
示の
this
ため
is already
教団
stuff I read. I know I read that for sure. I remember the reliver thing and that she's just a member for appearances. Eat cautiously. I was hesitant to eat the food. The reason was that there was no reassurance the food was safe. For all I knew, it could be laced with poison. Then again, not eating the food might cause them to be displeased. If so, then the compromise would be to eat the food little by little. I slowly brought the food in my mouth. I didn't sense anything odd about the taste, so I continued my meal. I chewed on the food much more slowly than I usually do, washing it down with some black tea. Alright, that's definitely the concept we read last. Oh, this doesn't matter. Okay, we'll go see Mama. Makes me happy to get to see her. Gotta stay quiet or he's gonna find out and murder us. And then what will we do? Do we end up back in the cage yet? They like to throw us in cages. We have more cookie. I placed my hand on his arm and he looked on in horror. I gently nudged him so that he would let go of the blood-covered dagger clenched in his hand. He had shouted so much that he didn't want to kill anybody anymore, but regardless of the reliver in front of him, the person he looked like his younger sister, he was distraught over killing her without any hesitation. Okay. What's scary is this could still lead to the same ending. But we're gonna find out. It's the illusion of choice. It's just the blooming flower is the loading screen and it's on the side where the camera is. Oh yeah, here we are. He disappeared into a haze. Suddenly he was in front of Anku and slashed his slender body in half. But Anku was the watchman of death. He spewed blood from his mouth as he smiled, eerily defying death. I love him.
さあ、死神による浄化の時間だ。
Now it's time for death to purify you.
甘んじて受け入れたまえ。
Accept your
殺人鬼。
fate, murderer. I saw Lucas's blonde hair from between Anku's split torso. I thrusted Eve's rapier through the gap with all my might. His immortal body accepted as a cover to make my blow unavoidable. I could tell through the palm of my hand that the rapier pierced flesh. That's why I don't get to hear what she says, because then you'd know which way that's going. Blood spewed from his neck. Blue filled the sky. Warmth from the sun spread across the land. The birds chirped a pleasant, peaceful song. Animals slowly closed their eyes from drowsiness. On this gentle day, blessed by God for everyone to enjoy.
これより殺人鬼リュカ・プルーストの伴侶にして共犯者にあたる
Behold, before you is the partner and the accomplice of the killer, Lucas Proust.
死神の処刑を執り行う
We will now begin the execution of Leah Proust. On this day I would die. What? Sounds of joy filled the air. I walked up to the gallows with my hands tied behind my back.
前に出ろ。逃げようとすれば即刻切り殺す。
I'm gonna die anyway, my guy. Step forward. If you run, you'll be killed immediately. Understood. I stepped forward as he commanded.
よくもこの国をめちゃくちゃにしてくれたな。
Dare you mess up this country?
あいつは死神だったんだ。あいつの旦那のせいでうちの息子は。
I knew she was death. It's her fault my husband and son died.
早く死んで首をさらされてしまえ。
Hurry up so we can see your dead face.
様々冥界で裁かれろ。
I hope you two burn in hell. Don't throw fruit. Oh, rocks. Even worse. One of the rocks thrown by the bystander struck me in the forehead, drawing blood. Without much life left in me, I felt like I was going to collapse of pain. Why blame her? Because they want to. They've been wanting to blame her the whole time. We literally killed Lucas. Actually, okay, I killed Lucas. I swore they said Lucas was there too. I began to recall the day I killed Lucas. With the help of Anku, I was able to hit Lucas in the neck, which put a stop to his madness. He died almost instantly from the blow. I didn't have a chance to say farewell as his body went into shock. And like a puppet with his string cuts, he died and departed from the world. I was sad, but I didn't regret what I did. It was the only way I could stop Lucas. The royal guard came after with swords in hands and stood stunned around me. They again began to praise me, saying that I was a hero for stopping the killer. Their words made my heart ache. So the person sleeping here is my lover. No, I'm his wife. I told them with a bright smile. Ah, she did it herself. She got herself killed. She's like, no. I'm married to this man. My words acted as proof that I was Lucas's accomplice. The royal family stood with one who looked over Sheen's position, the leader of the Society of Exorcists. Capuchin! They gave their final judgment. It was the publicity executed this day in the place of Lucas. Yeah. Lee! Sorry, Adolph. Far beyond the crowd was Adolph and the others who were being stopped by the royal guard. They tried to save me by saying that I was simply a victim, but the country needed a scapegoat to die and bear the anger and hatred of the people before peace could be restored. That was what the royal family said as they turned down Adolph's pleas. I'm sorry to have caused trouble until the very end. Please take care of Nadia. I had asked Anku to let everyone know that Capuchin had done after he revived. It might take some time, but I was sure Adolph was the other who could uncover Capuchin's crimes to free Nadia. I would have loved to help save her with Lucas, but I stepped onto the stool as the rope went over my neck. After tightening the noose, the executioner asked his obligatory questions.
最後に何か言い残すことは?
Do you have any last words? I was sure the people were expecting me to cry and wail, pleading for forgiveness before I was hung by death, but unfortunately for them, I wasn't scared of dying at all. So the only thing I could say was, I'll be with you in Hades soon, dear husband. Words of despair as I closed to hope as close to hope as possible. It felt slightly ticklish to call him my husband. Guided by the illusion of his smile, I kicked the stool from under my feet. I did it myself, guys. My weight sank into my body and I felt my bones and my neck creak. But death didn't come quickly, and I felt the rope slowly tighten its hold. My consciousness slowly began to fade as my breathing became shallow. Hurry. I want to meet Lucas. I want to see him. For some reason, tears flowed from my eyes. The pain in my neck disappeared and my ears soon went deaf.
なぜ
Why?
なぜ何も悪くない君が私の代わりに
You didn't do anything wrong, so why are you being punished instead of me? Lucas? Why are you crying? I did my very best so that I could finally meet you in Hades.
いいえ。君は私のいる冥界には来られ
You
ない。
aren't able to come to
ここは
Hades?
私のような罪人が落ち
She
る
an
場所。
angel. Sinners like me fall into
君の
Hades.
ような優しい人はきっと冥界ではなく天へと導か
Someone
れ
as
るの
kind
で
as
す
you
か
is led to heaven, not Hades.
生まれ変わりでもしない限りもう会えないでしょう。
Unless we are reborn, we will never meet again. Huh?
さようなら。同じく天に昇るであろうナディアのこと
Goodbye. Please
よ
take
ろ
care
し
of
くお願
Nadia.
いします。
I am sure you'll meet her in heaven. The voice of the one I loved and the one I wanted to meet slowly disappeared. No, wait. Take me with you. I didn't want to go to heaven where God had left Lucas to fend for himself. Show yourself to me, do it. I will gladly accept any punishments in Hades as long as I'm with you, so please. My long-awaited journey of hope had instantly turned into despair. Alrighty then. Well, does it say I'm missing? Oh, wait. It says I have choices that are unread. Interesting. Making sure this one not unread. Okay. Well, I think we did it, sort of. I mean, it got weird at the end. Like this little sidestep. Purge and Caged World and Journey to Despair. Interesting. All right, let's see what pictures we have, and then we'll call it a night because it's 2:20 almost. Let's see what pictures we're missing for him. Got him, got him, got him, got him. There's 3. Interesting. Salvation endings better be worth it at the end. I mean, I'm gonna have to make a separate stream of that. I'd love to try and get it all together in one so that all the pictures, and usually there's that after ending video you usually get, so there's an extra photo there when you get all the endings. So I'm hoping, oh no, I have hope, but I'm also totally scared of this being bad. I'm thinking more, not this time. On cue, my love. We are gonna get there soon. But yeah, our next one's gonna be Sheen, and then we'll start on Eve's. I don't know if I'm gonna play tomorrow because I work kind of late, but I'll probably play. I am gonna play on Monday because I have an evening shift, so I'm gonna play in the morning on Monday. So we'll start Sheen on Monday for sure. But yeah, we are getting there. I'm just sad I can't get all the endings at once. That's just a little disappointing. Alrighty, well, we did it. We survived. Thank you so much for joining me and hanging out with me today or tonight. I'm sorry, I know it's really late for you right now. We will continue our fun adventure on Monday, and if you're watching this on YouTube and you'd like to see some of my newer videos, you can check me out on Twitch. I do not have a schedule because I have a full-time job and it confuses me and I get tired, but I play games like this all the time. So thank you so much. Have a lovely day. Bye.